Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Little point. Again.
2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right into fifth grade. Opening up. Red. First ride. Fans, Kaafu Watanabe.
Righto, and good morning everybody out there in web world. Thanks for joining us. Day 9 of competition here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. I'm Mark Cliff. This is
Mel Caithness.
And it's another great looking day outside, Mel. Conditions are spot on again. It's steaming hot. It's about 10:30 start here this morning, which is not far away. And what's your take on the surf this morning?
Oh, conditions look fantastic. If you're near a TV, just park yourself up in front of that today, Mark. Finals day we've got going down today, buddy. So, yeah, the conditions are insane.
Again, we've said it every day, and it's for a reason. It's true. We'll get back to some live action in a moment. But what we're going to do is, yesterday was another really good day, Mel. So we're going to have a look at the highlights of what went down yesterday. So check this out, everyone.
Welcome to day 7 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. We get to witness some more exciting heats of competition, so tune in.
Alright, new weapon riding, opening right for Team Indonesia, Dana Widianto. Green up and riding, first flag now is blue. Fourth flag now liquid green, third flag goes to red. Goes to red. Wave between Korea and Kanoa. Green up and riding. Green up and riding. Now first party goes to blue, third body goes to white. And in green, 21 minutes. They're waiting on stores. Second word, use the band. Lead up and right, left side green, second side white. Hold your feet, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Here's wide open. So blue and driving now again.
How good was that highlights package, Mal?
Well, when it's condensed like that, after a whole day, you and I have been working all day yesterday, but when you see it condensed like that, this is just so good for Maldivian surfing, isn't it? And Asian surfing in general.
Oh man, how good are the production team? Seriously, you guys rock, so thanks for putting that together every day. Yesterday, people fighting for their survival in the event. There was a lot of repercharge heats going on, so all that stuff you saw there, pretty much a lot of the repo rounds. Today though, Mel, this is Super Sunday, it is finals day, so today it's all about surfing for gold.
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, if you have a look at our set, ladies and gentlemen, this is the replica of a Maldivian bedroom. So we've managed to be able to come in here to the Maldivian bedroom, and the job site is out the front today. They've woken up this morning, all surfers are out the front today. Conditions have just slightly decreased in the swell, and like, let's face it, how many days? 9 days of straight swell been happening here, so slightly smaller, but conditions are way glassier, and then with the tide the way they've picked this, conditions probably will be really good, I'd say, over the next 4 to 6 hours. And yeah, we see a little bit of a drop in the swell again tomorrow, but I'm thinking, you know, we got Coke's Bowl going on today, and maybe Coke's Rincon happening tomorrow up the reef a little bit.
Well, we'll get to that when we get to tomorrow, but today what I really like is we finish up around about 2 o'clock. The men's final starts at 1:30 actually, the women's final starts at 2 o'clock. Surfing for gold, silver, bronze and copper here this afternoon. We are going to be starting with men's repercharge 5. I'll let you in on who's that once the heat starts, but for me, Mel, in 2 heats time, we've got the women's repercharge 3 coming up, and then men's round 5. It's the top 4 guys that have advanced through without losing a heat. That will happen at 11:30, so with no disrespect to anybody in the draw, for me, I'm really, really looking forward to that, and we get the benefit of calling that heat a bit later on.
Oh, absolutely, and look, we now are at the pointy end of the event. The elites, the cream has risen to the top. I'm really liking the field for finals day today, and mate, I'm not even going to go into anyone's corner today. I'm just going to wish all the competitors the best of luck today, and for people out there in web world, this is going to be sick. Today is, as we're saying, Super Sunday here, and who have we got in men's repercharge 6?
All right, so let's have a look at this. It is Kaisi Adachi representing Japan. He surfed probably in just about every men's heat I saw yesterday. That's him in the red. D.A. Lakshitha Madhushan from Sri Lanka is in the blue. Ismail Miglal out of the Maldives is in the white, and the GOAT, Hussein Arif, in green, doing it for Team Maldives. He's their team captain, the current bronze medalist of the Asian Surfing Championships, Mel. We love him. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say I'm in his corner in this heat. I want to see him get through.
Yeah, no, the all-round good guy of Maldivian surfing does so much, you know, for the kids that are in the team as well, to motivate his team members as well. You can see they all walk around, they stay behind him on a cloud, they give him the exalted headspace that he needs. And what a lad. Last night at the local dinner we were treated to, and a big shout out, thank you to everybody on the Thulusdhoo Island community that looked after us here last night. That was fantastic, that was awesome. We'll elaborate on that a little bit more as the day goes on.
Yep, so the Maldives Surfing Association really turned it on last night with some traditional dancing and all sorts of funky things, and the food was something we haven't experienced since we've been here because it was all local flavour. Nice and spicy, and they were mighty proud of it when they were dishing it up. They were telling us what each dish was, and they were all in their custom dress, so it was a really cool evening. We have 8 heats today, finishing with our women's final. All heats will be 30 minutes, so there's a lot to enjoy here this afternoon. Heat 1 is going to start in 30 seconds. There's our worksite, Mel. Have a look at this atoll.
Oh, look, that is beautiful. This place is one of the most incredible places I have ever visited. It makes a mockery of me camping at the Bluff for 2 months back in the late 70s.
Well, it's just different, isn't it? It's a different vibe.
Yeah.
It's a bit more upmarket. It's easy peasy. You don't have to light a campfire to cook your food, mate. You don't have to wash dishes.
No.
Staying at the Seasons Paradise Hotel, they're really looking after us. So a big shout out to those crew there. Thulusdhoo Island is the name of this one, everybody. If you're thinking of coming to the Maldives, it's a ripper. The Seasons Paradise has looked after us famously this week and a half. It is the capital island of the Kaafu atoll.
That's correct.
That we're on. And there are 26 atolls that make up the Maldivian chain, almost 1,200 islands. They've all got that ring of confidence around them, Mel, the nice reef set up, the light blue water. It's a picturesque thing. But have a look at the boys. They've all separated themselves. So they're hedging their bets on what's going on out there.
Yeah, they've just formed a little bit of a net, haven't they, to try and catch these swell lines as they come in. So the gamble is on. We're going to see who's up the reef a little bit further. Can't quite distinguish that colour at this point, Mark. But yeah, just getting back to that point, it was funny, we're quizzing one of the local guys last night. I said, look, aren't you a bit worried that when we send this vision out and everyone's going to want to turn up here on your doorstep, and they go, Mel, we've got that many waves, it doesn't matter.
and their biggest industry is tourism.
So they're already geared up, they're already keyed in. It's the island of smiles, I get that. And it's very interesting for me to sort of see that welcoming aspect to what they bring to the game. So look, if you're thinking, as you've got it on your bucket list, do it before you die, because this one is riggy-diggs, the full real deal.
Yep, it certainly is, buddy. Let's just see if we can bring up the live heats. All right.
So it's looking like, where are we? Who is that way up? We've got red, I can see blue.
Green is right in the middle, green and blue in the middle, red out wide.
Okay, first blow here, Mark, surfer in red, over to you.
All right, Kaisi Adachi, the Japanese surfer, 15 years of age, this fella. Like I said, I reckon I saw him surf 5 heats yesterday, Mal. His favourite wave is Haleiwa. He's been a dead set standout out here over the last 9 days. I'm sure he's really trying to catch up to his teammates that are already sitting in main round 5. One shot at the final from there, they can see it. It's in with touching range of heat 3 of the morning. Round 5 of the men's main event coming up a little later on. So the heat is live, it's off and racing. I hope you guys on the web land have really enjoyed what's going on here today, Mel.
Oh, this is a really good start for Kaisi Adachi. He's taking over where he left off yesterday. Now, we saw some good scores for 2-turn waves yesterday. I'm thinking this one is going to be pretty well much in that same range as yesterday. I'm not going to speculate because, like the judges, we've got to get 2 waves ridden to sort of get a comparison and get some scale going. But for me, Mark, I'm going in the good range at least.
All right,
with that.
All right, let's see. So I heard Perry having his brief with the judges this morning, reminding them that this is finals day. So, really only reward the heavy hitting and the real high risk manoeuvres. So let's see where Red's number drops, because that will set the tone here for finals day. So we have a men's heat followed by a women's heat, and on we go like that all day, finishing with the 2 finals. Men's final will be served first, women's final second. So for the crew online, you can expect, men's, women's, through 8 heats. All 30-minute matchups. Finals day is here. It's taken us a long time to get there. I mean, 9 days, but our work days haven't been that hectic. I think you and me called 6 heats yesterday. Yeah,
no, we've been processing surfers, haven't we, all week? But exactly that. I'm liking the fact that then by coming to this place here, the head judge, the event organisers, Maldivian Surfing Foundation, they go, no, we're not having to rat out a whole bunch of heats all day in rubbish conditions. We can afford to pick the eyes out of it, and I believe that this is probably really the future for surfing contests. They went into a hiatus before COVID, and now they've come back again, and they're showing the world what can be done for the true core spectators out there, Mark. Good waves in great conditions. Over to you.
White, thinking about a tube. So this is Ismail Miglal. Maldivian surfer. Can't quite finish that one off, so a little wasted opportunity maybe. But this fella here, this is Hussein Arif, ladies and gentlemen. He's 46 years of age. Look at him go. The team captain for the Maldives. He's an absolute favourite out here. We've been calling him the GOAT all week, Mel, because you can see what this guy can string together. That sort of surfing has won him 8 national championships here in the Maldives. What a sick way to start your final. And blue. So Lakshita Madhushan out of Sri Lanka. He's also taken a leaf out of Hussein's goofy foot attack straight into the lip.
Oh, Mark Hussein Arif, go you good thing.
Lit that thing up, didn't he?
What a great start for his campaign here on finals day. And as I say, what a popular guy he is. I could hear the hill just erupt as he took off on that wave there. So Clive, well done. Your sire is out there. He's got himself a great wave here. I'm going to be interested to see where we go with this. Some fantastic, really strong, flowing, powerful waves arcing in the critical section of the wave. It's going to be good.
Okay, Kaisi Adachi looks like he's on his second wave out the back. So he might have heard all the fuss going on and the hollering coming from the little island right in front of the break. And he's just decided, like he's been doing all event, just really keeping his wave count high, trying to get in the perfect rhythm with the ocean. But Hussein Arif in the green for me. Geez, he waited. He got a really good wave. There's only been 6 minutes chip off the clock. I did hear his coach Clyde mentioning that be patient. 30-minute heats. Said, you know this lineup better than anyone. Don't be talked into a crap wave. And a la right on cue, Hussein Arif has burst out the gates. We'll get that number to you in a minute, but for sure, easily, hands down, best wave of the heat.
No, he's just linked the turn beautifully right throughout these combination of manoeuvres. I'm thinking that that's going to be a part of the criteria today. Just combination of major manoeuvres is really going to score well today, buddy. So,
geez, I'd like to see a replay of all that action. I'm sure the boys next door are teeing it up. I'm sure the crew on the web world would love to see it all again. I think everybody's owed a wave pretty much. For sure, Hussein Arif's wave is going to be the better of it. D.A. Lakshita Madhushan from Sri Lanka, the 24-year age surfer. He also got a pretty good backhand blast. He looks like he really knows what he's doing. Kaisi Adachi, big standout from yesterday. Numbers filtering through, an 8.17 for Hussein Arif. All right, so the best of them. A 6.50 for that fella there for that wave. And we have a 4 for Ismail Miglal and a number in for Madhushan out of Sri Lanka, a 2.83. Here's all our replays. Thanks, boys. Right on cue. Mel?
Yeah, no, great surfing there from Ismail. I'm thinking they're going to link it up here fairly shortly after this one. Our surfer in green here, this is a Sri Lankan. No slouch either, so we've got
this
the
is Hussein. Sorry, Mel. I just had to cut. This is Hussein Arif.
Oh, sorry, Hussein, here we go. This is the wave. Really, look at that. Smooth, powerful. That's a money turn right there. A little bit angled on that one, so all right, not so much going on, but look, all the hard work was already done.
Smashed it. 8.17. Well done, judges. So this is the Sri Lankan, Mel.
Sri Lankan just gets caught downtown a little bit on that one, and having a look here now. Here's our surfer in red, Kaichi. As you said, he's wanting to get busy here. Average sort of first turn, sleepy carvy cut back there into the foam, nothing going on there. He's out of there. At least he's now got 2 waves on the board.
Red is in the lead on the strength of that. 3.17 is his backup number. That'll be a throwaway at the end of this heat. Sitting on a 6.5, pretty good start. 8.17, perfect start for Hussein Arif. Really setting a mean standard here on finals day with the scale and for his fellow team members. One of his team members is in 3rd spot in the white, needs 4 points. He has 4 points to kick things off. Well, it's early days, so we'll hold off on the requirements. They won't mean a whole lot till everybody rides 2 waves. Meanwhile, up again, this is Hussein Arif, so he's in the groove early, Mel. He's picking good waves. His backhand assault is looking deadly. Non-stop motion here again. Body language looks like he really enjoyed that wave. Unreal. Thanks very much. That was so sick.
Loving the show.
Look at this, Mel.
Wham! Underneath the hood there on this wave. 2 big, strong first backhand turns. Goes for the roofline floater. Jumps that thing down and then back into that serious section of the wave. Whew, good backup score coming here.
Yep, yep. It'll
Look at
probably be close to the second best wave.
I think so. Look at this.
Non-stop motion, rail to rail. His coach Clyde was in his ear going, pick the best waves, you know, just you surf it the way you see it, but be patient and really help settle some nerves maybe for Hussein Arif, because he's burst out of the blocks. His second wave, Mel, a 6.73.
Beautiful.
Yep, so that is the second best wave of the heat. So Hussein now, pressure's off. We have plenty of time remaining. 20 minutes still on the clock, 30-minute matchups all morning.
So the point of difference for me with Hussein, Mark, is that as he goes out of the bottom, he puts the nose of the board pretty well much at 11 o'clock, but when he comes down, he's not going to 7 or 8 o'clock. He's more or less going back to 5 o'clock.
I think he's on again. Hang on, the Sri Lankan.
Yep.
So the fellow goofy footer in this heat, here he goes now, just weaving. Nice, strong second manoeuvre. Board above the lips, always a good thing. It's a cue for the judges. 3 times he's thrown the blade up above the lip. All right, so for short, D.A. Lakshitha Madashan, his better wave, really got his groove on that time. A number of moves, a la Ibu, Hussein Arif. Non-stop motion with the board, Mal. I'll be interested to hear your take on the replay when it comes. Good news is, everybody online, we've got 19 minutes remaining in this heat.
Oh,
I mean, how's what's happened in 11 minutes? It's been pretty good.
And we've got a whole day of surfing in front of us as well. This is
Final
so
day.
crazy.
Surfing for gold here at Coke's Reef this afternoon, this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We only have 8 heats to roll out, so keep your laptops on. Stay with the program here. Day 9 for the Asian Surfing Federation Asian Surfing Championships. It's been a ripper. There's some input coming from the viewing platform out there. That man in red would have to be Clyde, their coach, maybe, or one of the team members.
That's Clyde. Yeah, no,
Clyde.
He's stoking on this, and
You
why
can
wouldn't
see
he
something.
be?
Look at this, Mel.
Oh yeah, he spotted it, hadn't he?
Look at that wave just
Swimming a
unloading. No
little
one
bit
wanting a
up the
piece
reef.
of it. What
Yeah,
the?
okay. Okay, let's have a look at Latchika here. He's the predator. I've called him all week. He just hunts down waves and he destroys them. So really good first turn there. There's the money turn for Lakshita. So maybe just a little bit out on the face, but look, he's angling in, and his angle of ascent up into the lip is actually really strong. So 3 waves here. We know the judges aren't going to count, but that's got to be a good score in the blue column. Who have we got up and riding here?
Kaisi Adachi now, wave number 3 for the Japanese surfer. Trying to find his groove from yesterday. Got through a lot of heats. He was on fire. He was tweaking the fins out almost every move yesterday, Mal, if we flash back to the work he did then. Can't come to grips with that end bowl, so I reckon the Sri Lankan is starting to put some pressure on the young Japanese surfer here.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at this. He's Koichi Adachi. He's just looking a little bit slow, a little bit sleepy for me here on this. That's just like a squeak turn. We're not going to give any power into that thing. There's the better turn. He manages to land it. So at this point of time, one good major manoeuvre. But Mark, he sort of goes off the boil a little bit here. See that?
You know what? He's going to benefit from the fact that this heat is 30 minutes because
Yeah.
he hasn't found his
rhythm
A-grade
yet.
form from yesterday.
Nope.
Plenty of time to still work on it. So Kaisi's only 15 years of age. He's out there. He's up against the 24-year-old from Sri Lanka, who we saw on that backhand blast, the surfer in blue. I imagine scores will be dropping pretty soon for himself. Is it in, Mel?
Let's have a look. Koichi Adachi score.
This fella. Let's
Has
have a look
come
at
in
blue.
at a 4.8. Oh, no, that's Lakshita's has come in as a 4.83 mark. So that was good. We're on the money with that. And Koichi Adachi's wave came in at a 4.43. So judges agreeing with us on that. They're just sort of saying, no, we want to see more. It's finals day. As you said, Perry would have said, look, let's make sure we get our heads together as a team on this and we get this right. So I get it, that they get it. And yeah, you folks out there in Webland, you're going to be treated to some great surfing once they work out what the judges want to see.
Live action, is it?
Yes, sure is.
Okay, how did he get out there this fast? Wow. All right, starting to speed down the line. This is more of what we saw yesterday. He was making those turns non-stop though yesterday, Mel. He barely put a foot wrong, so a little touch of the fumbles, but however, he's still in second. There's the replay, Mel. What did you like about this?
Yeah, once and again, there's the good bottom turn, but for me, he needed to just wet that rail and draw that rail a lot longer than what he's doing. He's actually got kicking that tail a little bit, Mark, i.e. same sort of thing at the end there. We know, though, he's a good finisher. That's his strength. You know, as he starts getting into that rhythm, as you're saying, I know he's going to finish this off. But yeah, for me at the moment, you know, Hussein Arif is giving us the purest, what we like to see. Full rail carving, full rail gouging, and the scores are reflecting that.
Yep, top to bottom surfing. The two best numbers sit in the green column. Hussein Arif, mind you, we've sort of suggested that Kaisi hasn't hit his straps yet. He's done enough to hold on to second.
Yep.
All right, his best number at this stage is a 6.50, his very first wave. He's ridden 3 other waves. He's only managed to put together a 4.4 as his backup number, so he'll be feeling pretty nervous.
And I've got a feeling this last wave is going to factor in and under that as well. So I don't think he's going to improve with this last wave.
His score is in. It didn't. It was a high 3.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so DA Lakshitha Madhushan, the Sri Lankan. His best score is right there at a 4.83, so he needs something in the 6 range. There it is, a 6.11. Ismail Miglal has gone a little bit MIA in this heat. The other Maldivian surfer in white. He's in 4th. He's only caught 1 wave, Mel. He needs a high 6, almost 7 points to go into 2nd.
So yeah, the what's the word? The complexion of the heat is starting to become apparent at this point of time. We know Hussein, the local, he's going to go up there and he's just going to sit and wait now for the best waves to come through. Other guys here now, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, they're going to have to be playing catch up. Let's have a look at this as the point of difference that we're talking about. Good, strong turn. Now look at that. See how he just stays on that inside rail? That one as well. He's getting it back down to 5 o'clock on the chronological clock. And then he's managing to be able to sort of finish. That's a strong finishing turn there from the GOAT.
Yep, 8 national titles out of that man. He's the eldest surfer in the event. He's the team captain for the Maldivians, 46 years of age. He's a ripper. His teammate, Ismail Miglal, 40 years old as well. So they've got their veterans in the same heat. Miglal's struggling just a little bit. He's going to have to, he's from this island, Mel. Born and bred on Thulusdhoo. So his favourite waves, no doubt, well, it is Cokes. Some of his sponsors include Volcom and Reef and a bunch of others. So he's out there. He's been sitting there for quite a while. I imagine he does have first priority. In fact, he does. So he's going to have to cash it in and go nuts. I'd like to see what he can put together on his sharp eye out there. Steaming hot conditions, even that walkout. By the time you come across the boardwalk this morning, Mel, out to the tower, you're that hot, the AC in our room here just feels beautiful.
Oh yeah, we're a bit spoiled. Shh, don't tell anyone, otherwise I'll be storming the doors down.
Even upstairs, they've got some big blowers up there, some nice big, AC kind of fans that are doing the job for the judges. Meanwhile, here goes the Sri Lankan in the blue Rashfest, wave number 4, I think it is, chipping away, still non-stop motion, yet to really put up a huge turn. Good finish. All right, so his best wave was only a high 4, trying to get himself back in the play. I think he needed a low 6. I'm not sure I saw that in that wave, but it might turn into his better ride. What did you reckon, Mel?
All right, here we go, the Predator on the hunt. Not a bad, probably a little bit of a lift turn, that one, as a matter of fact, by virtue of the second look. But the wave face here is just too convex for me. It's not concave enough for him to be able to get his powerful act going. So does the best he can. Can't see him getting that requirement. But yeah, at this stage, it's all about Hussein Arif. Indeed
it is. Hussein is the man. He's the GOAT. What you're suggesting, mate, you can just see the respect that he draws from all the other Maldivian surfers, you know, from the young pups all the way up to Miglal, who's out there with him. He's 40 years of age himself. And, you know, when Ibu says something, Hussein Arif, everyone listens. Here is the wave again. So another replay on that. As I say, see the lift turn action in that first part of it, not really going to the bottom. This one here just sort of drags it only because there's not enough concave face on that wave. He's had to fit that in where he can. That's you know, okay surfing. Yeah,
albeit,
it wasn't a fail. He'll be. It's only turning into, the judges have kind of picked it apart as well, Mel. It's only dropping in at a high, a 3.8. Yeah, so fell well short of the 6.11 that he needs to go straight into second place. Probably needs a slightly better wave and just really bring that top turn, that faultless top turn that we know he can do. Meanwhile, Kaisi Adachi, great camera work. Look at this side-on footage here from the water cameraman. Lays it back, but a nice recovery, chipping away here. Goes past the little island. There's the viewing platform in the distance. Strong finish, good wave. It'd be really cool to see it again from in front so we get a true value of what he did. Miglar waited a long time for this wave, Mel. It's only his second ride. He's another Maldivian surfer. This camera angle from the water is just so sick.
Good.
The production team, you guys are killing it. Your man, whoever he is, that is swimming. Give him a medal. That cannot be easy out there, but he's absolutely nailing it.
All right, I can't wait to have a look at this.
So Ismail Miglar is the local out of Thulusdhoo, mate. He's born here. This is his favourite wave. He's in a big-time repercharge heat here. Here we go.
All right, here we go. The Energizer Bunny on this one. I am liking this first turn. Are you ready for this? Wham! Then just drifts the fins enough to be able to get that back and call that a critical manoeuvre. Tap turn for the second turn. Third turn, not so much, but I actually thought that as he eyed this down the line, he might even think about going to the air, but safe hit finish on that wave. I would have liked to have seen him just lift the bar a little bit and have a crack at the air. Now, this is the picture perfect wave. Look at that. Oh, look, the big fella here. He is having a ball out there. Really nice, flowing, powerful turn. Goes hard at it again. The black rail deck is just pretty distinguishable straight away. And yeah, we saw that wave from that water. And oh my goodness, I'm jealous. I'm so jealous of being able to see these sort of conditions for a surfing event. And what I like too, Mark, as we were talking about last night, this is going to be the seeding ground, we hope, for the youth, not only on Thulusdhoo Island, but also throughout the whole Maldives archipelago. They did sort of go into a hiatus with COVID, so you've got a big gap between the juniors coming up, then there's this big hole, and then you've got a reef and guys in the 30 to 40-year-old.
Miglar's a 40-year-old, the surfer we just saw in white.
Yes.
So his last score drops in, Mel. Do you want to take us through the leaderboard and whose requirements are needed? Even Red did a pretty good job on his last effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, let's have a look at that.
If you don't mind, sorry. He goes, the Sri Lankan, weaving around again, the Predator. I like that nickname, Mel. He's really stepping it up this time. All right, he's chasing a second position. He knows what he needs. It's just over 6 points, so getting a little bit more brutal on that wave, Mel. It was a much better wave choice as well. Here is the replay, I think. Well, we'll get it shortly. Then we'll get to the leaderboard, because let's wait until this number drops. This will change stuff.
So much to look about him. The big, long, flowing black locks. And then look at the amount of fire hose he's just done on that first turn. So the judges are going to see that and go, oh, there's more than meets the eye to this type of surfing. He's packing a punch with this wave here. So
great answer back here.
Yeah, that is a good answer back. This is now going to really make that second place fight super tight. Two surfers are going to get relegated here, mate. Two are going to go on to bigger and better things.
Meanwhile, his requirement went up because Red got a pretty good wave. I think it was a mid-5. Would that be right, Mel?
Yeah, so the last wave for Red came in at a 5.5. So at this point, the situation is this. Listen up. First is Hussein Arif. He's got a total of 14.9. Second place is Kaisi Adachi. Kaisi has a 6.5 and a 5.5. He needs to burn that 5.5 off to be able to take over first, and he needs an 8.4 to do that. Third place, this is where the work needs to get done, Mark. Surfer in blue, the Predator. The last wave came in for the Predator as one of his scorers. It was a 3.9. His best wave's a 4.83, Mark, and he's needing a 7.17 or better to go to second and stay alive in the event. Ismail Miglar, as you said, he's just got a little bit sleepy on us there. He's the surfer in the white jersey, and Ismail's got two scores, a 4 and a 3.5, and Mark is chasing an 8-point ride and or better to go to requalification status.
So effectively, I imagine Green and Red would be feeling pretty comfortable when they hear the requirements needed out of the other two. The Predator, a quick up and down, so not good wave choice. Down to 6 minutes, some hefty requirements needed. Just over 7 points for Blue to stay in the event. Just over 8 for White to move into that qualifying second. So, geez, I thought I saw a little bit more out of Blue's wave here on the score line, but didn't really turn out that way. Where are we at now? 6 minutes. So let's have a look at the priority stakes. I imagine it must sit with Green because He's quite, yep, Hussein Arif in the lead. Only got 2 scores, so he can afford to be a little bit patient here. He's probably sensing, and I did hear this out of his coach earlier, Mel, as well, suggesting that, all right, we're going to go out, we're going to be patient, we're going to surf this heat, get through, then we're going to do this next round. Talking about pacing, you know, getting the pace of the day right. We're going to take some water, stay in the shade. He was already looking ahead, that Hussein Arif, you know, hedging his bets that he was going to get through. And at this stage, it's looking like he's every chance.
Oh, and this is going to be a popular... It's not over yet till it's over, so I guess we can't speculate. But as you say, look at this. Wave. Over to you, buddy.
Get in the tube, thank you.
Good thing.
Wow, that thing barreled heavy off the takeoff. If he had a slightly better takeoff going on and a better read on that, he probably could have got barreled for about 3 or 4 seconds. It was a sick wave. Good on you, Ishmael. What a piece of wave choice that was. That's the 40-year-old veteran, the local. Here's Hussein Arif. Haven't seen any of this wave, so no comment on a number or what he's done up the point. Pretty tidy finish. Oops, a little slip off right there. White's wave was to die for. That was probably the best wave I've seen this morning.
It was, wasn't it? And that water angle, that, as you say, that water cameraman, boy, oh boy, he's getting some amazing shots here at the event. And yeah, we didn't get to see Hussein Arif's up the line, so by the benefit of the replay, we'll see what's going on there. But I would think that by the way that wave ended, he might have got his timing a little bit wrong. We'll see.
He must have liked something about it because he sat there for a long time with priority. He's got 2 blockbuster numbers, so no pressure. Took the wave. Look at him all smiles as he cruises past the water cameraman. That's what he looks like, folks. 46 years young, and he's all over it. He's such a cool lad. He goes by the nickname of Ibu. If you're in the Maldives and you see him, give him a pat on the back. He is the GOAT.
Geez, he's going to be feeling good about sort of being in front of Kaisi Adachi at the moment. Kaisi's like more than half his age.
And have a look at old mate here, who's another 40-year-old. He's just cruising past the cameraman, yet to get his number. Geez, I would have liked to have seen him pull straight into that tube. I'd love to see a replay of that wave of Whites again, because that water footage of that takeoff, that wave was just going square. It was a kind of a double up, almost a full set double up, which is you know, rare to see from that far up, but it was hit the absolute perfect spot. Ishmael got himself a ripper wave. He's still waiting on the number to drop. He needed to go into the 8-point range. I don't think I could see anywhere near that number happening, but here it is again. So this is what the judges saw. Look, this is a full set wave, Mel.
Look at that. He's gone under the hood. Now that's just nice in the shade, that sort of ride. It's not going to score big. The judges want to see the full surfboard covered up and the surfer coming out with the clean. But I'll tell you what, I'd be happy with something like that this morning in these conditions. Just a beautiful picture wave. So the still water shot of that, I think he could put that on his up on his wall and show the kids in years ahead, and they'll say, Dad, you used to rip.
Yeah, he did. He does. He's in a tough heat, though, and he's still languishing in 4th. The number coming in only a 4.4, so probably left a few points hanging out there on that first section by not really tucking in straight off the bat. I think the option was there, but either way, it's his gig. So this is the wave we missed from Hussein Arif, so a little bit funky. You can see why his body language, he kind of lost interest in this wave from about that point.
Yeah, no, very true. There wasn't anything going on here, and you could tell from him just, ho-hum.
Yep,
we'll get to the end of this. And
save your energy.
Yep, save your energy. Get back out. Try and see if... Oh, no, he's not even going to think about priority. He just wants to surf the wave. So there's a true surf turkey there for you.
Well, he is going to be making his way through the men's repercharge 7, which will start at about 12:30 today. So he's probably just realising he's home and hosed here. This replay, Mel.
Yeah, Kaisi Adachi coming from deep downtown on this first turn. We didn't get to see this because of other stuff going on, but nothing there. And meanwhile, here is our Maldivian surfer. I think the quality wave's out the back, Mark. Look at this.
All right, the Sri Lankan. Boom, the Predator. Throws it up, starting to feel the pressure. There's time is minimal now, just over a minute. So feeling the heat, drawing the error for blue. White's got himself another wave that he's not going to be able to capitalise on. It's going to be hard to surf from this point.
So yeah, Ishmael just getting caught behind the line there a little bit here, but I was liking what the first turn was showing up here for the Predator. Look at that, he puts it in the right spot, but just can't quite time that thing, you know, and that's where the error has been made, and he's gone down for the count on that one. But Ishmael had the whitewater nibbling at his ankles all the way along there, so he was trying to sort of get in front of that, and that just threw that out a little bit. So the status quo, Mark, remains the same.
Yep, Hussein Arif, I'm so stoked this man is going to get through and we're going to get to see him surf again. I love his act in the water and on land. This fella here is going to get second, Kaisi Adachi. He, although he's made a few uncharacteristic mistakes, Mel, there's a lot of room for improvement on finals day. I'm sure he can step it up in the next round. He's going to go through in second position. Third is going to be the Sri Lankan.
Here we go, yeah, and exactly that. To me, this is just going through the motions. We haven't seen the best of Kaisi Adachi here this morning, Mark. Simple fact. He can go better than this, so whether or not he's pacing his run towards this final, we'll see a little bit later. But yeah, hats off there to our good mate Hassan Arif, taking that one out, and that is going to be a popular win.
Sure will, and I'm glad that happened that way, right from his very first wave. And 817 is the way to, you know, set the standard on finals day. From that point on, that wave will be referenced all day on the men's side of the draw. All right, so I'm certainly glad that happened. That's the end of heat 6. Sorry, repercharge 6. There's only one of those heats. So we'll be shortly rolling into the women's repercharge round 3. There we are. So this is Mark Cliff. This is Mel Caithness. This is finals day. That was the very first heat on finals day, gang. So we do have a little breakdown of it again. So stick around for this recap and we'll be back with the next women's repercharge round.
Having a ball, mate.
Repercharge 3 Heat 1, and right now in white surfer from China, Xinjing Zhang, on her first wave. One of the smaller waves that we have seen so far, but still first person on the water. She's pumping her way through for one finishing turn, and at the back you see surfer from Thailand having quit dip, Isabel Faye Hicks in blue, in green surfing right now, Yin Xuan Chang on probably the best wave we've seen so far in this very first heat of Repercharge 3 women. And she's going all the way down to, not the beach, but to the end of the wave. And together with me in the booth, Shannon Hugh.
Well, it's great to be back here in the booth calling action, especially because it is finals day on the women's and men's side of the draw. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have our under 18 divisions for the boys and girls to be following through with those finals. But today we get to see one of these surfers, or maybe the four coming up in the heat later on, that will be walking away with the gold, silver, bronze, or copper medals. Kanan, Isabel, Yingchuan, and Jinxing all out in the water together as we take a look now at Kanan on her backhand, looking really sharp for her opening wave. And she's going to,
Wow.
hold on as
expecting
tightly
that.
as she can for that finish. Isabel Faye Higgs now on her forehand. Nice couple wraps on the inside section to kick things off for her as well. So we're going to have a great few scores rolling through. 30 minutes on the clock for our opening, or actually for all of our heats today, which is great to see that extra few minutes added in considering that it's finals day.
Right. And we're still waiting for the scores from all surfers. Everybody had a wave so far. Isabel already 2. So as you can see, a lot of activity, a lot of swell. So we will see many waves surfed, not only in this heat, but in the whole day. We are about to, well, not really finish the event, but definitely we're going to see some high-class surfing today, since, well, the repercharge rounds are almost ending. We will have the women's final and men's final today here in Thulusdhoo, Coke Surf Sport in the Maldives at the Asian Surfing Championships 2023.
It's been a pretty special event, even more special being that we get to have 2 finals days. Normally it's just a 1 finals day, but because we've got 8 heats on both the men's, 8 heats in the open divisions and 8 heats in the junior division still to run through. We're going to just run through the heats on the open division today, and we're going to head into our juniors tomorrow. So we get to have 2 celebrations. Of course, the closing ceremonies will be tomorrow afternoon regardless.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, we are blessed with a problem, and that is when should these surfers go out and surf? Because we are having so many good swell back after back. The biggest swells actually that we saw during these championships were the first days. Even the opening ceremony, it was just pumping. And as much as everybody loved the opening ceremony, nevertheless, many of us were just waiting to be able to go to the water and surf some of those giants. Nevertheless, as you can see, the conditions are still perfect. Nice waves out there. There are barreling opportunities today. So, wow, what an event, hey.
What an incredible event. And taking a look at the women that are currently in the water, we've got a lot of Groms. 3 14-year-olds amongst Kanan, Isabel, and Yingchuan, and a 15-year-old in Jinxing. So lots of youthful age within that category. We'll see some of them competing tomorrow as well. So they've got a full day of surfing ahead of them today and a full day of surfing ahead of them possibly tomorrow if they're making it through on both sides of the draw. As we take a look at some of the live action out in the water, we do have scores that have come through from the opening exchanges. Isabel currently sitting in the lead, a 167 for her throwaway opening score. A 533 was her second score, and we've got another one to drop. Kanan opened with a 6.67, so that sets her up with the highest single score of the day so far. As we take a look at this one from Jinxing.
Chinese surfer in white, going for one of the smaller waves, but on her backside, trying to make the best out of it. Is on a little bit of a slower section there, but is able to generate speed for the finishing maneuver. And at the back, at the first wave of Isabel, easy from Thailand, but just a small dip. Whereas surfer in green from China, going for one of the bigger waves so far in here, is able to keep the speed for all her maneuvers. Nice top turn there, long roundhouse cutback for that kind of fast wave, and still able to do 2 more maneuvers before she kicks out.
So scores to roll through. The opener for our surfer in green was a 4.67. And the opener for our surfer in white was a 3.33. Third wave of Isabel in the blue jersey rolled through as just a 1-point ride. As we take a look at some replays here for our surfer in green with a couple strong turns on her backhand.
Right, and look at this wave. This is one of the faster, more hollow waves, as you can see. Wow. The lip just hit her, but these are the waves where eventually on the inside you are able to score some of those nice barrels that we have already seen during this event.
So 23 minutes still remaining on the clock. Plenty of time for each of these competitors to be able to find themselves some good waves. We'll see if anyone gets into this set as we have our surfer in blue sitting with first priority, Isabel Faheg. She doesn't look like she's going to have a go at it. So as we wait for the next one to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm here with Hussein Arif, who won the last heat. He is the team man. You're like the top of your team, and you just opened up with an 8.17. Can you tell me about that?
My heat plan was just to wait for the good ones to come through and start strong. So I'm happy it worked out that way. So I'm really happy with that 8 point. Yeah, and then just I was able to relax a little bit on that heat. Yeah, the waves are fun. You know, I'm happy to go through.
Awesome. Well, as the team captain, how have you been leading by example through competition?
Just trying to do my best and show some of this younger generation, you know, something that I can do, you know, and also it's fun, and I'm really proud of all the boys in the team, and especially juniors and even seniors. You know, they did really well. I'm really proud, and they made our nation proud as well. So.
Well, that is beautiful. They definitely have, and you are leading by example to the younger generation. It's amazing to watch. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Ibu. Another solid performance. He's looking good moving through for the rest of the event. If he can continue advancing through these repercharge rounds, he could find himself back into the grand final, which is an awesome part of the conversation around an event like this, similar to the ISA World Surfing Games or the Junior Championships, where the repercharge rounds allow every surfer to have 2 chances. They lose that once, there's always the chance to be able to fight back into that main final.
Right, and that is the second to last repercharge round for the women's today.
As we take a look now at live action with Isabel, just gets caught on that opening turn and she'll go down. So hasn't been able to build on that 5.33 with her last 2 attempts. As we take a look now at our surfer in red, Kanan, she took the lead with the last wave of a 4.33. One big backhand re-entry to get another score on the board for her. At the moment, we do have backup scores in for both of our Chinese competitors. Our surfer in green with a 3.73 now sitting in second, and our surfer in white with a 3.83 for her last wave has bumped her up into that 3rd place position and pushes our Thailand competitor down into 4th, where she was leading just a few minutes ago.
Right, and you can see the difference in strategy of Izzy in blue from Thailand. She's really going for quantity. She's going for many waves, and as we have seen already, some were just too deep, whereas if you look at Kanan from Team Japan, she's having more of a patient approach and really waiting for the right wave to be able to get one of the higher scores. And what I like to see today compared to yesterday is the change in level. So yesterday the wave selection more or less was that many of the surfers went for the slower waves, the more peaky waves, to be able, you know, to deal with this demanding wave, whereas now towards the end you can see they're really going for the fast ones.
Trying to get as much speed and power as they can out of those waves. Izzy now a couple snaps on her forehand on the inside section. She'll kick out as we take a look now at Kanan for Team Japan. Nice opening turn, goes in for a second, throws a bit of spray, sort of horizontal on those first couple of turns as we see the ski just go wide over that set, showing how much you know, that swell's picked up a little bit more than what we were seeing yesterday, that ski having to work out the positioning in the lineup, as well as some of those waves are breaking wider, and we're still closer to that low tide at the moment.
Right, the swell peaked yesterday afternoon, but still pretty much the same size as yesterday. And with these 2 last waves, you could see it once again. Isabel not really keen to try to go for first priority, but instead goes for, well, the first opportunities that she has. She really wants to go for quantity in the hope of one of those many waves that she's surfing will provide the scores that she needs, whereas Kanan out there using her priority, waiting for the bigger sets, and yeah, well, so far Kanan with her strategy is more successful. First position for her, 11 points, almost 20 minutes left in this 30 minutes round heat, so Izzy does have the chance to change her strategies if she wants to, or go for more waves. Having said that, there is a limit of waves that these surfers are allowed to surf, so Isabel should be aware of this.
That's right. Down at the beach, Marshall, they have written 12 wave maximum, and that's something that all the surfers would know before paddling out. As we take a look at our surfer in white, Jin Ding, with that first couple turns, looking to build on the score line. She's got a couple threes on the board so far, and is chasing down a 4.58 to get herself into that advancing position. Top two out of this repercharge heat specifically will be advancing through into women's repercharge round 4 as we take another look at this one.
Clean technique from Kanan, using her hands to have extra leverage in the change of direction, and you can see 4 clean top turns for her. Doesn't change, well, just what I said it. Oh, that was the incredible one where she made it. That was incredible. Don't know how she did that, but a nice finish from her. This is one of the better waves from Izzy from Thailand, going horizontal but still creating some spray there. Roundhouse cutback back to the foam, and decides to kick out. And surfer in green from China, also on one of the faster waves on her backside, loses it a little bit there on the top of the wave, but still manages to, well, almost do another maneuver, but then the lip just hit her and she had to go out of this wave. Also, Chinese surfer in white, the first wave for her, going deep on her knees, compressing.
And Kanan was able to find this one. So like you said, she's been really patient with her wave selection through this heat and selective. Surfer in blue, Isabel. So taking a look through the waves that we've seen so far, there's been a lot of waves caught within this heat. Isabel has managed to jump herself up into 3rd place with a 2.67 for her last wave.
Right. And you can see many waves surfed in this heat already, though we have more than half of the time remaining. This is Kanan again from Japan, with this typical Japanese surfing where they're really trying to not lose any speed whatsoever, so very calculated amount of power they put into their top turns.
And our surfer in the white jersey with scores to drop, she puts in a 3.2 for that last wave, has her down into 4th place position now, as our surfer in blue for Thailand has jumped into that 3rd place position. China's Xingjuan in the green is currently sitting in 2nd, gets clipped by that one. It was looking like she was just going so fast down the line. I thought she was going to have it until the lip of that wave just took her out by the heels.
Yeah, that was one of those fast waves. If you don't make your takeoff on point, it's almost too fast already, as surfer in green just proved that. And now finally Izzy, surfer in blue, does have first priority, so I'm really curious to see what she's going to do with that. Is she's continuing what we have seen so far, and that is go with the first waves that she sees, or instead is she going to use her priority now, wait a little bit, because she still have plenty of time, and is charging one of the bigger waves from one of the set waves, because this is obviously what will give her the higher score. Right now she only needs a 3.07 to be able to get the first position. Nevertheless, there's still plenty of time, so if she wants to please the judges, she should just wait and be patient here.
Yeah, that wave selection's been really, I mean, they've made their clear statements. The big score is going to Kanan for the 6.67 on her opening wave. Second highest was to Izzy for the 5.33. Both good wave selection, both able to get good, clean maneuvers together on that open face, rather than some of those smaller waves that have been a lot more frothy and smaller in size as well as critical nature. So the judges really loving the look of some of those better sets, but also the shape of the wave is really important today. So we're down to 14 minutes on the clock. Japan's Kanan currently sitting in the lead. She was born and raised in Japan, but currently lives on the Gold Coast of Australia. She's previously taken out a win at the Aki Grom Comp, which is a really great, fun contest, but it also features, you know, the top Groms from around Australia, the ones that we're going to become, you know, very familiar with their names in the next, 5 to 10 years. They're going to be those surfers on the championship tour. And so impressive result for Kanan to have taken out a win there on the Gold Coast in the past. and loves getting in the water with her twin sister when she can back at home. So she's been putting together a really impressive performance for Team Japan, as well as two of her teammates in Sumomo Sato and Mirai Ikeda, who both have yet to lose out in their heats. They're going to be coming up in our women's main event, round number 3, in a couple of heats. As we take a look now at Izzy Faye Higgs, representing Thailand. Nice snap on that second turn. Sets herself up for a third turn on the inside, pushing that tail around a little farther with every turn she takes.
Right, and also Izzy is surfing in Australia, training in Australia, not Gold Coast, but further south in New South Wales, so she knows how to deal with more powerful waves. As you can see, Surfer and White surfing a wave right now.
Jinxing now up and riding. Great opening turn, wraps it around for the second. Now looking for something a little bit more critical as she connects with the pocket. Now wraps it around nice and wide on that fourth turn and comes out of that final maneuver. Great effort from her, and she's looking to increase on the 3, so she's been kind of stuck within that conversation. The 15-year-old who currently lives in Shanwei. The Chinese team spends most of their year surfing and training in Hainan. Hainan Island is just off the southeast coast of China, but they do spend a lot of their time in the off-season there, traveling and training around the world. As we take a look at our other Chinese competitor in the water, Yin Zhuan, 14 years old, also living in Shanwei, and getting some work done here. Board looking a little bit longer, would give her that extra paddle power, and just comes undone at the finish for that last wave. But it's been really awesome to see the strength of the Chinese team here. We're just mentioning the fact that there's 2 other Japanese surfers that are still in the main round. There's also one of the Chinese women that's still in the main round in Xixi Yang, who has been putting together probably the standout performances of this entire event.
Absolutely.
Dropping excellent scores in nearly every heat that she has surfed in, whether it be the under 18 girls or the open women's. So the strength of these 2 nations has had them leading the team rankings throughout this entire event.
Right. And this is the wave that Izzy took with first priority. I think she got a little bit impatient here. It is one of the better waves that she took, but still with first priority she could have gone for one of the more critical waves. But I understand her being well, so close to the finals, third position, so she might thought that she really needs to go fast and get some more waves here. And this is the last wave from Surfer in White from China. One of the cleaner waves, definitely, but you can see that her bottom turn, she needs to go a little bit more on her heels on the backside to be maybe even be able to touch the water with her leading hand. That will allow her to just go more vertical on this wave and score higher points. Her teammate from China, sort of the same thing, but might also be due to the longer board that it takes her a little bit longer, and it's more difficult for her to find that angle to really go up with the board. And this is what she tried in her last maneuver, but couldn't stand it because the wave just closed to underneath her.
I do like her approach on that longer board, though. It seems to just be smoothing out her style, though it takes a little bit longer to wrap some of those turns around, which can be difficult when we're looking at that high performance surfing. Recognizing that surfers that are riding boards that have a little less volume, a little less length to them, can often just get them into those more critical sections a little bit easier, something that's, you know, a little bit more dynamic. But I really have enjoyed watching Ying Zhuan's surfing throughout this heat. Her last score, a 3.9, and the last of Jinxing, now in fourth, was a 4.37. Now those two were looking positive with those last scores dropping through, being in their top 2, except for the fact that Izzy Higgs has dropped in a 5.9 for her last wave, which comes through as her top 2 waves and bumps her up into that second place advancing position, just behind Kanan Takahashi for Team Japan, who is currently still sitting in the lead. And we've got the men for our main round 5 jumping off the rocks and getting ready to paddle out for their next heat. Now this next 2 heats that are coming up, it's going to be our men's main event and our women's main event for the main rounds 5 and 3 on the men's and women's side. Those surfers, that will not be an elimination heat because none of them have fallen out in the bottom 2 yet. That's still the main side of the draw. And so our bottom 2 surfers out of the next 2 heats coming up will go straight into a repercharge heat, or the repercharge final, so to speak, and they'll be competing against whoever takes out the advancing 2 positions of the heat just before in this one currently.
Exactly, and same thing is happening with the women. We are seeing the repercharge 3 right now, heat 1, and whoever wins here will proceed to the last repercharge round, surfing against the ones that go 3rd and 4th in the main rounds of the women, and the winners of that repercharge round will surf against the winners of the main round of the women. And seeing that Isabel on her 6th wave, the last wave, scoring a 5.9, which is her best wave so far, I have to admit she proved me wrong. Thank you, Izzy. It seems like almost she heard me outside in the water, which obviously is not the case. They only hear the beach announcer. But it was her best wave, and that put her into 2nd position with an 11.23 total point, just 0.14 points less than the currently number 1 seeded Kanon Takashi from Japan.
Yeah, great surfing from Izzy to get herself back into that advancing position. Wave selection, again, being really important with that. Now, taking a look at our team rankings. On the men's side of the draw, it's currently Team Japan that is leading the charge, nearly 1,000 points ahead of the team in 2nd place, which is Sri Lanka. Maldives and India are falling through in those 3rd and 4th place positions to be looking at podium finishes. On the women's side, it's Japan, off the strength of surfing like this from Kanon Takahashi, with 2 really powerful turns, fast wave, nice in the pocket, critical and dynamic as she comes through for this inside section, and she'll kick out happy with that performance, looking to improve on a 4.70, so we take another look here.
Yeah, again, one of the better waves, great wave selection, goes not completely up, but it's good enough. She doesn't need a huge score. Already by blocking the wave, she actually helps to cement her 1st position right now, is still able to do a couple of maneuvers in here. Also, in the slower part of the wave, she goes for it, and then she decides to kick off. So that's the thing. Once you have the 1st position with good scores, you don't necessarily always need to improve on each wave. But what you also can do, and this is something that Kanon did, I don't know if she wanted to, but at the end she did it, it's taking the good waves away from your competitors. And with less than 6 minutes to go, that could be actually a successful strategy here.
Down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, a score to come through for last of Kanon Takahashi of Japan. And as I was saying before, it's currently Japan that's leading the rankings on the men's side, but on the women's side, there's a tie for 1st between Japan and China. Now, should Japan advance through and we lose our 2 surfers from China in this heat, that's going to greatly affect our ongoing results on the team rankings, and will likely set Japan up with that opportunity to be able to take away maybe the win on the women's side as well as the men's side. But we do still have our juniors event tomorrow to run through before we'll know those official results, because we are counting through the rankings of both the men's and women's and the boys as well on either side. So some exciting things to come, but at the moment it's been the strength of the Chinese surfers and the Japanese surfers in the women's field that have kept them in that tied for gold position with 4,450 points, and it is Thailand and Singapore coming through in that 3rd and 4th place position. So for Isabel Faye Higgs, holding herself in an advancing position here is really important to keep the Thailand team with an opportunity to walk away with a medal this week as well.
And interestingly, Izzy is the only surfer for Thailand in the female division, so Japan and China having a full team, but Team Thailand is pretty much all about Izzy when it comes to female surfing. So it's incredible that she's able to keep her country within the discussion for some medals or for good positions just by her own strength, her own abilities of surfing here.
Same with Team Singapore, who's currently sitting in that copper medal 4th place position off the strength of Camille, who has already fallen out of the event on the women's side of the draw, unfortunately, but put together some great surfing throughout this week. So we'll see how that fills through as we come through the end of finals day 1, and we'll have finals day 2 essentially tomorrow. Now we're down to 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. It's Kanan Takahashi currently sitting in the lead, Isabel Faye Higgs in second. Two surfers representing their home nations, but both living in Australia. For Kanan, it's on the Gold Coast, and for Isabel, it is down in Sydney. And Isabel is just 14 years old and decided to represent Thailand because that's where her grandmother is from. She does spend a lot of her life traveling back and forth between Australia and Thailand, but wanted to really make her grandma proud by representing their home nation of Thailand, and she certainly is doing that this week with her performance.
So that means it's not only Japan versus Thailand right now for first and second position, but Queensland versus New South Wales. So for all you Aussies out there, this Asian Championship is also a small Australian Championship, as it seems.
It really is. The battle now, our surfer in blue up and riding. Nice opening wrap to start. Sets her line now for the second, a little more extended out of that next turn. Critical breaks through the lip line on the third, and she's going to hold on to that finish. Just doing everything she can now to tag the section one more time, and she'll end up with 4 maneuvers out of that last wave.
Yeah, patient approach this time for her. A pump in the beginning of this wave to be able to go for the scarf, and then goes for a small roundhouse cutback there on her second maneuver, gets her board out on the third, and then tries to hold on to this wave to be able to do one more final maneuver. Obviously that last maneuver won't matter too much, but still, you know, the judges see 4 completed maneuvers, so that could be one of the ways that count for a final score. And even if not, as we already said, only 2 minutes left, so if you are able to get this one of the better waves away from your competitors, that's already an achievement.
Well, scores in, it's a 6-1-7 for Izzy, which means requirements now for Yin Zhuan, who's currently up and riding, flying down the line with so much speed, is up into the 7s. She falls on the finishing turn, unfortunately, and the requirement now is 7.40 for third, our green surfer, to move into second, and a 7.7 for white, our fourth place surfer, to move into that advancing position.
You can see both Chinese surfers surfing on their backside do struggle a little bit to decompress again once they go out of the bottom turn, and that is partially because they are, don't have that pivot so much. So especially Yin Xuan in green, she would need to put more pressure on her heels to be able to really try to go more vertically, or like 10 o'clock would already do it, to be able to get the score that she needs, which is already 7.4. So she, well, with the remaining 1 minute, will have a hard time to really get one of those 2 positions that help her to advance to the next round.
Down to 20 seconds on the clock, and it's a 3.63 for last of green, so it's not going to factor into her top 2 waves. And it's looking favorable, though I can see there's a little set rolling through. We'll see if anyone's able to get into this last wave. There's Izzy paddling her way in, so she decided not to deal with the rip in the paddle to get herself back into position. And it sounds like the buzzer has gone. Now on screen, I do believe that this will be a counting wave because we still have a few seconds remaining. As we take a look at Jinxing Zhang, she is chasing a 7.70 in order to get that advancing position. And her high scores at the moment, a 4.37 and a 3.83. So we'll have to leave that one in the hands of the judges and give you that situation update when we return. But I would say it's looking very favorable for Japan's Kanan Takahashi and for Thailand's Isabel Faye Higgs to be advancing through into the next round.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that something that always happens in the Olympics, and that is Japanese competing against the Chinese for all the medals, is actually also happening now in female surfing in Asia. And you wouldn't have expected that, because everybody knows about Japanese surfing. For decades you have Japan as one of the strongest teams, strongest nations out there, not only in Asia but in the whole world. But China, to be able to pull this one out within the last couple of years since surfing has become Olympic, it really shows how determined and how focused Chinese are when it comes to sports in general.
Oh, it's been incredible. And we still have Zixi Yang, who's in the draw. She's in the women's main event. She's an absolute favorite to take away a win here.
Absolutely.
But has to take out a few great surfers on her way there. We're going to go to a quick recap, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Time call just over 27 minutes. Waiting on the first of red. Here we have green first wave. Neutral weapon outer. Open Team Japan. Opening wave. Third party goes to red, waiting on the opening wave for red and for green. Time call 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Time call, 26 minutes remaining. Third party goes to red, fourth party goes to green. We'll have the opening score for red and the opening score for green in just a moment. White up and riding. Team Japan to the Kisaka opening ride. Now first party goes to blue. Second party goes to red. Third party goes to green.
All right, here we are, folks. This is men's round 5, heat 1, the only heat of this round. These are the 4 men that are qualified through every division, every heat they've surfed. There's 4 of them. For me, Mel, this is just such an outstanding heat. I can just about see these guys being all our grand finalists.
How was And yeah, the cream rises to the top here. We've got 4 awesome surfers. As you say, 2 are going to make their way through. 2 are going to wonder what might have been. I am so excited.
Yep, so 2 of them straight into the grand final. 2 of them will surf against Hussein Arif and Takai. That made it out of that last heat. But we also have a guest. Let's just have a look at this replay, Mel. So this heat is off and racing. So this is Taro Takai.
Yeah, he's been a standout at the event thus far, and he's got himself like a nice wave here to probably open his account with here. He's not going to light this one up too much with stellar atmosphere, but way down the line, the Japanese have got that, or he's got that finishing thing on lock today. A couple of days ago, he was missing on that, and we see our surfer in green now also looking at trying to get his feet on the wax, just a little bit of a roof line, float to the flats there, gets the finishing turn in on here, so the boys are off to a buster mark.
Iko Watanabe here in the white, Ricky Sato, so the Japanese, a 3-wave duke out here to kick off things. Repercharge, main heat 5. Really strong. The Japanese team are doing wonders here at this event, but we'd also like to welcome into the booth our good friend out of Western Australia, Felicity Parmentier. Welcome to the Maldives.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be in the booth and calling a heat with you guys.
Unreal. So there's a lot going on in this heat. There's waves flying around thick and fast. This is Danny Widianto, so he's the only surfer that's been able to infiltrate the mighty powerful Japanese team. He's out of halfway beach in Kuta. He's 19 years of age. He's a dead set jet, throwing his Flanagan board around at will. So an awesome heat flick. You've rolled up and you've stepped right into the cream of it. These 4 guys are absolutely going nuts. But again, your impressions of the Maldives?
I absolutely love it here. I feel very privileged to even be in the booth calling this heat with you both. I love it here. I came here about 12 years ago for the first time and absolutely loved it and just fell in love with how idyllic it is and how beautiful it is. And yeah, I every time I come here, it's like I think to myself, wow, this is a once in a lifetime trip and I don't know when I'm ever going to come back. And I'm just pinching myself that I'm back here now, even in this booth, and getting to call these heats with you guys. It's going to be pretty fun. And as you can see, there's so many waves coming through. There's non-stop action and the guys are surfing really well.
There might be some people watching you online right now that you know. Would you like to say good day to anybody?
I guess just hello to anyone that's watching. Thanks for supporting this event too. I mean, it's amazing to see so many different countries from all over the world. So Asia and up and riding red.
Taro Takai, 14 years of age. Can you believe? Look how good these guys get, Felicity, at such a young age. And you probably haven't seen a whole lot of this event at this point, but we've been watching these guys every day. Team Japan brought only juniors to this event. They've got four male surfers here that are killing it in both divisions. 3 of them are in this qualifying semi-final, effectively. Mel, did you like this wave from Taro?
Yeah, I did, but Mark, the big mover and shaker is the surfer in red. His first wave came in at 8 points neat, my friend. Taro Takai, he's got a 7.33. Iko Watanabe, he's also got a 5-point ride to start his campaign off. And Ricky Sato there with a 3.5. But that first wave, 8 points, was just such a good wave. And that second one there's not going to get in the same stellar heights as that score. But boy, oh boy, the Japanese boys are now off to a banger.
Hang on, it's looking like Danny Widianto's opened with a
Well,
banger
I like
as well.
that too, correct.
What is it?
Let's
It's
have
an
a look
8,
at the
isn't
score. Yeah, the score's only just popped in, buddy, so I apologise there. 8 points for Danny. And personally, for me, I really like Danny's wave a little bit better. So there's a 8 points neat for both of those guys. Fair enough, fair call, play on.
Okay, so both excellent surfing, a really good way to stamp yourself a claim for a spot in the grand final. That's what's up for grabs here. So let's stick with white, Ricky Sato. 18 years old, of course, another Japanese surfer here. Really strong first move. He rates snapper as his favourite wave. He's out here just loving the Coke's bowl, just winding through a series of manoeuvres here. Pretty strong ride again from Ricky, and a big time performer, and he's going to have to be to get out of this heat into the grand final, Mel.
Yeah, what do you reckon on this one, Felicity? Over to you.
Yeah, I liked it. I feel very coming into this with fresh eyes. Nice, beautiful carve off the top there for the first turn. Kind of got caught up a little bit on that second foam climb, but keeps working it down the line, and I guess just trying to make this wave count because he probably has heard the scores from both red and blue, knowing that he needs to do some damage if he's thinking about getting up in a qualifying position in this heat.
Yep, good call. So, Felicity, it's been a big event. There's 18 countries here, only 87 surfers, and it's given us a lot of time off. We've surfed every day as well. So thanks to the organisers for putting together a 10-day format for this event. It's probably the most spoiled I've ever been on a surf contest, to be honest, to be able to surf every day and stay where we are and, you know, manage our workload. To just come up with some pretty minor work days, Mel, it's been an absolute blessing.
Yeah, no, you've been putting the hard yards in this week, Mark. I have noticed that, and the sweat beads have been pouring off him, Floss.
Oh, I can imagine. When I knew that you were both up here, I knew that you would both be making the most of it, and especially you, Mark. I just knew that you would be sniffing around making the most of it.
We'll get to what we've been up to in a minute, but we'll just stay with the live action here of green. This is Iko Watanabe. Yesterday, going nuts. He really loves to blow the tail. Didn't pay off that time. But we are going to hear from Kayla Moore, who's down there on the boardwalk with the winner of the last heat. So over to you, Kayla.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kanon Takahashi, who won the last heat, and she put together a really strong set of waves. Can you tell me about your mindset in the water?
I feel a little bit tired out there, but I could just have fun with my new board and with my favorite waves.
Awesome. What board are you riding for this event, and how does it feel under your feet?
I like JS board. I have confidence with this board. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to watching you as you progress through in competition. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much, Kayla. Okay, watching an epic wave go down here from Taro Takai. 14 years of age. He's going nuts. He's already in the lead. Just throwing that board away around it to Will and doing whatever he likes. He has not put a foot wrong on this wave, Mel. Geez, that was so good. Danny Widianto now. Look at this wave as well. So back-to-back rides here. This is when the judges have got their work cut out for them. Didn't catch the start of this wave, Mel, so I'll get you to have a look at the replays when they come through. But the boys are on an absolute tear here.
Oh, Taro Takai, for the benefit of the replay viewers, tune into this one. This first turn is Rockstar. Check this out. Bang! Just hits that hard, loses no speed power. He's back down there into the source. A little bit of downtime on the bottom there, wanting to be able to get out on the open face. That turn there reflected the little bit of downtime. Now starts getting into his rhythm a little bit more. And this wave here sort of working its way into the channel. Does well with the end of this one, but I'm super keen to see where the judges go with this, Mark. That first turn was money.
Yeah, I'm keen to see Blue's last ride as well, because we missed sort of the back, the start of that. All right, so back to Felicity Parmatia, who's just come into the booth to, bless us with her presence, and let's talk surf, because that's what, you do best. Chickens this morning, I believe you've just been over there.
Yeah, that's right. Went and surfed Chickens this morning. The last time I surfed there was 10 years ago, and we had it pumping, so I was very keen to see if my memory was serving me well, if it really is that good of a wave, and it is. I actually paddled the first wave of the morning. I took off and I got a barrel, so I haven't been barreled in a while.
Tube first wave. Mel, here it is.
Yeah, here we go, Mark. Here's your man, Daddy Widianto. I really like that first turn too, and where Danny goes here with this is way better than Sato's wave. So the second layback, and then look at this. That was a really critical manoeuvre. He's just got some style, he's got some flow, and Mark, he's just packing a lot of GRRR on this wave here at this point. Getting his way out there into the channel. So this is going to really, the scores have just come in. It's a 6-3-3 for, that was the last for Ricky Sato. And where are we? We're still waiting on Danny's wave.
There it is in the lead.
No, it hasn't come in on the screen yet, mate. He's just second last came in at a 3-7-7. So that got him into the lead.
9-3-3 or something for this.
Oh, there it is. Sorry, a 9-3-3 there for Danny. Right on point. Look at that layback, mate.
Danny's been one of the big performers all event, mate. When you think of some of the tubes this guy's had in his earlier rounds, the turns he's doing, I've got to say that Flanagan board is just glued to his feet. He's absolutely been going nuts. Right from day one, you could see this guy penciling his name into the grand final. This is the heat that gets him into the grand final if he gets through, packing a 9-3-3 and an 8 mil. He's going to be hard to stop today.
Well, he hasn't had a weak heat. when you think back over the whole event, Danny just keeps coming out and he just keeps teeing off. And that's what the judges are liking about him. And then he's teeing off in style. He's got a lot of style. And as you say, that blade under his feet, it just seems to sort of be part of him. Over to you on this one, buddy.
Taro Takai. Why don't you take us through this, Floss?
Yeah, and another beautiful set wave. He's just surfing so critical. And one thing I really like about his style is that he stands on the board with his feet actually quite close together, which allows him to just pivot so tight off the bottom and the top and bring it through to the inside here. So he's already sitting out there with a 7.33 and he's got a 5.6 as his backup. So we'll have to see.
Mel, what did you like about this?
Oh, I like everything about this. I think the 5.6 is Gonski mark, as a matter of fact, and Felicity's spot on with that. His base of support here on the board with that back knee cocked on his back leg really does get him to get that board off axis and then engage the rail all the way through. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I can see a big score coming here from Taro. So both blue and red starting to really pull away in this heat. Ricky and Iko Watanabe, we know they're great surfers. They haven't had the similar opportunities. I think it's just blue and red picking the better waves because they're all similar surfers. All natural footers, all going nuts. This is a big heat. Now, what we've got to remember out of this is no one gets eliminated. Third and fourth, we will see them again in only about an hour's time, and they'll be batting up again in a repercharge heat against Hussein Arif and Kasai Aduchi. Aduchi, who surfed earlier this morning.
So we touched on that a little bit earlier, didn't we? The format here has been brilliant this week. 9 days of swell, 9 days of waves. It just means that everybody is going to take a super cool feel-good way of exiting the event one way or the other, either making the next heat or even when you bomb out, you can't say, well, I didn't have the opportunity, because opportunity has been afforded all week for 9 days.
And question to you, Felicity. You've had a big year. You've seemed to have been everywhere. But here you are. Tell us, how does this place rate up against some of the epic spots you've already been to this year?
Yeah, I've done a lot of travelling this year. I've been super
and
lucky.
got married on top of all that.
Yeah, it's been a big year.
Oh, by the way, congrats.
Yeah, married, moving into a new house, lots of travel, doing a lot of events for the World Surf League, which has been awesome, and yeah, lots of time spent on planes. But for me, the Maldives is just so idyllic. The water is like nowhere else in the world. It's crystal clear, and just the marine life you see here. This morning at Chickens, I saw this massive pod of dolphins. The waves are so beautiful. There's so many options here too. You know, if the wind's blowing one way, you can just go to the other side of another island. Not only do we have cokes here, but there's lots of different waves, so there's just so much variety. I'm a big fan, and every time I come here I just pinch myself. Like I said before, I just feel so lucky.
Yeah, we are. And to get the call up, Mel, to work on the Asian Surfing Championships, it's only the second time this event has run, Felicity. 4 years ago they did it in China. Here for the second version of the Asian Surfing Championships. They go to Japan in 2 years' time, and imagine this Japanese team on home soil. Boy, oh boy, they are a real power outfit.
Yeah, everyone in this heat is looking so strong, but yeah, especially the Japanese surfers. There's 3 in this heat, up and riding now though. Red.
Taro Takai. All right, burned his way into second place. His last number must have been pretty good. He's got about 14 and a quarter points, just about. So wave number 5, I think, for red now. Goes a little bit pear-shaped there. Won't factor into the top 2, but a pretty commanding position on second, Mel. What does third and fourth need to get up into that?
All right, so let's have a look at that, mate. And yeah, it's an interesting equation at this point. Red and blue, or blue and red in that order, pretty well much running away with it at this point. Third place is Ricky Sato, and he needs a 7.83 or better to go through to second and go into that more major qualifying spot. Fourth place, Iko Watanabe. He's needing a big score mark, a 9.16 or better will get him into that grand final without having to go through the preliminary final as it was.
Yep. So, Felicity, we've been on about how strong the Japanese are. I've been to a bunch of QS events in recent years. The Japanese team are that good, and there's that many of them. At every event I seem to be saying this. I'm going to get your take. It won't be long till we get a Japanese surfer on tour full-time out of this current bunch.
Yeah, I have no doubt as well. I mean, I've just seen the talent in this heat right now, and I think, did you mention that one of them was that they're all juniors, you know? It's not going to be long. I mean, right now, here we go. Ricky Sato up and riding.
He's 18 years of age, this fella, and he's their oldest team member. Believe it or not. They brought 4 juniors, put them in the Opens, put them in the juniors. They're killing it across all divisions. So, and I've been saying this, out of Team Japan, what they've been putting together, Mel, I can see one of their female surfers being on tour probably before one of their male surfers, because they have that many strong female surfers. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at this wave for Ricky. A little bit sleepy, that first turn, but it's a set-up turn into the bottom. Manages to swing blade that board right through the arc on that second turn and the closeout Rio. So he's in third place. He's chasing a 7.83. I can't see that score getting there, but he may improve here on this one. It's highly doubtful. But I guess just getting back to one point there, Felicity, can you do me a favour? Remember this name, C.G. Yang. Not going to say anything else. Going forward, you are going to be stoking on what you're going to see here today.
Awesome. Tell me more about C.G. Yang.
Why don't you even stick around? She's surfing in the next heat.
All right.
Awesome.
All right, maybe you can, if you want to do another heat in the booth, I'm sure Shannon and Afri would love to have you. It's up to you. But this young lady, she's up next, 14 years of age, only been surfing 4 years, Felicity. Unbelievable. Could be the best 14-year-old surfing I've ever seen out of a female.
I'm with him.
Every heat, she's putting together 9+ scores. A 9.83 the other day. If you haven't seen her, do yourself a favour, stick around. This heat has about 8 minutes remaining, and then we roll into that heat we're just talking about, which we'll get Shannon and Afri to elaborate on a bit further when that does start. So we're looking ahead, and we're just letting everybody know what's coming up next. But for sure, Felicity, I can see a junior Carissa Moore in the making right there, seriously.
I guess that has to be a testament too, though, to how good the junior programs must be coming out of Japan if their young crop is so good.
This one's out of China.
Well, out of China also.
Chinese, yeah.
But even speaking to what we were talking about before in this heat, with the oldest junior surfer only being 18 from Japan, it's just a testament to that, and you can see how well they're surfing. So
and
it's really exciting.
They're leaving the older ones to battle the QS and do that stuff and blooding some new talent. Here we go, white threading an unmakeable tube. That thing just races off. Now, a quick little one on CG as well. So this wave is a nothing, so we'll just let the replay slide. But CG Young, the way they found her, we had a chat with Jenko, the Chinese manager, the other day. We said, how long have you been involved with CG? Well, she was a sailor, and being part of a water sport, we took her out of sailing and turned her into a surfer. She wasn't even a surfer when they found her 4 years ago. She was a sailor.
Well, I guess she's already got a lot of ocean knowledge, reading the ocean, and
wait till you see it.
Obviously dedicated too,
Someone's lost a board.
Yeah.
So I'll just interject there. The second last wave for Ricky Sato was in fact his best wave mark. He got a 6.8 for that, but the requirement still remains the same. He's chasing a 7.36 to go to second, and in fourth place, Iko is still needing a 9.16, mate.
So someone's lost a surfboard here. Probably the last person that rode, I think it was White, pulled into that tube and got smashed. Board's floating into the lagoon. We can see it on the picture right now. So this reef, Felicity, has a lot of urchins. It's gnarly.
So yesterday afternoon, I went for a snorkel out behind the island that I'm staying on, and I don't think I've ever seen an urchin that big in my life.
Yeah,
I was blown away. I had the GoPro and I was documenting this, and I was like, oh, I hope I don't stand on one of these when I surf this wave tomorrow. Teeming with wildlife in all forms.
Yep, biggest urchins I've seen, Mel.
This is going to be interesting, that board floating in the lagoon. There's actually still time on his side as such to get a score here, but has he got the right preparation? He needed to have a caddy with a spare board over at that buoy there, and I guess I can't see him swimming here. He must be heading towards the buoy. So ladies and gentlemen, hopefully Team Japan have done their right prep work with this.
Well, it might be AJ.
Yes,
AJ is the team caddy for Japan. He's the busiest man in the world because the Japanese surfers are just in every heat. So AJ will be out there. He'll have one, mate, for sure. So I reckon Ricky is heading to the buoy right now. Someone else can pick up the debris, pick up the spare board. This
That's
heat,
the
Mel,
point.
how long have we got left?
We've actually got sub 5 minutes, or no, just over 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 18 seconds, mate. But yeah, that raises a good point. The caddy is not allowed to paddle into the lineup. The surfer must go to the caddy at the buoy, exchange boards, and then turn around and head back out. Time is going to be critical here with this. He's in third place. He needs that just over good score. And there's a forlorn floating board in the lagoon there at the moment.
And no one's going to go get it, given the fact the status of the urchins out there. It's like, let's just let that thing drift it a little further.
We'll get it soon.
I think it's coming up to high tide, so.
Yep.
And then when you look at it, Mark, his leg rope ankle strap has come undone.
Yeah, okay, so that's what went wrong.
Yeah,
that tube, you know, must have packed a bit of a punch.
Yeah, no.
All right, so what a great heat. Danny Widianto has not dropped a heat. He's got another heat win here, the 9.33. He's gone into the 9-point range a couple of times as well this event, Mel. So Team Japan, Ari up there, and they only brought 2 surfers. Dia Natasha is also doing pretty well in qualifying rounds. We're going to see her in a little while. In fact, I think in the very next heat. Yep, we are. We're going to see Dia in the very next heat. So here we are in the back end of a big time heat here. It's the men's round 5, the main round. Felicity, what other good things have been going on for you since you've been here in the Maldives?
I've just had a bit of time to unwind. Here we go. Oh, live action. Someone just pulled into the tube. It looked like green.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Iko was in 4th.
What?
He was in 4th. Is he going to rattle the cage? Have a look at this wave he's put together. My God. Could we see the event's first 10 now?
No way.
He needs a 9.16.
I reckon
he's got it.
He was so deep in that tube. We actually just about rode him off and having a full conversation before he came out. White's up and down again. He does have a caddy. All right, so he's got the board. He's back in the lineup. But that is going to rattle the cage.
There's White's. I can't wait to see Ricky's.
Surfer in green, Iko Watanabe. Here it is. Here it is, folks. Check this out.
Wow, so much travel time.
Oh, look, you can see the shadow behind the curtain. That's a big score.
Already. And then he adds a couple of turns.
Yeah,
you
look
watch
at this. Hunch, round, and now look at this closeout turn.
Oh, my
it's
God.
happening.
You reckon that's our first 10, Mel?
It is. That's happening, bud.
That's crazy because if you're blue and red, you're sitting there pretty thinking that, you know, I'm getting through this heat nice and easy. The surfer who's in 4th place needs a 9.16.
Hang on, more
There we
fireworks.
go.
Over to you
So
guys.
Taro's
Wow.
going to have to answer back because he's just dropped into 3rd. Surely, what was that number, Mel? Was it? It is
nuts.
a 10.
There it is. 10 points and well deserved.
You want to see this tube? We've got Shannon and Afri about to come in next. They both just got, what the hell just happened? The tube of the event. 2 really strong turns, a big finner to finish off. Iko Watanabe. He will move into the grand final. Here it is again. Check this out.
Look, parks himself under the hood. I'm not sure. It looked like double hand drag to me there, Mark. Now, speed pump, out clean, and the claim. Yes, please. Now, let's have a look. The carve is beautiful. Look at that. Right into the power source. And check this finner. Good slow-mo climb over the top. That is 10 points all day, hands down. The easiest score the judges have had.
10-point ride with an 8-point claim as well when he came out of the tube.
Wow, I just love this show. Going from 4th to 1st.
He probably could have just about got 10 without those 2 turns. Like, seriously, that tube was so good.
That is so good.
I told you this was the heat you had to sit in
Yeah,
on floss.
I
You can
can't
see
believe
why.
that I sat in a heat where a 10 got dropped.
And a 9.33.
Feel
Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. What a heat. Very, very privileged to watch this one, and it's been really fun calling it with you guys.
Yep. Okay, so it's the heat of the event going down, ladies and gentlemen, without a doubt. Our first 10, a 9.33. Danny Widianto's had it all his own way, but I imagine Green is now within shot of taking over the lead. What's he need?
He only, Iko only needs a 7.33 now.
Only he could do that with his
I
eyes
know.
shut the way he's
we're
going.
under a minute, so...
And Taro needs a 7.68 mark.
Look
So
at this
there's where-
scoreline, you know, everybody, even Ricky, 13 and a bit.
Look at it.
Red in 14 and a bit, and he's in 3rd. 15 points even for Iko, so a 10 and a 5 right there. But Danny Widianto's really lit this thing up with an 8 and a 9.33. Blockbuster heat. It's going to be, well, I can't even say it's going to be blue and green at this stage into the final because some craziness could still happen with how long?
Yeah, 20-odd seconds, mate. In
It
fact,
could still
21
happen.
seconds.
Is there a swell line? That's what we need.
Oh, hold the phone. All we need to see here. But look, that's standout surfing.
Oh, my goodness.
The Asian Surf Championships is beaming to the world mark, and core surfing is back.
Boys are really stepping it up here. They're surfing for gold today, and this is one step closer to that elusive gold medal. All right, so we're going to come in there again and just an outstanding heat. My goodness, that just blew me away. Here we go. So I'm Mark Cliff. This is
Felicity Palmetier.
And Mal Caithness.
We've had a ball, everybody. That heat was so good. For the crew online, check this out. We've got a full recap of the best heat of the contest, so check it out.
Worthy.
Japan with 15.0 points. Third place was red, Taro Takai for Team Japan, 14.16 total points. And white was fourth, Team Japan's Riki Sato with 13.13 points.
Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Shannon and Afri to call the action. We've just seen a really incredible heat in the previous one with a 10-point ride on the men's side, a 9-9, a 9-3-3, and an 8. So 3 excellent scores in that previous heat and a few others that were very close to getting that as well. And now into our women's main round, number 3, heat number 1. Well, it's the only heat left in the main round aside from the final. And we have 4 women all with an opportunity to book themselves in the grand final out of this heat specifically. With our surfer in red representing China, Zishi Yang, surfer in blue representing Japan, Sumomo Sato, surfer in green representing Indonesia is Dea Natase, and our surfer in white representing Japan as well is Mirai Ikeda. And it looks like, Afri, we've got our opening ride. Taking off deep behind the section is Zishi Yang for Team China. She'll get herself set up in that priority rotation, and we'll see who has a look at this next one.
Right. 30 minutes round, so plenty of time for Zishi to get back and show us some great surfing.
Dea now up and riding. Nice carve to start, gets caught behind the section on the rest of that wave, but she'll also just shake things off.
I wouldn't be surprised if the final of the women's will consist of the same surfers. This is pretty much a final already.
That's right, it is a really incredibly stacked field as we take a look at Sumomo Sato. Nice couple carves to start things off with. We'll see how she does on this end section. Drone angle making it look so beautiful out there today. The water has been so crystal clear throughout this entire event, but I feel like it's gotten even more clear the last few days, Afri.
I guess so. I was surfing this morning in Chickens and it was just beautiful. Not only clear conditions, you know what, I saw more than 50 dolphins, so I was super stoked seeing that. But right now I'm stoked to see this heat. CG surfing, and here Dea from Indonesia, as the surfer before wasn't really able to do much on this wave, but surfer in blue from Japan, first wave in this heat, where you can see a couple of maneuvers, nice maneuvers surfed on the face of this wave, going down for the final part of the wave and finish it with the lip, complete wave, and probably the best wave so far in this heat.
Scores are in. It's a 6.83. Starts out strong for Sumomo. And small scores on the board for the rest of the field. Those will be replaced, no doubt. As we wait for the next set to roll through, 26 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm here with Danny from the last heat. He put together some solid scores right from the beginning. Tell me about your mindset out there.
I just take wave, like first wave I like 8 point and just waiting for the set, and I get 9.33, and yeah, just keep rolling.
Well, you definitely did that. I think it's really amazing to watch you surfing out there. You look so comfortable. How are you feeling going through into the finals?
Yeah, I feel happy, like confident, and I hope I can win. Thank you.
Amazing. Cheering for you, and look forward to watching you later today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Impressive performance from Danny. Managed to take the win off the strength of 2 excellent scores when one of the other competitors in the water walked away with a 10-point ride on the board, which was Iko Watanabe.
What a wave. And, you know, I was on my way to the booth, and all of a sudden I just hear the whole crowd at the back saying, wow, and I was, okay, what happened? And then I just see him coming out of the barrel. So incredible surfing from the Japanese surfer, and also, obviously, from Danny, getting the first position in that incredible heat. And right now he's at the beach, and I'm sure he might be as excited for this heat as for his own, since his sister is surfing. Dea Natasia, his sister from Kuta Beach, Bali, on the 2nd position right now in the, well, we can almost call it the semi-final of the women's competition here in the Asian Surfing Championships, because the first 2 positions of this heat will proceed to the finals, and 3rd and 4th will surf in the repercharge round to decide who are the other 2 surfers that can surf in the finals of the Asian Surfing Championships here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
Exciting to be at this end of competition. It's been a long week. We're currently in day 8 of the event, and the surf just hasn't stopped. We thought we might have like one day where we were going to have to kind of call it off completely in the middle of the waiting period, looking at the forecast, you know, during days 1 and day 2. And then the swell just picked up and it just gradually increased, and we got a new swell that's arrived now for the end of the waiting period, and it's just been the best contest overall. I think every surfer is so exhausted because they're not just, you know, surfing in their heats, but they've been free surfing like crazy because lines like this have been coming through the entire week. That water being crystal clear as well, warm and inviting here in the Maldives Islands. As we take a look at our surfer currently in the lead, she's already got a 6.83 on the board. Sumomo Sato now up and riding. Driving down the line, looking for that opening connection with the lip, real critical, and she can't hold on to the finish.
Yeah, right. I mean, as beautiful as the drone shots always look, sort of difficult to see how critical it was, but here in the replay you can see it was one of the fast waves. She goes with the lip, but then unfortunately for her, the power was too strong to hold it. But she has a 6.83, still the high score of this heat. She's still in 1st position, and even though she won't have priority anymore, nevertheless, with almost 23 minutes to go, there's plenty of time to even top her current high score of 6.83.
All right, so scores to roll through for Sumomo. She is 17 years old, the oldest of, second oldest of the surfers in the water, because Dea from Team Indonesia is actually 22. Got a couple teenagers in underneath that, and Mirai Ikeda, who's 15, and Zixi Yang from China, who is 14 years old. So a nice spread of the ages within this women's main round event. A couple of them, or at least the one that would only be able to surf in this division. Zixi now up and riding. She's been dropping excellent scores in the majority of heats that she's surfed in throughout this event. Nice vertical turn for the second, finds that lip line, connects with it, but can't hold on to the finish. And another surfer up and riding out the back behind that. We're not sure who that was, but we'll catch up with that action in a moment. So lightning fast for the first few turns for Zixi.
Shannon, can you please repeat one more time how old Zixi Yang is?
She's only 14 years old.
14 years old. It's incredible. Surfing here, just one heat away from the finals and ripping. Incredible technique from the surfer from China, and wow, it's incredible. Not only her, but all the surfers, especially female surfers here in Asia. It really looks like there's a bright future coming for this surfers from this continent. And here you can see her speeding up for the open face, going for some nice spray there. Doesn't lose any speed whatsoever. Nice top turn from the Chinese surfer in red. Finishes with the lip, but then can't hold it. But yeah, plenty of time, so it's all good for Xiji Yang. She still has the chance to be the only representative from Team China in the finals for the females.
And that's Dea, so we can see that just as we pulled off of Xixi's wave, and she unfortunately was not able to make that opening turn. Had a good section in front of her for the goofy foot as we take a look at this beautiful location that we get to spend this weekend on Thulusdhoo Island here in the Maldives. It's been just the most incredible week, crystal clear water, and this is a great vantage point to see how that reef just strips out and forms this perfect right-hander.
Yep, a surface dream for sure, but not only a surface dream, also a snorkelers and divers dream. As you can see, crystal clear water, a lot of corals, a lot of sea life. I just mentioned it. I was surfing in chickens, which you can actually see right now in the drone. It's in the back, the white water you see in the center. Incredible left-hander, super long, and packed with dolphins. Actually, it was the first time in my life I was surfing a wave with a dolphin. There was a dolphin on my left when I was going for one of those waves. So it's paradise here.
That is so awesome. It's so great to be able to have those kind of experiences as surfers, to connect with nature and to surf with, you know, so many dolphins in the same wave is always an amazing experience.
One of the rare moments where I wasn't angry at the crowd that I was surfing with, because it's pretty cool to share a wave with a dolphin.
Not bad if it's 50 of the true locals that are riding the wave with you.
Right. So still almost 20 minutes to go in women's main round 3 Asian Surfing Championship.
And scores in for this previous wave of Xixi, a 5.17. So she fell on the last turn, but the strength of those first two gets her into the 5s, has her sitting in second place position, a 1.2 behind that. Still waiting for the opener of our surfer in white, Mirai Ikeda, who now has priority. She's the only surfer in the heat to have not caught a wave yet, so she's being super patient out there. So we take a look at the contest setup here. It's been great to have the local surfing association behind us. The dinner that they threw for everybody, all the athletes, all of the staff members last night was epic. It was so fun.
And
such
everybody
great
was dancing. You know, I saw Ibu surfing for Team Maldives today in the first heat, main round of the men, and I was amazed that he still had so much energy, because he was one of the guys dancing the whole night with the Maldivian drum. So good on him. He's not only a good surfer but a good dancer, and everybody was, well, just having the best time yesterday evening. Hey.
Yeah, he was ripping up the dance floor, and then he went out and ripped up his heat as well, looking super favorable for the local contingency here from the Maldives to be walking through on finals day.
Yeah, big thank you to the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. They are the one who organized this party, prepared all the delicious food so that everybody in this event from all the different Asian countries, and obviously from all over the world, like you, Shannon, you just came from Australia, originally being from the States. We have Brazilians here as judges. So pretty much from all over the world, people were able to taste some of the delicious food they have in the Maldives.
Yeah, it was amazing. We were also kitted out in our local dresses that the women, Shireen and some of her friends, were able to organize for myself and Kayla yesterday. But you also got in on the local dress, and you're sporting it today, Afri.
Yep. I liked it so much that I just refused to take it off. I'm sitting with it right now. It's called the lungi, which is the traditional menswear, and I understand why. You know, it's fresh air for the legs. It's perfect in this kind of conditions. So. I think I will keep on wearing it until my wives tell me to change my clothes.
So fun. It's been awesome to be able to see some of the other family members down and around. My husband is here, your partner is here, as well as your kids, and so it's just been great to have so many others here to experience the local hospitality as well. and to have the Maldivian Surfing Association sorting us out for, you know, boat trips around the island to get some other waves. The local surfing association as well from Thulusdhoo, who's just done an incredible job of hosting and facilitating an event of this scale, to be, you know, putting in the groundwork ahead of time leading up to this and building out the judges tower so the judges specifically would have the best vantage point, especially for critical heats like this leading into finals day, where we're going to be crowning our champions. We're going to be handing out the medals similar to the ISA fashion for gold, silver, bronze, and copper. And have a look at that set that is rolling through now, Afri. We've got someone up and riding. There we go. Opener for Mirai Ikeda. Now more than halfway, or just on the halfway mark for this heat. She is up and riding into that second turn, pushing a lot of water with it as she's just driving through, looking for as much power as she can. That next step down the line and goes in for a vertical turn. So patiently waited for that wave and capitalized so well. Taking a look now at Sumomo Sato. She's currently sitting in the lead for Team Japan. Nice wraparound, smaller sized end section for her wave, as she would have taken off just after Mirai.
First wave for Mirai. She waited patiently for that better wave that allowed her to do many different maneuvers, as you can see on her curve there, going up, producing some spray, and uses all the speed for the next maneuver to really get her board out there. So first scores for her in this main round 3 women's heat 1, and we are still waiting for the scores for Surfer in blue, but Surfer in white also was waiting for the judges to tell her what the score was for this wave.
So off the strength of this wave, no doubt Sumomo will be increasing her lead because she just needed to improve on a 1.5.
Yeah, and you can see how powerful she's surfing. Really goes deep on her bottom turns, almost got barreled there, and then goes high again. I really love how they work on that transition. You can see it with the whole Japanese team that they're able to calculate the amount of energy they put into their turns. I mean, obviously we always want to see radical turns, and everybody, or not everybody, but most of the casual surfers, they are trying to push as much as they can on their top turns, push their pads. But on a wave like this, especially in the inside, you really want to make sure that you're not losing the wave. And this is something that might happen if you put too much energy there. But with the Japanese surfing, it seems to be totally on point. They are able, as you can see right now, to show some of those radical maneuvers without exaggerating, without losing the wave. She just keeps her speed, smooth surfing, and that allows her to do more than just one big maneuver, and well, that's the way you produce some of the high scores.
Scores in, it's an 8.33 for excellent surfing of Sumomo Sato. Sets her up with a significant lead. Now a 6.33 drops through for that first wave of Mirai Ikeda, and has her up into that third place position just ahead of Dea from Indonesia. Now Mirai will be getting herself back into that priority rotation as she's paddling back out into the lineup and looking for a second score of just literally a stand-up of 0.04 will get her into that advancing position, or sorry, that second place position at the moment over Ziqi Yang, although Ziqi is sitting with second priority on the board at the moment, so she's in a good position come the next heat. And a reminder to those listening in that this is the main round, so we're not going to be eliminating anybody from this heat. Our bottom 2 surfers will be falling into the next women's heat on the draw, which will be in about 45 minutes, and that will have our women's repercharge round 4, which will essentially be the repercharge final. As we take a look now at Mirai, so getting into this wave on the way back out, but a mistake as she goes down on the first turn.
Yeah, that's quite costly, a mistake in this heat with having such good competitors surfing with you. So it was a nice wave, but she just didn't have enough speed to go for that angle of maneuver. Alternatively, she could have gone more vertically to be able to, well, just pivot her board more. But now she lost the priority and needs to paddle back again to try to get, well, a big score in the remaining 12 minutes to be able to skip the repercharge round, because as you just said, Shannon, nobody will really be out of this competition in this heat, but surfers in the 3rd and 4th position would need to surf in the repercharge round to get qualified for the finals. And what I find really interesting, or actually not only interesting, but it really shows the level of skill that these surfers have, this female surfers have, is that even in the beginning of this event, they were the favorites. Everybody was saying that most probably it will be surfers from Team Japan, China, and Indonesia who will make it to the finals in the female division. And you know what? This is exactly what is just happening here.
Yeah, it's really that lead up. It's fun to be able to track those things through from day one and see if those predictions become correct or if we get some of those surprising factors that come into the draw and maybe those underdogs that just rise to the occasion and make it all the way through till finals day. Regardless, all of the surfers in today's draw, same for tomorrow's day, which will be our final day of competition here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships in 2023. It'll be our boys and girls under 18s division with 4 heats remaining on each side of the draw for them as well. So it's the final 8 surfers per division left in the conversation, which is incredibly strong for these surfers to bring themselves into finals day. And of course, 4 surfers will be making it into the grand final. So we'll have 4 different medals to be handing out tomorrow at the closing ceremonies. But a celebration today anyways to be had because we will be finishing out our men's and women's open division for the finals. So that's going to be some exciting times. Now down to 10 minutes on the clock, so Momo holding on to that lead. A 15.16 heat total as well off the strength of the 8.33 from her previous wave. Mirai Ikeda has just dropped in a 1.23 for her last wave, which was just enough to get her into that second place position. And as you said, drops Zishi down into that third place spot. She's chasing a 2.4 though, and with 10 minutes on the clock, I would say we could have 1 to 2 situation changes remaining within this
I
heat.
have no doubt that none of these surfers can feel safe with a 1.3 point backup score in this heat because it's stacked. All the surfers have the ability to go into the excellent range. Already have a 8.33 for surfer in blue, Sumomo from Team Japan. But all these surfers are capable to do this. We saw it just before in main round, the last main round of the men, a 10-point wave was dropped by the Japanese surfer, and you know what? These female surfers, they can do the same thing. They are able to get into the barrels and do whatever it takes to get one of those high scores.
Having a look here, our surfer in red who has second priority. Green has first priority though, and we're going to see Green take a look at this wave. Now driving down the line, beautiful high line to start as she kind of disappears behind the foam for the wave in front. Carr for her first turn, sets it up for that second turn, slightly more critical, wraps it around and bounces off the foam. Maintains that control to finish off as well. This will be her best wave rolling through as her high score at the moment is just a 2.5.
Yeah, you can see her being a little slow on this wave, not finding the correct line to really be able to get one of those high scores, which, you know, you get for in your top turns when you're able to really get your board vertical out there. But still, that was enough to get rid of her 1.47, but might not be enough to advance to the second position, which would allow her to go directly to the final.
Dea, as you said, the little sister, or the older sister of Danny, who took out the win in that last heat. He's booked himself a spot into the finals, so Indonesia will be walking away with a medal on the men's side. She is 22 years old, and she took away a 4th place finish, top 4 at the QS 1000 in Kuta at home for her in Bali. So she knows what it's like to get it done and to get into the finals day and to be able to make some critical decisions as well, getting into the final conversation. As we take a look here at Zichi, great opening turn, powerful second, but just goes a little too hard on that front rail and goes over.
Yeah, we do see a lot of falling down from Zichi in this heat. I wonder if it's the nerves, you know, still being 14 years of age, surfing here so close to the finals. I'm sure that that's a lot of pressure. She's the only remaining athlete from Team China, so you know, having so many people watching you right now on all those waves, that might be a factor for her right now. But still, nothing is lost here. We still have almost 7 minutes left, so she is able to advance the second or first position in this heat, and even if she doesn't, she still have the chance in the repercharge round.
Yeah, that's right. One more opportunity, but I can sense the same kind of pressure building on the back of Zixi throughout today. As we take a look now at Dea, pumping down the line, and she just slips off the board.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. The wax is actually melting in this hot water.
Yeah, it
but
really
then
literally
again,
does.
her being from Kuta, from Bali, she probably knows which wax to use to make sure that doesn't happen. It's incredible how many good surfers are actually coming from Kuta, Bali. You know, the best waves obviously in Bali on the Bukit, but the best surfers seem to be from Kuta Beach.
Now Mirai up and riding. Situation changed from the last couple waves, and she's into third, chasing a 2.34. Those two turns will get her back into that second place position. So Zixi currently sitting in second, but she's going to drop down to third after the strength of Mirai's last wave, except that she has this one in front of her. Beautiful opening carve, two huge roundhouse cutbacks as she sets herself up through the inside section. Looking for that critical finish. She doesn't get the end section complete, but the strength of those first two turns are really where those points are going to be held.
Absolutely. Definitely better than her 3.5. So this is the wave from our Japanese surfer. Nice top turn there. Reading the wave and goes for another one before she decides to kick off. And here is Zixi, surfer from China. Nice technique there. Keeps the speed for the last bit, then decides to go for one last maneuver in here. And this part of the wave is so tricky. We have seen so many athletes not being able to finish their wave in this part. And, you know, there's not a lot of points gained in that very last bit because it's the smallest part of the wave. But then there's this other wave coming from a different direction that makes it so difficult. It's almost a wedge. So we have seen a lot of surfers not being able to complete their wave in that point. And if you look at the Japanese surfers, they all decide to not surf that very bit. I guess that's something that their coaches told them. So yeah, Zixi definitely surfing differently in this heat than the confident way she did in the last heats.
So scores in for last of Zixi, a 4.67, which has her down into third now as Mirai has dropped in a 6.67 on the board. Zixi now chasing a big score of a 7.83 to be able to get herself back into that leading position. And with the strength of the scores coming through in favor of Team Japan in that last heat, you can really tell the judges rewarding that vertical surfing. Although it wasn't quite as powerful off the top turns for Mirai, wave selection and that vertical nature of her surfing being more critical, where for Zixi, really powerful rail engagement for those forehand wraps, but surfing in that horizontal manner without having that wave opportunity to really go 12 o'clock on her turns.
Wave selection is such an important aspect of surfing in a contest, and I feel even though many people are talking about it, it's still underestimated. Because often, you know, in this case, for example, Zixi already has 7 waves, whereas the others having 3. Well, they are right now surfing her 4th wave.
So Dea chasing a 9.83. Her requirement greatly increased with the strength of Mirai's last score. Beautiful surfing. This could be coming through as her best wave so far. Nice snap on that finishing section. Goes through the lip on the end and can't finish out that ending maneuver. She's looking to improve on a 3.17. to bring through her personal best score within this heat. Little float to start for Zixi. Check on the second, and now driving hard off the bottom and goes down on the rail. So uncharacteristic of what we've seen within her surfing so far throughout this event. And our young Chinese competitor in Zixi Yang looking like she got her back against the wall as we take another look at this one.
They are going for a pump. Better line this time on this wave. You can see much more speed, smoother surfing than the wave before, but then this wave isn't as big as the other waves we've seen so far. So curious to see how the judges will score that. And then unfortunately for her, she can't finish that wave. Zixi going here for a floater, and then small little turn there to not lose the wave. But then again, not enough speed to finish that wave. So that was the 8th wave of Zixi, and it sounds counterintuitive, but more often than not, surfing a lot of wave in a heat is more a sign of not really knowing what you're doing out there, not having the confidence to wait for, you know, the waves that really give you the opportunity to go for the high scores. So it's all about wave selection right now. It's not only that the judges will give you better scores with, you know, the better wave selection, meaning the more critical wave, the bigger waves, but you're also wasting a lot of energy with, you know, surfing too many waves. So 8th wave already for CG. She doesn't have priority right now. She needs to paddle back, so that definitely it's going to be difficult for her to be able to get a 7.83 in the remaining 50 seconds.
That's right. 50 seconds on the clock. Now, the really interesting point about this is the fact that both Japanese surfers have now taken the advancing positions for the grand final. They're also holding on to priority for first and second priority. And I've just watched them position themselves specifically to be down the line from Zichi, which means for this one, Sumomo just taking off on that wave to make sure that Zichi didn't have another opportunity. They're going to work together to try and be the advancing pair. There we go, 2 waves in a row. So now priority is going to flip, still 20 seconds on the clock. Great move from Zichi to pressure those two to have a look at that wave. She's going to be handed priority, but now feels like the clock is going to be against her, as there was only the 2 waves in that set with scoring potential, down to 5 seconds on the clock, and I don't think she's going to have another opportunity.
She won't have an opportunity in this heat, but she will have an opportunity in this Asian Surfing Championships, because she will proceed to the next repercharge round, the last repercharge round in the females division, and that repercharge round will decide who is going to surf in the finals with Sumomo and Mirai in the finals of the Asian Surfing Championships 2023.
Well, an incredible performance from Team Japan in that last heat. Sumomo and Mirai both getting it through and getting the job done with the strength of great scores, so that's going to be exciting for them heading into the finals. We'll see who matches up with them. Take a look at the recap, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
White beat Ikeda for Team Japan, 13 total points. Third place was red, Team China's Shichi Yang with 9.84 points. Fourth place was green, Team Indonesia, Dea Natasha with 7.80 points. So we'll have an opening score for blue in just a moment. Just getting things started.
All right, here we are, Mark Clifton, Mel Caithness. This is our final repercharge heat on the men's side of the draw. This is repercharge 7. We have Taro Takai in the red out of Japan, Ricky Sato in the blue, another Japanese surfer, the GOAT, Hussein Arif, the Maldivian in green, and in white it is Kaisi Aduchi. Last chance to make the grand final, Mel, right here.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've just seen a little bit of a replay there, Mark, so I'm sorry about that. I was focusing on that. Over to you on this one for white.
All right, so a quick wave there for Kaisi. So our last repercharge round, we already have Danny and Iko in the grand final. Early days, 30-minute matchups, 28 on the clock, so no biggie right there for Kaisi. But gee, there's been some blockbuster heats going on this morning, Mel. None better than Iko Watanabe in that last heat with that we call 10-point ride.
Absolutely. Superlatives escape me, mate. That was a 10 just with the tube itself.
Yeah.
And then those two awesome, so crazy turns. Like the second turn was just to die for, but then that big fin ditch finner that just chucks it. He glides across the coping rail. He dropped it down. Clyde, the Maldivian judge, turned around and said, Mel, that should have been a 12. I said, mate, I reckon it was a 12 too. He said, well, maybe in the next heat they should give him a +2 start.
Just about, if it was fair and love and war. Okay, so here's those first two rides again on reflection. It was blue and white. So Ricky Sato with a 6. That's kind of maybe a keeper at this stage, maybe not. It's a tough heat. And a throwaway number there of 333 for Kaisi. Meanwhile, live action. This is the boss, Mel. You got to watch this. It's the GOAT, Hussein Harif, on his backhand, the sole goofy footer in this matchup. So he's going to have a point of difference with his manoeuvres compared to the regular footers. Had an outstanding heat this morning. Opened with an 8.17 in the first heat of the day, Mel. A pretty good ride there, a useful start for Hussein.
Boom, look at this. He places the board perfectly here. Look at that. Underneath the lip, in the power section. Good first turn. Second turn, underneath the lip, in the perfect section. Now goes to the carve, and then just finishes this wave. So I'm liking this as a really good start to, sort of launching pad for the rest of this heat.
So Hussein, he's got a quiver of Dahlbergs under his feet. He gets a lot of drive out of him, Mel. When he does that top turn, he always fades pretty deep, knowing that the Dahlberg is going to get him back up there onto the green face. So he is the captain of the Maldivian surf team for a reason. He's the elder statesman. We've said it before and we'll say it again. He's 46 years of age. I can't believe it. He looks like such a young pup when you see him walking around the scene, Mel, and he's a ripper guy. So he got a real A-grade wave in this afternoon's conditions. And like Clyde, their team coach, said, we're going to get all the good waves today.
Boom.
Team Maldives are going to flex a muscle. We're going to be on them.
Oh, I am just such a fan of his surfing and what he's doing. This is really, really cool. He's double. He's probably 2.5 times the age difference between the other three competitors in this heat.
Yeah.
And then that thing that I harped on a little bit during the week, smooth is fast. Sometimes it belies what's going on there. And Hussein Harif, he's just got that in spades, mate. He's looking so smooth. He's going so fast. This is going to be a really interesting heat.
Well, Kaisi, in this heat, the surfer in white is a third of his age. He's 15. Old mate's 46.
Yep.
He's also up against Ricky Sato, who is 18 years of age. He's also up against Taro, who is 14. Can you believe it? Here he goes again, the GOAT. Whoops.
He proves he's human. Look at that first
funny.
score, Mark. I'll leave you the pleasure of reading that out.
Oh, 767.
Yeah,
Absolute
like
keeper. There's a keeper. So the Maldivian surf team out there on the viewing platform on the little island, Mel, would be in fine voice right now, I reckon. 767, they've probably just heard that number. Here is Taro now winding up in red, his first wave ridden in the last repercharge heat on the men's side of the draw. Couple of tidy hits right in the pocket. Waves rapidly running out of power, but he's still using the rails, keeping the flow and speed alive, looking really strong. Taro Takai.
All right, what I like about this is the quality of manoeuvres are good, but the quality of the wave is not as good as Reef's. So that's going to make this thing a little bit harder for him to manufacture a score here on this wave. Look, there's nothing wrong with this surfing, Mark. I'm getting it. But compared to the quality of the waves that Reef's picking, you'd think that if he can keep doing this, he's going to book himself a spot into that final. So the Maldivian gladiator out there, the old boy, is taking it to the young guns.
Yep, and Taro there, a 14-year-old surfer awaiting his number. So it's a big deal this heat. There are 2 spots vacant in the grand final. Danny and Iko are sitting there prepped to take on whoever can step up here. And at this stage, Hussein Harif with the 767 is a good number. The 6 also in Ricky's corner, not too bad. I can see a reasonable number for Taro. There it is, a 7, so they've gone kind of split the difference between those two rides. So, as you were predicting, Mel, just not as good a wave. He still did some really quality work, so the judges have thrown the second best number at him. A 7 is pretty much also a keeper. While there's a little break in the live action, we're going to throw down to Kayla Moore. Who have you got this time, Kayla?
Well, Mark, I have Sumomo Sato from Team Japan, and she's the winner of the last heat. You put together some really beautiful waves out there. Can you walk me through your favorite wave?
Yes, I got 2 really good waves, so it was so fun.
Amazing. And how are you feeling going into the finals? You advanced through representing your team, representing your nation, and how does that feel for you?
I'm very happy, and I will do my best the final round.
Well, the best is all that you can do, and keep going forward with a positive mindset. We look forward to watching you, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Unreal. Thanks, Kayla. Here we go, some live action. It's actually a replay of Ricky Sato's last wave, Mel.
Yes.
Did you catch much of that while
Yeah, no, exactly how we sort of thought, Mark. It was just the size of the wave maybe brought that score down just a little bit. There was some really good quality surfing. I believe that was, as you said, the second best wave of the heat, and the judges pretty well much nailed that separation there on that one as well.
All right, so this is Ricky. All right, so I think it's his second wave, it is. So Ricky opened with a 6. He's really getting some quality going on here now. So he was sitting in third spot, trying to track down his mate Taro, connecting all the dots on this wave, didn't put a foot wrong. He kind of liked it. His body language looked like he was just about to give himself a fist pump. Taro's finishing up wave number 2. So the boss will be out the back, the GOAT, Hussein Arif with priority. Mel.
Here we go. Taro, ladies and gentlemen, meets and greets the lip there with that first bash. Now looking down the line a little, so a little bit of downtime here, and then goes the frontside air rev. All right, let's have a look. This is sort of going to be a standard bread and butter sort of manoeuvre as a closeout on the end. You could see he was telegraphing his intentions there, so it's good to see that they realise they've got to dip into their bag of tricks here to beat the old boy. So therefore, that's sort of giving the old boy a real big compliment, Mark.
Well, we haven't seen an air rev today. Nobody's even tried to take their act to the air, so this will be a little bit of a point of difference. The first turn was a bit ho-hum. Nice way to finish. That'll get the judges' attention, but this is finals day. They probably want to see more from start to finish on bigger waves, so I don't think they'll get too carried away here. So Ricky Sato's gone to the lead, Mel. His last wave was also, well, I think it was a 7.6, it is. So they've gone the second best wave for Ricky's last wave in blue. So it is now blue leading green, but Hussein Arif with only a 1-3 in the bank does have priority. He's going to have a good look at Ricky Sato to regain the lead. Needs 8.593. He's dropped into third place because Taro, with that air rev, Mel, he's gone and taken that spot with a 6.5.
Good stuff. Now I'm liking the scores here at the moment. Yeah, for me, Ricky Sato's 7.6, pretty well much spot on. You know, slightly marginally better than Taro's, but the point of difference now is Taro now taking to the air a little bit. So the judges are going to like the variety that's thrown in there with this wave and with this score, and now it just starts spelling a little bit of, what's the word, trouble for our more fancied Maldivian GOAT here on this wave here. We haven't seen an air game from him all week, have we? Maybe?
No, I haven't. It's that strong rail game, that big top turn he kind of hangs his hat on. I'm sure he's a good backhand true rider should a cave come his way.
Yep.
But it's all about the backhand bounce for Hussein, who's being asked a little bit of a question right now. He needs himself a 5.83. No worries, he's been racking up those sort of numbers and beyond all event. Down to 19 minutes, he's got priority, Mel. He's just going to have to block out the outside noise of the Japanese scores and just stay in his own space because he's good enough. Opening with that 7.67.
And there's Rishta there. Big shout out to Rishta.
And Aya. Hey girls. Woo!
Rishta and Aya. Both girls up on stage last night for the the community dinner that we were part of. How good's that? We're actually not staying at a resort here on the island. We're living with the islanders, and they have made us so welcome. The feast, the food last night was a big fish barbie, as we call it in Australia. And yeah, look, thanks. And then I don't know, the Maldivian mosh pit was so blowing up last night.
And I said to Riska and I that I missed their dancing performance last night, and I said, oh, and they were, oh no, Mark. And I went, well, you're just going to have to do it again. They went, we are. So
yeah,
that's good news.
Job's on.
So I've just put them under the spotlight. They're down there listening in, and I'm hanging to see this again.
Look
Meanwhile,
at this wave, buddy.
Ricky Sato. So he's already in the lead. He's trying to burn off a 7. Crunching down the line, tagging the lip, throws it up there again. Non-stop attack on the lip of the wave here. Something to finish would be really handy, and a pretty spicy finish at that. So another well-ridden wave by Ricky. And White now didn't see any of this ride, so no comment to this point for Kaisi. He was the only surfer that is failing to get a 7+ ride at this stage. So
right, good-looking wave here for Ricky. This is crispy surfing for me. That really ripped the top off the tinny, that first one. Second turn here now, really good. Look at this third turn. Really spicy. And then that turn there just probably is the weakest one of the of the 3. But the closeout turn there is going to be handy. Now, he's in first place. He's got to burn off a 6.
6, oh, okay.
Ooh, I think he sort of could be just there on that. I'm calling just over.
Yeah, I reckon he adds to his total.
Yeah. But the 7-6 is the weapon, isn't it? That's the score that you're going to want to have in your 2-wave tally at the end.
All right, so let's have a look at Kaisi here. The only surfer yet to get a 7+ ride. So eyeballs his first section.
I'm liking that turn. There was just so much downtime to get to there, which then deleted the actual scoring potential of the whole wave. So both those turns being done down the end of the wave, Kaisi's going to want to be able to go back out and improve on that. Looking like what that came in as a 3.33.
No, okay. If that was nice, yep, it was.
Yep,
it was. His only score, first time we've seen him. So Kaisi's going to have to step it up a little bit here. He's the only surfer to not have something 7+. Hussein Arif, no second backup yet. He's in third. So the goat's out there is being most patient, Mel. There are really, really good waves coming through. He's not prepared to take anything inferior.
No, he's going to play to his strength. He knows this lineup. He just knows how to be able to put a score together on this.
Oh.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be on this thing here. No, that one. He says too long.
Out.
Oh,
White.
Someone under the hood just goes hard at that. That's Kaisi.
Yep. So a little bit too stretched out, and Hussein would have seen that, and he knows they're not the prime waves. They just race off way too fast.
Correct me if I'm wrong too. I guess the first wave looks like of the set is the better one, because then the white water seems to sort of pollute the lineup as such, and all those waves that are coming in second, third wave, they're far too big. They've got too much of a speed run on them to get around it. So yeah, Hussein's going to sit there and pick the eyes out of it, but there has been a change on the leaderboard, buddy. What's going on there? Taro now.
Taro in second.
Yeah.
That's where he was, I think, previous.
Okay. Right.
We've got a 707 added to Ricky Sato's total. All right, so maybe Ricky's has gone. Well, he's in the lead.
Yeah.
Let's say that. So he's now got just over a point lead above his teammate Taro. So he's the first surfer to get 2 7+ rides, a 7.6 and a 7.07, looking really strong. Taro, likewise strong. He's well positioned, trying to burn off a 6.50. And if it is a 7.47, I think he needs, 7.67, then he will go to the lead. Hussein Arif, the requirement remains the same, 5.83. The goat in green to get out of third. Kaisi, he's got a 4 and a 3.33. Not what he wants. He needs a 9.5. He's in trouble.
He's in trouble. But we saw it in the last heat. Fourth went to second. Oh, sorry, the last men's heat.
Yep.
Fourth went to second by virtue of that 10-point ride. So there are 10-point rides still out there, Mark.
Yeah, there are for sure.
What a wave.
What a complete week of brilliance this Cokes place has just dealt up, mate. Just when we, that day will be the smallest, and you get down here and it's like 3 to 4 foot again. You're like, hang on, that's the smallest. So this is it's been a dream week really for an event, and the organisers a real no-brainer. We've had the luxury of 10 o'clock starts, and at the start of the week there were 12 o'clock starts and stuff going on, Mel. I think we've only had one early start, which I think was about an 8 o'clocker, which by any normal event standards is about what you expect every day of the week. But yep, it's been breakfast most mornings at the Seasons Paradise. It's been just cruise out. Even this morning we were a 9:30 call for 10, but then they blew it out to 10:30.
That's right. Yeah, no, they're picking the best out of the tides here too. So I don't know, for me at the CT level, this sort of thing is what we probably as fans want to see, you know. 10-day waiting periods, trying to capitalise on swell. And admittedly, this is spades. You don't, it's a rare bird that you're going to get, 9 days of swell that we've had every day. And then offshores most days. I think we've had a couple of flunky little onshores which we ran in, but this has been pretty well much back to that core dream tour sort of thing that we as the core fan base really want to see. So congratulations to Maldivian Surf Foundation. Asian Surf Championships have really delivered in spades here, and if you're liking it out there in the web world, drop us a comment on the live chat. It's there, it's going down. Mark and Mal on board, having an absolute ball, bringing the call to you. And I don't know, Mark's been working on his bottom turn this week. And
yeah, was looking over my shoulder doing it at Cokes this morning, mate. So, yep, there was a few bottom turns over there. It's a pretty long wave.
It's pretty cool.
So, even Felicity, who's been pretty much everywhere this year, mate, she was really rating how good this joint is. So we're not over pumping it. This is a replay of Ricky Sato. Short ride. I don't think that was one of his two, Mel.
Yeah, no, that would have been.
He goes a replay of Hussein's first wave.
Yeah,
I think
this is the one.
like.
Look at this. Beautiful. As I keep saying, smooth is fast. Don't let your eyes belie you here. This guy is really accelerating throughout these turns. He's engaging the fins on that thruster surfboard, and he's just absolutely ripping out there at this
Haven't
point.
seen him for a while. No doubt he's waiting for something like this. Where is he? Here he goes, Mal.
Oh, the first wave in the set. I'm calling it. That's what he likes. Over to you, mate.
All right. So, more importantly, didn't quite put that thing in the pocket. Time to step it up a bit. He knows it. Boom. Way better. A little bit of pressure starting to creep in, I think, due to the fact the first turn wasn't probably what he wanted.
Spot on.
So he went for a bit more on the second turn. That drew the error. And old mate is down for the count, Mel.
Yeah, so watch what Mark's talking about here, folks. Here's this bit here. You normally want to get slingshot out of that turn, and not being slingshot just delayed the entry of, or the angle of ascent up into the roof of that wave, and then he just got caught up a little bit there by not being able to power out of that white water. So the old boy proves he's human.
Yep, he's going to have to rebound here because third and fourth will sit on the sidelines and miss a shot at a gold medal here today. So he waited a long time for that, Mel. I hope it doesn't play on his mind too much. Red. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Taro Takai. Throwing it down again. Watch out for them fins, buddy. That's going to be a throwaway score for Taro. Already sitting in second place.
So let's have a look. What went wrong here? Taro here, you know, not a bad, pearled the nose a little bit there. So that would have put him off a little. And I like the intent, Mark. That's a bigger wave. He's sort of going to say, yeah, I need to draw into my bag of tricks and pull out the ace of spades. So he's had a crack.
Yeah, pretty tough manoeuvre to do there. He didn't get his first turn right, so a la Hussein knew he had to go for something big. That drew the error, and at least he didn't land on his fins. He's paddling back out. It's play on. There's 10 minutes to go now in this all-important repercharge semi-final. Deep on the reef here is white, so this is Kaisi Adachi. All right, he's playing catch-up. He's in fourth. Doesn't have a big number in his his two-wave combo at this stage. So this is probably already his best score. Nice stab there as he gets down to the end of the wave. Just fumbling around. That's not a requirement in such a powerful heat like this. He needs to do better. Blue is our heat leader. Did not see that wave at all, so... Mal?
All right, for me, Kaisi up the reef a little bit deeper, and yeah, look, diamonds and pearls on the wave face here at the Maldives. Yeah, he's sort of going really well here at this point. He's trying to build himself a score. I'm thinking, yeah, we're going to go in the 5s or 6s with this, but then at the end of this wave, right when he needs a completion, he just tries to pat the cat and all its litter, and is unable to sort of be able to penetrate back down into the face of the wave there at this point. So opportunity lost a little bit there.
It's kind of been the story of his heat, mate. He's only got a 4 and a 3.33, but here goes the answer back from Hussein Arif. He grabs his rail, he gets a little bit of cover, can still see his board. It's a long travel. And old mate's found a doggy door, Mel.
There's the doggy door.
I can hear the viewing platform on the little island from right now. Listen to everyone going nuts out there.
This is so cool. Look at this, folks. This is Pig Dog. See how he rotates the board there? He's grabbed the rail. He's got his arm in the wall here, and we're all thinking, you're gone, son. And then just comes out the front there. So I get it. The judges are going to sort of go, it's not like getting spat out of a barrel clean. He's had to exit by the doggy door.
There was a lot of travel time involved in the tube.
Degree of difficulty, you're right. Tick, tick.
Yep. The whole crowd's gone nuts, so they could storm the judging tower.
Oh.
He needs a 5.83.
I reckon he's on the money with as close to this. He's either just there or he's just over, Mark.
And, degree of difficulty, the backhand tube ride, not as easy as the forehander. Thought he was Gonski. He ducked his head and used the lip to push him back out in front of the foam. It was, a real nice moment when he did reappear, because I imagine most people had written him off. But
I did.
Yep, right at the right time. He just sort of transferred some weight onto his toes, took the lip on the head, pushed him out in front. Score is coming through. Whoops, the judges did not appreciate it. 3.3, I think.
There you go. He's up and riding again.
No, the 3.3 is his previous wave. I think he's still got. He's still got a score to come.
So
either way, a little inside wave there. So starting to feel a bit of time pressure. He goes white now. So Kaisi, we'll get to what his last score was in a moment. But stuff's gone a little bit weird in this heat for Kaisi. He's a much better surfer than he's shown. He's languishing in fourth. Hussein there just picking a wave he probably wouldn't have wanted at the start of the heat. A bit of time pressure now and sitting in third place. He's trying to dig deep. He's just dug himself a little deeper into a hole with that wave choice. I think the 3.33 is
the previous
the
wave,
score,
mate.
yeah.
I was sitting here going, no, I
For
don't
the
think
tube. So the judges might not have appreciated, we could see a lot of the nose of his board for the majority of the tube ride. Here's a replay of Ricky Sato. A couple of hits there for Ricky, not getting carried away, won't factor in. So really, really close. Now, Kaisi Adachi's crept up the leaderboard with his score of the 6.73. Still in fourth place. Green goes to second. So the tube is in, Mel. A 6.17. So we were a score behind. He's still got a score to come for that last little dodgy wave. 6.17 for the tube. The GOAT by 0.34 has moved into second place. Whew. I'm glad that 3.3 wasn't the result of that tube. I was devoed.
Well, we did think, what did he need? A 5.87?
5.83, and we're going, he's probably going to be close.
So we said it could be just there or not there, and the judges liked it.
Haven't seen a tube for a while, so that probably played into his favour.
True. And as you stated, Mark, the degree of difficulty to A, get that travel time, and B, then exit. That should have just crushed him.
Yeah, well, he just got weight on the toe side at the perfect time, got a little bit of a lip in the head, which actually pushed him out and just ejected him out in front. A really good read. The whole beach was probably collectively held their breaths when he was pulling in, and they saw that section drop, and it was a moment that could have gone either way. This is it again, so watch this, folks. A 6.17. So he gets deep there. Right about now, he ducks his head into the foam to help him get pushed back out in front of the foam. He's the GOAT for a reason, mate.
Oh, this is a fairy tale. I love it. Yeah, Rista, you're man. Yeah.
Oh, look at it go. Hooting.
So cool.
Well done, Team Maldives, sitting there in the shade. They've got the grandstand seats. 4.5 to go. 0.34 separating second and third. White's moved up with that 6.73 is a big number for him. He now needs a 7.17 to advance, a 7.12 to advance out of fourth into second.
Ooh.
Taro needs, what is that? Is that a 6.85? I think Taro. Yep, a 6.85 to overhaul the GOAT. The GOAT needs himself an 8.61 to win, but he's got to try and work on bettering at least that tube ride to fend off a hard-charging Taro Takai. Breathing down his neck in third. Huge heat here, Mel. Look at these totals.
Oh, look, mate, these Japanese young guns, they are not going to lie down.
No.
This is really danger time for Hussein Arif. Here we go.
So this is the man in question. He's in third.
Yep.
All right, he's got nerves of steel. He's got a really good section ahead of him. Tidy slice under the lip. I can't see that being the number he needs.
Nope.
He's just trying to stay busy.
Yeah, not bad surfing either way, one way or the other on this one here. Just a little bit caught there, but look, good quality turns. That turn a little bit dirty for me, not really smashing that section and coming out, just getting a little bit chop hop there at the lip, and held up there in the lip. And yeah, I can't see, like you said, that being the requirement at this point.
So I'm pretty sure it is blue in the lead with priority. Good place to be for Ricky Sato. White with second priority is going to be important. He needs a 7.12. All right, Hussein Arif does have third priority, the GOAT.
White up and riding, Mark.
All right, so let's have a look at Kaisi here. Needs the 7.12. He knows he's got to go big. That was his response. Had to nail it. No, a bit of a throwaway here, Mel.
So let's have a look. What went wrong here? He's telegraphed what his intentions are, and that front foot, he needed to have that sticking up towards the nose of his board to poke it into the white water and then get the reverse going. Foot came unglued, and things just went sideways because of that.
More importantly, Hussein Arif in second place now has priority over Taro. Second priority for green. Third now for red. They're the two duking it out for second spot. 0.34 separate those two warriors. Ricky Sato, for me, foot in the grand final. It's going to be hard to dislodge.
Yeah, from this point. So this, to me, is going to be defensive from Hussein. We've got 2 minutes, so you're right. The defensive manoeuvre in the chess game is going to be what Hussein Arif's going to want to employ here at the moment. He needs to have to maintain priority here and hope that the clock and the seconds tick down at twice the speed they normally do.
Ricky Sato in the lead. Does he kind of try and help his teammate out here?
I reckon there's a bit of that.
Oh, big set, Mal. Look at this thing.
First
so
wave in the set,
blue
spin the
has
jet.
priority. Lets it go. Green paddles over. Red paddles over. Out wide is white. So Kaisi Adachi. Big hit to kick things off. Something else here. Is this the end section, or does he get a bonus? So denied a third move. A couple of good hits on a big wave. Look at this set still rolling through, Mel.
Two good turns.
Blue, heat leader.
Nope.
Whoops. A throwaway there. So Hussein now has top priority.
He's just got to strangle at this point now. You don't even need to be taking off Hussein. Just stay there. Maintain priority here and let the more rubbish...
he had a look at that wave. He's lost priority.
And Taro, he sold him the dump here. Taro gets around that section, gets caught up a little bit. The whitewater flag is there and doesn't make it. Whew.
40 seconds. A lot went on in a short space of time just there, Mel.
Just got to sort of get ourselves on board here with this.
So, geez, I thought Hussein might have blown it big time paddling, pulls
and
back,
losing
lost priority,
right,
but he talked red into it.
Yes.
So Hussein Arif didn't even want that wave. Taro took it. So Hussein's got priority back. 20 seconds to go.
The only danger though, Mark, think back. Kaisi Adachi got 2 good turns. The judges have been giving big scores for 2 good turns. So I don't think this is over. Kaisi's actually knocking on the door with this.
I think Taro was the one in question. It was red.
No, red took off on the outside of Hussein. It's Kaisi Adachi is the man here. He could do this. So look, I'm going to let this one go to...
one more score to come for Taro, who caught that wave on the outside of old mate. It was a 6.43 though for white Kaisi. So all numbers are in, and Hussein Arif holds on. Wow. The GOAT makes the grand final, ladies and gentlemen, along with Ricky Sato.
Cool.
So the Maldivians are going to be in fine voice once we get to that final. But Ricky Sato and Hussein Arif, what a moment. That tube ride was so telling. Epic stuff, mate. Another huge heat has just gone down.
Good call, Mark. Loving your commentary, mate. And yeah, looking forward to coming back and seeing you guys this afternoon for the real deal.
Don't go anywhere just yet, Mel. I'm going to shake your hand. That was a great heat to call, and we're glad, being some old boys ourselves, that the 46-year-old is into the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this recap. This is how it happened.
Well done.
Heat number 1 in red for Team China, Sichi Yang. In blue for Team Indonesia, Dea Natasha. In green for Team Japan, Kanon Takahashi. And for Thailand in white, Isabel Faye Higgs. Here we have the results for our
Welcome back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We've just seen an unbelievable finish. Riki Sato in the lead for our Japanese team heading into the grand final, alongside the local Maldivian Hussein Ibu Arif, who makes it through on the finish. Tight, incredible heat, well served from Taro, Taika, and from Kaisi Adachi as well for Team Japan. But you could really sense that the local crowd was just frothing to see a Maldivian into the grand final.
Oh my God. How crazy was that heat? How crazy was that barrel? I mean, it wasn't the deepest barrel in the world, but how did he make it out? It was incredible. Everybody in the beach was, oh no. And then all of a sudden, bam, the GOAT, Ibu, got out of this barrel and once again makes it into the finals of the Asian Surfing Championships, because he got actually third in the last ASF Surfing Championships 2019 in China, and once again he will be there in the 2023 ASF Surfing Championship.
Well, excellent result for Ibu. He'll be through into the grand final, and we have that draw set on the men's side. Now we're going to find out what happens on the women's side. We already have 2 competitors out of Japan, Sumomo Sato and Mirai Ikeda, who advanced through out of the main event earlier today, and they're already locked themselves into the medal positions. Now going to find out if it's Izzy Faye Higgs for Team Thailand that can get herself there. In the white jersey, now up and riding first major maneuver, looking for a quick check turn on the inside section. So a smaller wave, but she's going to get a score on the board to set herself up against China's Zixi Yang, Dea Nataya from Indonesia, and Kanon Takahashi of Japan also in the waters. We've taken a look at this first for Izzy.
First wave of the heat, first wave for Izzy. A little bit of a smaller, smaller and not so fast wave for a starter, but that gives her all the, confidence that she needs for going into this repercharge round to be able to proceed to the finals. She surfed against all these competitors already, so she knows she needs to bring out her A game to be able to advance to the finals.
A lot of pressure here, 30 minutes on the clock, 1 more heat, and you're walking away with a medal. Whether it's gold, silver, bronze, or copper is yet to be determined. But for these 4 women to have the opportunity to make it into that conversation, either way, falling into the top 6 surfers across their division, which is really incredible. And we'll see some of them competing tomorrow, as we'll have our under-18s boys and girls divisions for their own separate finals day.
For sure, all these surfers are winners already, as is CG Yang, surfer from China.
Nice speed to start things off with. Hits that opening lip and she'll go down, but keeps that control, and that's going to be an important moment for her moving forward.
Nice finish there. We saw CG probably surfing her weakest so far on her last heat, because in the first couple of heats that she surfed, she was just ripping, being the first to drop an excellent score in her very first heat. So compared to that, her last heat wasn't so strong. So let's see how she will do in this heat.
Kanan up and riding on her backhand. That was an incredibly challenging backhand re-entry, and she's able to hold on to the finish. Whips her hair out of her face as well, as we now take a look at Dea for Indonesia. Nice check to start things off, just finding that speed, setting herself up off the bottom, and she has to duck out as like another surfer was just pedaling out in front of her, but that wave was closing out regardless. So we're going to have a couple small scores on the board, but completed maneuvers for both CG and for Kanan.
CG going for the powerful fast surf that we know from her, and also able to land this maneuver that she got there. Surfer in green disappears with the lip, but is able to land it. So already in the first couple of minutes you can see this is going to be an interesting heat. Indonesian surfer on her first wave, but this wave closed out. Still 25 minutes left, plenty of time to get more of those waves that help you to proceed to the finals.
Each of those competitors have already surfed today, so they're in the water for their second time, getting to know this break a little bit better, although they've been surfing it so many times throughout this week. You can see some more cloud coverage today than what we've had through the rest of our waiting period, which has been really nice. It's been crystal clear water, blue skies, a little bit of rain through the evenings here in the Maldives overnight, but through the day it's just been absolutely beautiful, which at this time of the year we could have had a lot more of those storms rolling through, more what we would have expected from this season.
The stars are aligned for the Asian Surfing Championships because there were a lot of storms just before we started the event. Actually, we had to wait with a couple of tents and the booth to finish it because the storm was just too heavy. But luckily, since we are running this event since 10 days from the opening ceremony up until today and hopefully tomorrow, not a major storm so far, and all the rain that we have is during the night. And this is actually something you want to have in tropical islands and tropical areas, because that allows you to have a smooth sleep, a little bit of more comfortable temperature for your deep sleep.
A little bit of rain is welcome, but we've been thankful to not have too much of it this week. Now, surfers from the last heat have advanced through. They're into the grand final. We're going to go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla.
Yes, I'm here with the heat winner, Riki Sato, who put together a really amazing heat out there. And can you tell me about how you feel making the finals here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships?
今回ファイナルへの出場となりましたが、気持ちはどんなことですか？
そうですね。メインラウンドで負けちゃってさっきもう後がない状況ですごい今気合入ってて、まあこの勢いでファイナルも優勝できたらなと思います。
Yeah, after losing at the main round, I was desperate. But I was also fired up. So I think I'm ready to do my finals and win.
Amazing. Well, nothing like getting fired up through your heats and using that to fuel you in the next round. And is there anything that you will be doing special for the final in preparation?
ファイナルに向けてなんか特別に準備していることとか、なんかメンタル的に用意していることとかありますか？
いやもうここまで来たら気合で優勝します。
Nothing special, but I have this very strong will that, I need to win. So hopefully I will do.
Amazing. Well, we will be watching and cheering you on in the final event. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Great to hear from Riki, and just that I love the straight shooting. Wants to take out a win. He's ready for it as we take a look at this last wave from Zishi.
Yeah, you can see that she's already with this first two waves that her confidence is back. And the last heat, you saw her not finishing her waves. It looks like she did the changes, probably talked to her coach to see what she wants to do different. And in the last heat, she had like 8 waves in total. So let's see what the wave count will be for this heat.
Current heat leader, Izzy, up and riding. Nice wrap to start it off. Drags that hand as she approaches her second turn. Breaks through that lip line on the third. Gets a little hung up and can't find that momentum moving forward. So we've got scores to drop through for our top 2 surfers as we take another look here.
a loose style of surfing from Izzy, which I personally like to watch, but it causes you to have less speed because you know that compression in your bottom turn is what often allows you to just generate more speed to, for example, finish that kind of maneuver. But well, still it was her second wave that will still let her take the first position, at least for now. 22 minutes to go, so plenty of opportunities more to come for her.
And there we can see Ibu Hussein Arif, who just took out an advancing position in that last heat. He is through into the finals alongside Danny Widianto from Indonesia, Iko Watanabe from Japan, and teammate Ricky Sato that we just heard from Japan as well. So our men's final is set. Our women's final, we already have 2 Japanese surfers in the draw, in Sumomo Sato and Mirai Ikeda. And now waiting to find out who the other 2 women will be to join them. Current situation in the water, we've got a second score on the board. Zishi with a 3.5 and a 2.57 is sitting in the lead. As scores drop though for last of Izzy, she now jumps into first. So 4.5 was the opener of Izzy out of Thailand and a 3.77 to back it up. Kanan with just a 3-point ride to start, and Dea with a 2.17. So an opportunity for siblings to make it into the final should Dea Natassia advance through for Team Indonesia. It's her brother Danny that's been on a really great roll throughout this week, advanced through from his main round earlier today.
Yeah, I believe Danny scored an excellent score in almost all the heats he was surfing, which is amazing. That shows you the quality of the surfer from Indonesia, surfing out of Bali, Kuta. And also there, well, you know, I'm sure these two, they're helping each other with their training, with their progression in surfing. So it's great to see that Team Indonesia is doing as good as everybody thought they will do in the Maldives, because the waves are sort of comparable to Indonesia. Many people say Maldivian waves are similar to Indonesian, just a little bit less powerful, but for that you have deeper waves, meaning the chances of hitting the reefs aren't as big as in Indonesia. But I think Coax is an exception, because Coax is actually one of the heavier waves in the Maldives, especially here in the northern Mali Atoll.
And we've really been able to see that consequence throughout this week. Of course, there's been a great barrel off the takeoff of some of those bigger sets, but the end section is shallow. It's got so much consequence to it. We've seen some broken boards out here. We've seen surfers struggling to find their positioning, getting used to the currents. There's a lot to factor in when it comes to mastering a spot like Coax. As we take a look now at Kanan on her backhand. Nice, clean, glassy face opening up in front of her. So 12 o'clock vertical for her first turn, a little bit wider and horizontal for the second 2. But she'll get a couple more, another score on the board as we take another look here.
Yeah, you can see her going for one of the middle-sized sets just before we saw one of the bigger ones. Probably she saw that this one gives her more potential to work on the face, but this wave was a little bit too slow to really go for the excellent range.
Kanan is one of the younger surfers from Team Japan, only 14 years old. She does live on the Gold Coast of Australia. Similar story to Izzy Higgs, who lives in New South Wales in Sydney in Australia. So those two representing their home countries, but spending a little bit more time away from there for now. And it's no surprise, being that Australia has such a deep-rooted culture of surfing specifically, but also of, you know, the development pathways for surfers. There's a great, you know, strong contingency of board riders clubs across every local beach in Australia, it seems, as well as great junior events, and the qualifying series has quite a strong run through that New South Wales and Gold Coast region. So there's a lot of competitive opportunities. As we take a look here at Izzy with a nice re-entry to start, gets a little hung up on that opening turn, and her only turn. As we take a look now at some beautiful wave selection from the Indonesian, Dea. Nice S-turn to start as she kicks out.
And it's not only the Australians, obviously, who rip in surfing, but also everybody knows the Hawaiian do, and Team Japan makes use of that. The female surfers, sub-18 surfers, are actually currently trained by Chris Moore, dad of Kayla Moore and Carissa Moore, two top surfers. One of them we have here doing all the interviews, so it's not only Team Japan benefiting from these Hawaiians, but we also do here in the ASF Surfing Championship.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to see that crossover from surfers that are, spending time in different parts of the world, getting to have that influence from surfers that have some of that great experience, and for, to have a name like Chris Moore backing those Japanese women and those competitors as well, off of the strength of his daughter's competitive careers collectively, has been really incredible to see them pouring in on the Japanese side as well. Now we're down to 16 minutes on the clock. Small scores across the board. This has been a bit of a challenging heat, very tight though, and it's going to keep it exciting, I think, to the end, because we're not really going to know who's going to be in those advancing positions until we get a breakaway score, which we just haven't seen yet. Izzy currently sitting in that leading position, but her heat total only being an 8.27 means those scores have been low across the board.
It's interesting to see that all the competitors right now are more going for the medium-sized sets that are rolling in. I wonder what leads them to go for these waves. Probably the change of tides makes the bigger ones just too fast, or maybe, sometimes if you see like two or three of the competitors sitting in one spot, that makes you think, okay, that might be the place to go, and you also decide to just stay there. But there were some sets, some of the bigger sets, where nobody was on them, so we'll see how they will going to select their waves in the remaining 15 minutes.
Not a lot of time remaining in competition here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We are down to our second to last day of competition. Finals day for the men's and women's division, but we are going to have a finals day tomorrow for our under 18s division, which means a lot of these surfers aren't going to actually have a break, but they're going to be out there and surfing once again, because a lot of them have done really well to keep themselves into finals day conversations in both divisions. Nice to see them split the calendar like that, because we could have easily run the 16 heats required to be able to finish finals day in a single day. But given the fact that there are so many surfers that are doing double duty this week for their teams, a lot of these young competitors that are surfing across both divisions, it would have been a really intense day, and really it would have probably hindered the experience for the surfers themselves, as well as for the rest of us that are watching, realizing that if surfers were making it into finals on both sides, they would have been surfing up to 6, maybe 7 times in the same day.
Right. Already 3/4 of this heat right now, Sichi, Cannon, and Isabel are surfing on the sub-18th. And if we have the opportunity, like we have in this championship right now, to surf perfect waves day after day, there's no need to rush it. We have plenty of time. So good on the technical team that is making the call, the head judge, the technical director, and the contest director, to be patient and really allow these surfers to show their best surfing. Less than 14 minutes left. Izzy from Thailand in first position, Cannon, Japanese surfer, in green, second position, and CG Young from China needing a 2.83 to advance. Dea Natasia from Kuta, Bali, needing a 3.46 to be able to surf in the finals of the Women 2023 Asian Championships.
Now using her priority on this wave. Second wave in the set, Zishi flying down the line, now looking for that first opportunity. Nice big hit to start. Goes vertical for the second, but pushes too hard and she falls. That's going to be a missed opportunity to put a big score on the board.
Yeah, the beginning of the wave was very promising. She went for the high line to have enough speed to do a big maneuver there. Still keeping the speed, trying to do a layback, but then just slips with her front foot. Maybe not enough wax on her board. We don't know what happened there. But yeah, it's really interesting to see that her confidence and her, well, almost, smoothness that she had in the last day sort of disappeared in this final day. And that really shows you that this 14-year-old surfer from China, is dealing with a lot of pressure right now, being the only athlete from China still in the competition. So that's a lot of pressure in this spot right now.
It is, and it's a hard thing to handle within competitive surfing specifically, because that pressure rests solely on the person in the water. And you're trying to, think through strategy within the heats. You're trying to have good wave selection, but also to surf really well. Often surfers that are looking the most free seem to surf the best. Some surfers really engage with some great surfing because of that pressure and that kind of anxiety that can come alongside of that. But oftentimes we see the best surfing come from those surfers that, as cliche as it is, are having the most fun. We see the same thing in competition, and so it's a shame to be able to be seeing Zichi just not be able to capitalize on some really solid surfing throughout today. We haven't seen her go into that excellent range, which we've seen from the last few heats from her. She has just jumped into second though, but just with small scores on the board. And now Kanan gets stuck behind that section, looked to kind of pull into that line for the barrel, as the swell seems to just be growing through the afternoon.
Right, and as we can see now, she actually went for one of the bigger waves, and it was just too fast. So maybe that explains why in this heat right now, most of the surfers are going for the mid-range size waves, and even the smaller ones like Izzy right now on this wave.
Yeah, Izzy seems to have the strength within this heat. She's only got those smaller scores of a 4.5 and a 3.77 on the board, but she seems to be surfing them well. She just maybe is needing to get herself into a wave that's going to offer better scoring potential. Zishi's last wave came through as a 3.87, which is not bad given the context of the heat. The strength of that single opening turn gave her a near 4. If she can connect two of those together, we're looking at her going into the excellent range for sure, based off the power, speed, and flow that she is surfing with every single time she stands up.
And we can see that many of the surfers right now stick to their game plans, the same game plans that we saw them having in the last heat. Easy being somebody going for high quantity, surfing a lot of waves like this one we see right now, going with, well, not too many radical maneuvers, but still trying to, you know, go for many waves. And it's a easy math. The more waves you have, the higher is the chance that you have a good wave. Whereas the Japanese, both of them having, Kanan, she normally goes for less waves, sitting with the first priority and really selecting the bigger waves to be able to go for, well, radical maneuvers. So let's see if Izzy's strategy will pay off. Right now, currently she is in the lead, but there's still almost 10 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of time. We could see 1 or 2 more sets roll through that have that great scoring potential and give that opportunity for some changing of situations. Similar situation though across the board, as you said, with Izzy's last wave. Beautiful surfing, but a little bit flat and repetitive. Where we're looking, the judges, one of the things within that judging criteria is to see that variety showcase. You want to see different types of turns, different types of maneuvers pulled together, and especially of that critical nature. Where they're really getting up into that pocket, staying close to the power section of that wave instead of surfing sort of flatter and out into the face of that wave. Although having said that, some of these waves seem to really just taper off on the shoulder, and they're not offering that nice critical wall to be able to really just push the boundaries within. At the moment, it is still Izzy who's sitting in the lead though. 4.41 requirement for Zishi to be able to take first from second. A 4.04 on the board for Kanan to go from third into second, and a 4.5 on the board for Dea to go from fourth into second. We've just seen a 5.83 drop through, so the judges rewarding the good technical surfing from Izzy, but keeping her away from that excellent range without getting those really critical maneuvers thrown in. But that good rail work from Izzy rewarding her with the highest wave of the heat so far, and it does increase the requirement to a 6.46 for our surfer in second.
Good starter of the wave, and the start is so important for the scores you're generating. Nice second maneuver before she gets rid of the speed to be able to really stick with the pocket, but then the wave, unfortunately for her, didn't give you opportunity to do a nice finish there, but still completed her wave. And this is Zichi's second wave, I believe, with one maneuver, but powerful surfing from her. Once again, easy on one of her 4 waves that she already... Oh, okay, that one was probably not the 5.83 she had before, but now we can see in blue, surfer from Indonesia.
Important moment for Indonesia, 4.5 requirement for Dea. Beautiful wraps for those first 2 turns, and she holds on to the finishing maneuver with the lip line down to the bottom of that wave. Nice big wrap for Zichi, looking for the chance to put herself into that advancing position. She's going to kick out early, wanting to get priority, I'm sure, ahead of our surfer in blue, as Kanan is now up and riding. This is a really tight battle. Each of these surfers looking for that breakaway opportunity, and well ridden for Kanaan. Is she going to be able to hold on to the finish? She doesn't quite get that controlled exclamation point to the judges, I believe, on that finishing turn. But let's take a look at this one because it was an impressive finish from Dea.
Nice flow from there. It seemed like it took her some time to really, go to arrive in this heat, but this was so far her strongest wave, and that will lead to a drop of her 2.17, I believe. Though I'm not the judge, but it looked like the strongest surf so far with 3 complete maneuvers from the surfer in blue.
Scores to drop for this wave as well for Zichi.
Right. Zichi, second position, tries to hold tight to this position, if not even to advance. She needs a 6.46 to get the first position and drop Isabel from Thailand into second.
So Izzy now sitting with first priority as the only surfer that's made it out to backline, and she's already swinging to go on this one. Can't say no when there's great waves like this in front of you. Nice tail slide for that opening turn, and connects with that lip line on the second. Great top to bottom work, throwing in that variety as well that the judges love to see. So she's surfing so strong at the moment, looking to hold on to that leading position as scores will drop. Her last was at 5.83. We'll see if she's now able to better the 4.5.
Nice style. As I said, I really like watching surf Izzy these waves. Obviously, there is a difference in power compared to CG, for example, but then this allows her to really be safe and be able to finish all her waves as she does with this wave. So that helped her for sure to stay on first position, if not with the score, then at least to be able to take the wave away from CG, who is sitting with first priority right now and is in second position.
Yeah, I like that call where you can tell the power difference between Zishi's surfing and Izzy surfing. But what Izzy has that she hasn't really faltered on, I would say throughout this event, but for sure today on finals day, is her flow. Her connection from maneuver to maneuver has been seamless every time. She's also been in control enough with each of her maneuvers to be able to throw in those differences in variety. So I love that that has been rewarded from the judges. Now, if she's able to grow in that strength, she's only 14 years old, so she's got some time to be able to put a little bit more muscle on and really start to match the power of what some of these waves are giving her over the next few years. But she's doing an incredibly good job given the strength that she has behind her.
CG is one of the most talented surfers I've ever seen, and this, with 14 years old, is just incredible. But
Kanaan, also just 14 years old.
Crazy. And what I really like about Team Japan, especially Kanaan, is the hustle and the end of the wave. It really seems like this is a specific part of training that the Japanese focus on. From all the surfers in this event, it seems to be them having the highest percentage of finishing their waves. And that's such an important aspect of surfing, because that's the end of your wave. That's what sticks with the judges if they're going to score your wave.
All right, so we have scores to come through for all 4 surfers. Judges just starting to lock them in, so we're not entirely sure of our situation. It could change from Izzy. Well, I think Izzy's going to hold on to the lead, maybe increase that. But our surfer in red now up and riding. She does have a score to drop from before this wave. Huge roofline floater to try and put a big exclamation point on the beginning of that wave, but unfortunately she falls.
Yeah, she went for that big floater with the speed, and I think she was fine. The only thing she needed to do is really get her front shoulder turning towards the shore, and that would have allowed her to land that wave, and that would have been a big score for her. Definitely big enough to drop her current 3.50. That is her backup score.
Yeah, I'm really starting to sense that urgency within her surfing, and almost where it needs to be just drawn back for a moment in order to really capitalize on what's in front of her. Like we see here from Kanaan, beautiful surfing. 2 huge wraps to start. Couple smaller kind of flick turns as she comes through to the inside section, but she's getting a lot of work done here. Dea up and riding behind her as well, getting so much done, and she's going to have a great strong finish. So the judges have a hard job on their hands now to see who is going to be taking away the advancing positions here, because that was a solid exchange for both green and blue sitting in those knockout positions at the moment.
This is Kanaan's last wave. You can see her going up, but still calculating how much power she should put in this wave to not lose it. And this is one of the slower waves. We have pretty much two different types of waves right now, as we have in the whole contest. The wide ones that go super fast, and the slower ones as the ones that Dea and Kanan just served. And what I liked about Dea's last wave, it was repetitive, the maneuvers that she was doing, but she was doing it in a high pace and was able to complete all those waves. So that would be a good score for surfer in blue from Indonesia.
So scores to come through for Kanan this wave, for Dea as well, but we are still waiting for Dea's last wave to drop through, and those were her two best, so we'll see where she sits within the score line after this.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's no chance for playing any tactics for any of the surfers right now because we're waiting for so many scores to drop in. Little bit more than a minute left, so everybody just needs to try to get the best race now to be able to be sure and guaranteed at the finals.
So many waves as well. I mean, Izzy's just had one before, now she's already back out there and linking into another. Let's take a look at this because we missed the start.
This is Izzy's wave, still currently in first position. Nice one, nice spray. This is one of the more radical maneuver from the surfer in white surfing for Thailand, but then the waves gets a little bit softer, so she can't continue that strong maneuver that she had in the opening of her wave, but is able to complete the wave. So again, another good score for her. Let's see what happens.
All right, Zichi starting to find a bit of a runner here. She'll finish off on the inside. That's going to be a very important moment. Now our current situation, we're down to 20 seconds on the clock. Let's take another look at this and then I'll update the audience.
Yeah, you can see finally less power, more calculation, sort of Japanese surfing to really make sure she can land it, and that's what she does. So that could be a wave that counts for her final score.
All right, so current situation, 5 seconds on the clock. It doesn't look like anyone else is in position to be able to get into this final wave. We'll have a look here, and we'll see now our surfer in blue, Dea, up and riding once again. 10 seconds to go on the timer, and she goes down. So that score is not going to factor in because she fell. Now, Dea's previous wave came through as a 6.60. That jumped her into second place position. We're waiting for a score now to come through for Izzy. She's currently sitting in the lead, but the most recent score that we have is a 5.83. Zishi at the moment has fallen down into third place position. She bettered her 3.87 with a 4.87. Her last score 1.5, and I believe one more score to drop from her very last wave as we're taking a look at the whole situation here. Scores as well to come through for Kanan, so we'll see how that situation factors in. We're going to go to a quick break, take a look at the recap, and we'll give you that full situation update next as the men's final gets underway.
Righto, we are back. This is finals day. Men's final are in the chute, Mel. I can't see the clock running just yet, so we are still on standby for the men's final. But we will enlighten you as to who's in it. It's going to be a blockbuster affair. There is one Indonesian there. There he is in red, Danny Widianto, out of Kuta Beach, Indonesia. He's up against Iko Watanabe, a 10-point ride earlier, Mel. He's in the blue. Hussein Arif, the GOAT, here from the Maldives, 46 years of age. He's the man. He's in white. And Ricky Sato, another Japanese team member there, in the green. So it's all about to bounce down. Mel, your thoughts on this final?
Oh, my thoughts on the final. What an epic final it's already turned out to be. We picked our Japanese warriors getting there to the end, but the gladiator from the Maldives, Hussein Arif, for me was a bit of a surprise package right throughout the whole event. But he is dead set looking the goods here, mate.
All right, and it's a big one at that. And Danny Widianto out of Kuta Beach, Indonesia. I know there's a few of the boys on the beach watching there on their phones, so I'm going to give you guys a bit of a shout out. It's Troy Hurst, it's Matt Glossop, it is Charlie, it is Luke Studer, and Charlie Radcliffe. So, boys, salamat minum, have a good one. I'm kind of, I would like to see either Danny win, Hussein Arif win, or a Japanese surfer win. I'm sitting on the fence, Mel.
That's the ultimate.
Yeah.
For me, I'm liking Ricky Sato. I just think that the class is going to make its way towards the end, and the only reason I'm doing that too, I was going to go Widiato's corner, but you and I know we sort of got to have a little bit of a chess match and a little bit of an arm wrestle. How many of these have we done over the years? And it's an absolute honour and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to be here with Mark Clift, doing the event commentary this year via the webcast from an idyllic location, Surfing's Garden of Eden, mate.
Yep, only the second time the Asian Surfing Championships have run. The first time was in China in 2019. So there's gold medals on the line here today, mate. We'll know in about 30 plus minutes exactly who's taking home the coveted gold. For some reason we haven't started. The waves are just pumping through. While we're on our break, Mal, the amount of good waves that went through in that women's final was just ridiculous. For the people that did watch the women's final, Isabel Faye Higgs made her way through into the grand final. Dia Natasha is also in that grand final. Wow. So the women's final will feature those two. Sumomo Sato and Mirai is rounding out the women's final. But we've got Kayla Moore on the beach. Kayla, who have we got?
We have the heat winner, Isabella Higgs. Izzy, you put together a really great heat out there. You stayed busy. You caught a lot of waves. Was that your strategy?
My strategy was try to stay calm and stay focused and make sure I'm like getting onto the right waves. And yeah.
Well, you definitely had a bunch of heats today. You must be quite tired, but you have to save some energy for the finals. How do you feel about making it into the finals representing Team Thailand?
I was so surprised to make the final because there's obviously like a lot of great surfers here, and I was just so stoked like to be able to represent my country, and I hope my grandma's watching because I made it to the final.
Well, I'm sure she's watching, saying hi to Grandma at home, and we'll let you get ready for the final heat. Thank you, guys.
Unreal, good work, Kayla, and yep, Isabel right there in the GF. That's going to be a big moment for her representing Thailand, keeping a promise to her grandma that if she ever made it big in sport, she was going to do it under the Thai banner.
No, I remember that conversation, but look, that was a absolute huge upset in the making there. CG not hitting her straps here on finals day, Mark. So,
not yet. She's not yet, and she missed out on the final, actually, yes, so it's all over for today. She's got another crack at the juniors tomorrow. Yep. All right, but looked a little rattled there, maybe feeling the pressure of probably starting the day as outright favourite. And I've never seen her fall off that many times this week.
No, not at all, but it was a really good final. Over to you, mate, straight away. Here's an interesting move.
Ricky Sato, a left. I'm not sure about that. Huge punt. Down he goes, but this is a right-hand point break, a desperate sort of move there. Maybe he just wanted to get rid of the pressure of having any sort of priority situation.
Good call.
A left. Interesting. I wonder if that was part of the game plan before he went out.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on that one because the wind's not really an air wind today. It's actually coming from over the north side of us today, so he's not going to punt into the south part of the wind there. So, yeah, Ricky Sato with something I would have thought is really, really unorthodox.
18 years of age, this young man. Very polished campaigner. Loving what he's been bringing. His favourite wave is snapper. He's loves his fishing. He's a rip curl team rider. Lives in Chiba. And let's see what he can put together in the next 28 minutes. Can he walk away from this final with the gold medal? We've got another paddle up here, Mel. Medium-sized wave. It is white, so it is the GOAT. This is Hussein Arif, ladies and gentlemen. He is a 46-year-old, a veteran out of the Maldives. Lives in Malé. He is the team captain of Team Maldives. They're all out there on the viewing platform, Mel. What a feel-good story having him in the final.
Oh, isn't it ever? Now, this is really interesting for me. Arif now, he gets busy early on. This is the first time he's done this. Normally he's out there waiting for the best waves, but he's got himself a good scorer here. This is sort of going to go in average, just slightly under average. But he is now going to be able to go out there and, as you say, maybe get into that progression in priority and then wait. He will sit and wait for the next best thing that's coming through. So just applying a little bit of scoreboard pressure, you know, as you just said, the crowd on the point are going to be hooting, cheering, and that's going to be getting into the other competitors' heads.
Good set wave approaching out the back now. Everybody in Web World, have a look at this.
Could this?
Lines marching through, Mal. That inside wave goes unattended. Let's see what the next line brings. It's looking pretty good from my angle. It's got a nice taper. Red wants every bit of this. It is Danny Widiato out of halfway. For the lounge jockeys down there, boys, he's doing it for you lot. How's that first move? Second hit, real spicy. Flanagan 5'9", the squash tail under his feet, has not missed a beat this week, mate. Rock solid surfing.
Ooh.
Unlike Ricky Sato there in the green. That was sick. Danny.
Just quietly, let's go through this. Look at this, folks. This is to die for. This kid is on fire. He is peaking at the right part of the event. That first turn was massive, frankly. Second turn, not 3 foul either. And then now we get the completion. Boy, oh boy, he has been on such a roll, and I like the way he's actually building towards this final. He has been pretty much faultless the whole week. Got the longest tube of the week. Let's not forget that. But boy, oh boy, he's going to peak at the right time. I like your call here. Ricky Sato didn't have much going there for him. It was only a short ride in and out. But the best wave of the final has been...
Easy so far.
Yep, has now fired across a broadside.
And just a quick throwback to his board. I know Troy Hurst is watching there with the boys on Kuta Beach. Good on you, fellas. He made the board. He's putting out the Flanagan shape. So Jason Flanagan will be stoked to see what Danny's putting together. This is a keeper of a model. Whatever it is, Jason, you've done great. Good on you, Troy, for getting this blade under Danny's feet, because all week he has looked so rock solid, Mel. He got a 9.33 and an 8 in his semi-final to be here. All right, so huge numbers. Just got to hold it together for one more heat here. The score coming in is...
I was going to let you read that, dude. I saw it.
You do it.
Oh, okay then. 8.5. Well done, Danny. Gee, I tell you what. This is really, really cool. You know, he is just going on from strength to strength throughout the whole week. And I don't know, have they planned this way, or is this the way he rolls? But, you know, this is by far his best start. An 8.5 for his first wave. He's just going to go, let the handbrake off. He's going to spin the wheels, burn some rubber here today. And, yeah, that launch control mechanism he's got in that board, it's firing.
Barely have I seen him fall off all week. He's threaded every barrel he's pulled into. He's just been laying mean rail all... We're at day 9. He didn't drop a heat, so he made it into the grand final without dropping into a repercharge round. He's opened with an 8.50. Team Indonesia only brought 2 surfers. They are both in the grand finals. Here is the GOAT. High speed manoeuvre there. Can't capitalise on that wave. He's in second place, but his first wave was only a 3.5. This won't even be 1 point.
So, yeah, all he's done is just overcooked that toe side rail there high up into the lip. So his body positioning just got a little bit off axis, just got a little bit out of kilter and unable to do it. But run me through this. Here's your man, mate.
All right, so Danny, look at this first slice,
That's
just precision.
so sick.
Boom, high speed, ripping straight into another good scoring manoeuvre. Eyeballs this end section, can be hard to hit, but just no fuss move there for Danny. 8.5 in the bank, 23.5 minutes to hold on here, add another big number to it. Could walk off this beach here at Cokes with a gold medal today, mate.
Yeah, really good. He's in the box seat, Mark. And yeah, look, for me, 6 of those points was on that first turn.
Really good, eh?
That would just look like a clip out of the Young Guns movie, you know. It was just like real quality.
Okay, so green, Ricky Sato, your boy Mel. Why don't you go through it?
All right, let's have a look. Ricky now having to dig in here. So he does. A little bit awkward there in that second turn, a little bit flat on the top. So the flow is not really in Widianto's calibre in his league. This is looking forced a little bit to me. He's just trying to see if he can force a score here. So look at the difference, mate.
Any errors in a final like this will be frowned upon by the judges, all right? So this move here was really weird.
Yeah,
kind of two-stage.
Yep.
He kind of knows he didn't get that right. And a finish wasn't bad. The third move, though, the judges will go, this is a final, buddy. Keep it real. Keep it clean. So I don't think it's going to go anywhere near Danny's. It's probably going to be the second best wave, though. But here is Hussein Arif, the lone goofy footer. That's better. Got to punch the lip. Make
Ride
this
it
thing.
out, son. No.
Needed to ride out of that, but he's got to get up there and punch the lip. He can't be going out on the face and doing those carve backs. I think he's got to get right in the pocket. So that little carve back turn is his signature move, but this is better.
That's the money, mate. That is money all day.
He's got to do that in this final if he wants a gold medal.
Yep.
Everyone that's listening, he's the current bronze medalist at the last Asian Surfing Championships. So 6-time national champ here in the Maldives. Yes, he is 46 years of age. He's just a ripper guy on land. He's one of the nicest blokes. The whole Maldivian team, mate, they all live on island time. They're just, the cruisiest characters, and they make you feel at home when you're here.
They certainly do, and that was his little fan base there underneath the trees. So big shout out there to everybody from Thulusdhoo Island. Thanks for having us. We've had an absolute ball. As I said, I think it's one of those places you come for a fortnight, you're going to stay forever. You're not physically, but your mind will always come back to this place one day, the way I see it. And yeah, I don't know, mate, you and I have had such a good week together, and to see us being able to call the shots, as it were, from the booth here for the final is just going to be one of the highlights of my life.
Yep, it's definitely one of the best surf trips I've done in years, and I've done some pretty good ones through COVID, but this one for me, just everything. I've surfed every day. We've been here 11 days. Still got another 3 to go. Met some really good people. Ben Way, our new favourite American. He's actually an Aussie in a Seppo suit, I reckon. He's up there being the beach commentator, Mel, but
That's
how good
true.
is that guy?
He's even trying his Aussie accent on us at the entry to the booth here for the final, mate. So
Yeah, look, no American does a good Aussie accent, so cut that out, Ben.
What a crack up that guy is.
All right,
Well
so
done,
Hussein's moved, well, holding on to second. That last wave was a 5. He goes blue now, just slicing away. 10-point ride in his semi-final. Iko Watanabe. Well-structured wave, would have been handy to make that finish. It was a fast wave, but he kept good pace with this, Mel.
Yeah, what I like about this is compared to Ricky, he's actually got flow going on here with this one. Just, there we go. Pins that turn there and then doesn't quite finish the end on that one. But from getting from A to C, he did cover the bases a lot during the B part of that wave there. So to actually, get that laser guided pinpoint accuracy going, I liked what he did there. C didn't end up being too much, but he's just showing me, and he did it in the semi-final. He went from 4th to 2nd by virtue of a 10-point ride. So do not count out Iko.
Yep. For most other people, that wave was a closeout.
Yes,
He's a really fast surfer. Had a lot of wall stretched out on it. Did really good to squeeze out 3 moves. He'll be hoping that does not feature into his scoreline come the end of this grand final of 4.5. So we have 3 surfers now separated by 0.17. We know there's plenty of time to go, 19 minutes. In the box seat in red with the 850, huge advantage. Also first priority, the boy out of Kuta.
Second spot, the local lad. I'm going to call him a lad because he looks like a lad. He looks like he's 24, 25. He doesn't look like he's in his mid-late 40s. Hussein Arif in the white. He wants to improve there on a 3.5. So that last wave of his came in at 5 points mark. So there he is in second spot. Ricky Sato, Ricky there, he's got an 8.3 total. He's only needing a 1.68 at this early stage of this final to get into second place, but we need to read out what it takes to win.
So what he did, he put together a 6.83 on that last wave, Mel.
Yep.
So all the numbers we read out from here on in as requirements are to win you.
Good,
You're correct.
good, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's a good call.
All right. And then Iko also in 4th place in blue. Mate, he's needing a 4.01 or better to win this final.
Early days, I imagine a lot of these numbers and totals will be easily upgraded. There's 4 bossy surfers in the lineup. Here is Ricky. Ricky's in 3rd. Gets a nice little whip off the top. Good second section. Blast the fins a little. Down he goes. Danny Widiato now out of Kuta halfway. Board riders. Nice tail whip. He's got plenty more to deal with here. Second decent move. 3rd turn. Spanks it again. He's still got another section. Come on, slide that thing around. Perfect. Thank you very much. Tap. Look at this surfing. Wicked. Well done. Just exploding on every move, Mel.
Oh, look.
Capitalised big time on that wave.
Also now, here we go, the local guy. Backhand attack. There, he has just crunched that turn, swooping, carving cutback into the whitewater foam, and he'll ride out of this.
The goat.
Oh, well.
Doing it for the old boys.
Seeing and loving what I like.
Replays.
Okay, let's have a look. Ricky's still struggling a little bit with this, wanting to sort of get into a rhythm. That's not going to do it. He's now starting to make errors.
This is the wave that will have major consequence at the end of
For
the
sure.
final, because that was a good start. Kind of a high-risk move, Mel. Another second good hit. He's still got a lot more wave face here and really did a 3rd nice move. A little bit of a variety there to just catch the judges' attention. Good finishing slap, a couple of them. Whammo.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I call it a backup score. For me, the money turn in that whole repertoire on that whole wave was that 3rd turn. You just saw a massive rooster tail go up in the sky on that. Thought the 2nd turn was a little bit wobbly, Mark, so it might shadow the score a little bit, but also on the same token, I'm thinking it could even be the 2nd highest score
I was
of
thinking
the heat.
Of the final.
Yes,
I
of the
believe
final.
it probably will be, because
Yeah.
a lot of surfing done on a good long wave, lots of pocket turns,
Yeah.
good bit of variety, so ticking quite a few of the boxes, a lot of it done with speed. So I can see that if it's not the 2nd best, it'll be the 3rd best, but it's right
Oh,
there. It's a
easily.
big number. It's,
Yeah, no,
it's
it's gonna be
hovering
good.
around the 7 range, I believe. So
And I just like what he's doing.
Maybe
You know,
more.
he looks like, here we go, we'll go with a reef on this. This is now his best wave.
Yep.
That's an awesome turn there. The goofy footer there, smashing it on his backhand. Just rhythm, power, flow, Maldivian style. Good
the
stuff.
46-year-old bail out there at the end.
What a role model.
He is. He's a unit. Hussein's put together a 5.17 for that last wave. They're still debating Danny's number
Yep.
upstairs and Ricky's. Ricky's was a bit of a fall-off. We know that. So this is it a 2nd time, I think.
Yeah, I think it is.
3rd time.
Pretty sure.
So he falls on this manoeuvre here. So effectively a 1 manoeuvre wave. Going to be a low number. So the score for red is going to have a huge bearing on this. If it goes into 7 or thereabouts or more, it's a monster advantage to Danny. Meanwhile, Hussein Arifi's in the lead with that last score in. He was about to be overhauled by Danny here. Ricky Sato's last wave is a low one. There it is. Oh, the judges loved it. You boys on Kuta Beach, a 9.33.
They are dining out. The judges are dining out on the Widiato act here at the moment, folks. They didn't see anything sublime about that 2nd turn. They loved it.
Blue now screaming down the line. Will stay with the live action. Iko Watanabe, he's probably heard that number.
He's comboed.
He's heard their number off Danny's.
Everyone's
Combo to win.
comboed.
This is the wave again. This is the 9.33. So high risk first move, mate. 2nd turn, still keeping the speed and the power alive and well. Probably his weaker move right there, but it still looked pretty good. That little bit of variety. And he got 2 more slaps here to just finish off. And slap-o. Good work. There's a 9.33 in the bank, 8.50. He's gone a little better than his win in the semi-final, mate. He's got exactly the same best number and added a 0.5 better on his 2nd with the 8.5. Woohoo!
Go, you good thing, Daddy Widiato. Loving
Mantap.
it. There we go.
Green. Sato. Nice slice himself. He's picked a pretty good wave here. Staying right close in the pocket. He's done a couple of eye-catching moves. A little bit of a slash there. Doesn't like what he sees down the line. Out he goes. The goat.
How did he pull? Then and that's all. Unfortunately, that sort of made
Oh,
it a little bit hard for him to get through that second.
He's going to
turn.
need a massage after this day.
Okay, let's have a look at. There we go. Yeah, you know, that's still not really sort of powering and accelerating out through his turns. He looks like he's forcing himself in this final for me.
He was over it by that stage. There he goes.
Yeah.
Wisely kicking out, going, nah, to win a final, got to do better than that. He is comboed to win. Everybody is. They all need a 17-8-4 two-wave total. That's good news for the gang there at Kuta Beach. Spread the news that their boy has kind of got some fingerprints on the gold medal. Everybody's chasing 17-8-4 in 12 and a half minutes. Boys, put a round on my tab.
So what's Danny going to do, Mark? Is he going to just go out, sit out there now and just go, well, what's he got to improve on? He's got to improve on an 8-5.
He's going to go nuts on his next wave, you
Oh,
watch.
he is.
Might even
Love
try a
this.
big air.
You're
This is
cool.
live action, so this is Ricky. That's a nice little fin ditch. Recovery to bailout.
Eco, my friend.
Eco. Yep. Okay, sorry, it was too. So Eco, there is Team Indonesia right there. Aria and his lovely wife, Emily. Dia Natasha on the sand there. She's got the white rashi on. She is in the grand final. Their two-member team are both in the Grandy, mate.
Oh, that's as good as it gets.
She's got to be fully inspired by the fact that her boy's winning at this stage. It's going to be hard to see Danny be overhauled. I'm not going to put the curse on him yet, but Dia has done a good job to make her way into this final, and she'll be happy there's no CG Young in that final, because I think the big standout and the overall favourite of the women's round had a bit of a day of the fumbles.
Yeah, no, she just sort of peaked too early, maybe. I'm not quite sure. A little bit of finals day nerves. We're not quite sure there. What happened? That was totally against the grain. We never really would have thought that would have happened. But look, you and the crew in the Spice Islands there at the moment, everybody's just going to be hooting here. This is a really classy display, and then notwithstanding even what he's doing in the water right now, he's been doing it all week.
Danny, here he goes. This is the replay. So once again, this is a really strong, probably 6 manoeuvre wave he put together here. So he picked an absolute A-grade wave. Really tagged the top of this thing 3 times well. Then got a little bit creative here with some variety. And it offered him a bonus couple of little slaps down there just for a really good sign-off.
And like with the benefit of the replay, that third turn, it was just like full-on whale spume in the air. The whole spray just stayed suspended, and you know, you could see the diamonds and the pearls on the wave face just sparkling there as he spanked that thing. So fire hosed that thing.
The GOAT doing it for the old boys. Come on down, Hussein Arif. That's his Dahlberg blade under his feet. Staying in the pocket. All turns flowing pretty well right here. Nails it, rides out. I can hear the lounge jockeys on the viewing platform. There's his girl. The beach is erupting.
Look at this, folks. This is, to me, is his best wave. So I'm going to have a look at his scores in a minute. But everything about this was just linking nicely. It's not forced. He's just not forcing anything here. He's tapping the mojo on the wave. And then, yeah, even like the Vogue pull out at the end and grabs the rail. You know, that's just so cool.
Well, he's still comboed to win, but he might be able to move up a space. There's still a silver medal here, so seconds, you know, if you're in, you know, that if you can't win, if you can't track down Danny, there's still a silver medal up for grabs somewhere here.
So his best wave's a 5.17. I think he's beaten that, mate. Right. And in fact, he has a 6.7, locks into the white column.
Hang on, I think that's a 5.7, mate. Let's have a closer look at that. It is, it's a 5.7.
Oh, my apologies.
Right,
so it is still
our old boy eyes are starting to see things here. It's been a long couple of days.
We're in this dark cave studio. It's a
pretty cool
studio. It's a cool studio, but yeah, sometimes my apologies there. It's a 5.7. His best wave, as described. And meanwhile now, here we go, Echo. Those first 2 turns weren't too bad either. And then that turn there's fairly spicy and snappy. And will get credited with the completion. So his best wave's going to lock in here, Mark.
Yep, I agree. Trying to get himself out of the copper medal. They are throwing 4 medals at this here today. Green, though, rides up, gives it a pump. Ricky has got his hand on the silver medal at this stage.
That's better, Ricky.
Some good surfing. Yep, second good turn.
Yep.
Something else here. Really strong finish. It'd be nice. A so-so finish. Did some good work out the back. Here's, what's his second best wave's only a 4.83.
Yep.
What do you reckon, Mel?
I think he's bettered that 4.83 just marginally, because that was a money turn. That really did just change the complexion of the wave there. But as you say, Mark, everything else just went, a little bit dirty, a little bit not quite to point down the end of the wave. But the first turn was good, and I just think it might just...
I reckon a point up on his second best wave.
I think he's just going to pip that.
Either way, 8 minutes to go. Danny in the lead. Geez, he's ridden 2 waves, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about pacing himself today.
He has, hasn't he?
He rode, I think, only 2 waves in the semi for an 8 and a 9.33. Very similar scoreline. It's a touch of deja vu in the grand final.
Boom.
Only half a point better. But he's just probably living in fairyland going, oh my God, I'm that far ahead. I've comboed everybody. There's 7 minutes. I think he might even have top priority. He does. So...
And see, when this scenario is going, and particularly in a final, mate, a 17.83 total, it basically means that you've got to get your head stopped and say, I have to get it into bite-sized chunks. You're going to need 2 8.5s or 2 8.8s to be able to get that thing happening, and that's what you want to do in second, third and fourth. So not until someone does that then you're going to say, well, you've got to crack at this combo. At the moment, no one's close.
No, they're all shooting for silver. Ricky Sato with a hand on the silver. He's just over a point ahead of Hussein Arif. His second score is at a 7.07 they threw at that, Mal. So they did like those first 2 turns. All right, so his best number easily. Still combo.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And then...
just stretching a bit on second spot here over Hussein.
Yep.
So I don't even know what Hussein needs for second. His best wave is a 5.7, so, geez, I'm not sure. I think he would need at least 7 points, 7 and a bit.
Yep, 5.7, 7 and a bit will do that. But it's all about the win, and then as I just said before, a pair of 8.5s is about it's actually more than an 8.5. It's actually an 8.
He needs an 8.2, I think, to Hussein to go to second.
All right, to go to second, but I'm just going for the win here. So I'm saying, all those surfers need to get a pair of 8.8s just to bite at that 17.83.
All right, the women's final on the ski there. Jed Madison, our good buddy out of Margaret River, is keeping the scene safe, patrolling the lineup on the ski. Good on you, Jed.
And one thing I will say, Mark, best surfer all week at the coach break here has been Jed Madison.
All right, he's a unit, big fella.
Oh, he's been ripping in the free surfs out there.
Yeah, not only is he handy on a ski, he's more than handy on a surfboard.
No,
good
it's
lad.
Good to see that. And big shout-out credit there to Neil and Alison, his mum and dad. You've got to be proud of your son, mate. He's an absolute jet, that kid.
And kudos to Perry Hatchett, not only head judge here and huge respect in the Maldives. He was the one that rung us all in. 4 or 5 other West Aussies up here on duty. A left-hander again. Did he start with the left? I think he did.
Too.
That's a little better.
All right.
Yeah, righto. We saw it. We got it. Still going to be comboed.
Question.
I think.
So he asked the question here. Let's have a look. What do we got? Yeah, not too much height on that.
Really
rotation.
Good landing.
Yeah, wasn't
nailed the finish.
Bad.
He was happy with it.
Sort of, maybe they'll go slightly better than average on that.
He's given us the Italo claim.
Yeah, that sort of never goes down well.
Anyway, he needs this to be bigger than a 7.8 to get out of combo.
Yeah,
so how generous are the judges feeling up there? Do they appreciate the big air game? It was a pretty good, big air rev, perfect rotation, perfect landing. In a grand final, I don't see it getting him out of combo.
Well, this is the first one of the whole week that asks the question. Most of them only been little flat spin rotors, not much going on there. But this one here definitely does have a little bit of amplitude to it and degree of difficulty. But whether or not the left is even going to be part of it all, that's going to be interesting.
Kuta Beach, here is your boy. It is Danny Widianto. He's feeling it as well. One of the only times this week I've seen him fumble or fall off on a first manoeuvre.
So he cashes in the priority card here, so a little bit of defensive manoeuvring going on there, but exactly that is highly unusual, ladies and gentlemen. Danny just goes down on that wave there.
But he's feeling it.
Certainly is.
To
He's
throw
having a
that
crack.
down, that's what we said he was going to tee off on his next wave, so
Yeah.
he did, and you're probably allowed to when you've got everyone comboed, and there's only 3.5 minutes to go. Mel, that score, the judges didn't really rate it.
No,
What was
exactly
it?
as I expected, Mark. That came in at a 5.53. So, yeah, exactly that. 5.53. That ain't going to win you a final here at Coke's main break. The criteria is really about big turns, speed, power, flow, tubes, and then maybe if you're going to bust an air, you're going to do it down the end of the wave after you've just actually, like, killed it in the first part.
I think going left on a right point is a serious mistake.
Yes.
Okay, Hussein Arif, the GOAT. He's in third. He's got a bronze already out of these games. He's got his hands on this year's bronze. He doesn't want it. He wants to get up to at least silver. What do you reckon, Mel?
Yeah, well, I like this. You know, there's a little bit of suspension time up there on this wave. The manoeuvres that weren't super critical on this. However, I'll just circle back a little bit and think that, yeah, you know, this would be good for him to more or less retire. He's not probably going to come back next time, and for him to improve on his bronze medal performance at the last one of these and come home with the silver, that's got to be a fairy tale story.
Well, I think it was a fairy tale story when he made the final. Just a
Sure.
little while ago. He may have surfed his final back then because he got on the beach, the hype, everybody, you know, the amount of emotion. It can sometimes be hard to lift yourself up again after
Cool.
that. He was even running a little late to get in the water because he was still buzzing off what
Oh,
happened
certainly
earlier,
was.
and his coach was trying to settle him down. And, you know, it takes a lot of energy to be, I guess, that high at the end of a heat and have everybody in your ear and everyone slapping him on the back, mate. He's put up a pretty good performance, but I think he surfed better in his last heat to get into the GF.
Yeah, that's a good pick-up, buddy. I agree with that one. And as you say, what a fairy tale anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should he win another bronze here, it would just be a huge moment for the Maldives crew. He's only 0.14 ahead of Eco.
Yes.
All right, so Eco could easily still do some damage here, so keep your eye on blue. 90 seconds to go.
How quick did this final go?
Well, it's been entertaining. I guess that's
When you're having
kind of
fun.
what, when you're having fun, the time flies. Danny wish it would just round out. He's still comboed everybody. Oh, look, let's just start going. Danny Widianto has a gold medal, everybody.
He's got a gold medal, mate.
He's got a gold medal, hands down. Asian Surfing Championship champion, Danny
What a
Widianto.
performance. Superlatives escape me. You know, he's just been the man all week.
Here goes the GOAT. The old boy looking snappy on his backhand, throws it up again, wants something else to finish. What a sign-off to this final.
Yeah, well
He looks at his
done.
team. He looked at his team then on the platform, mate. You watch this at the
He
end
said,
of the wave.
this is for you. He has too, Mark. He said, this is for you.
Team captain. You watch this right here at the end, Mal. Hang on, where is it? There it is.
Good stuff. What a lad. What a jet.
30 seconds. Another set coming through. Everybody's on the move, mate.
Oh,
I
no.
better have a look who's got priority here. It is blue. Eco.
All right, so he's the one that could destroy the Maldivian dream a little bit here.
Oh,
Where is he?
I think everybody threw their mojo at that wave and it didn't break. It slid under them.
Get out.
8 seconds. That's going to be it. Hang on.
What?
Bam,
Are
he
you
says.
kidding me?
Bam. Hussein Arif gets the bronze. Ricky
Yes.
Sato the silver. Danny Widiato, big
Gold,
news
Danny
in Bali,
Widiato,
mate.
Mark.
And you know what? I think the Balinese crew needed some good news after the week they've had with Michaela Jones.
Yeah,
you know
good
that
call.
story. So
Super
you guys,
good call.
we love you, crew in Indonesia, in Bali. There he is, the men's champion, Danny Widianto.
And
He's
look
had
at-
the day in the 9.3 range, back up high eights. What a lad.
Oh.
Champion effort, Danny.
And look, it would be remiss of me, Mark, that... Yep.
Here he is, victory lap. The boy from Halfway Beach. The boys will be celebrating down there. I'm sure the boys and the bintangs are flowing big time on the pearly sands of Kuta
Oh,
Beach. Look
yeah.
how stoked he is.
This is so good to see.
Huge moment.
Oh.
So That was great, Mel.
It was awesome. Look, and it would be remiss of me to say,
Give us
Mark,
5.
Yeah, I will.
Don't let
buddy.
me
That
hanging.
was awesome. That was awesome. And look, it'd be remiss of me not to say, well done, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. It took those guys to bring the best out of Danny Widianto, Mark, and then they did. They pushed him all week. It's been an amazing week. 9 days of just sheer paradise here in the Maldives on Thulusdhoo Island. But Danny Widianto, hands
He's a
down,
man.
best surfer all week, and he's come home with that gold
All
medal.
right, well, we're going to boost out of here. We've got a recap of that final, and then we'll have the women's final, everybody. Yoo-hoo!
Well, welcome back to the action. Finals day here. Well, the first of 2 finals days here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. And we have just seen our gold medalist crown on the men's side, Danny Widianto. What an incredible performance from Danny.
Wow, just wow. I'm still like, wow, what is going on, man? Danny was ripping the whole contest. No single heat without an excellent score. And wow, what happened in the final heat? He made it 2 excellent scores. There he is, Danny Widianto from Indonesia, one of the favorites in the very beginning of this surfing championship, Asian championships, and he made it. He is the #1 surfer in this competition in the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023.
Oh, incredible performance from Danny. Great performance as well from Ricky, from Ibu, and from Eco as well. For those 3 surfers, like the guys were saying in the booth before they left, just to push Danny to that absolute epic performance. And Danny was on a roll this entire event. He walked away with so many excellent scores. He really found a liking to the wave here at Cokes.
For sure. I mean, sometimes in events, you know, you have some surfers being lucky and, you know, at the very last bit, they pull out a wave where you wouldn't expect it. But Danny, he was consistent all the way through, so absolutely earned. And there you can see him with everybody surrounding him, Team Indonesia taking some pictures, Clyde from Team Maldives, the coach from Team Maldives from South Africa, just giving him saying to him what he just achieved there. So great surfing. Shu-san, General Secretary from the ASF, also coming and talking with him. So well done, Danny. And also, as you said, well done to the surfers from Japan. And Ibu from Team Maldives, once again, bronze medal for him in the Asian Surfing Championships. He already scored that medal in the 2019 Surfing Championships, Asian Surfing Championships, and he, with age 46, did it once again.
And he did it with a huge crowd down here on the beach. We could hear his family and his friends cheering so loudly. I'm sure he could hear their screams all the way from the water, which is far out there off the reef here on Thulusdhoo Island in the Maldives. Now, We just heard the buzzer sound, and our women's final is underway. We have 4 competitors: Mirai Ikeda, Sumomo Sato, both from Japan, Dea Natasia from Indonesia, and Isabel Faye Higgs from Thailand. Isabel with a quick in and out to get things started, and she'll just be behind the section, so starting to get that feeling as the buzzer sounds, get the first score on the board. And this is going to be a great moment. We've seen our 2 Japanese competitors in Sumomo and Mirai, who advanced through their heat earlier today from the main round, so they've been on a roll throughout this entire event, while Izzy and Dea have battled back from the repercharge rounds and now find themselves into the grand finals. And another surfer who was on an absolute tear throughout this entire event, brother of Dea that's currently in the water, Danny Wadiato, has taken away the gold medal. He's with Kayla now.
With the men's finalist winner of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, Danny, how are you feeling right now in this moment?
I feel stoked and happy. I cannot talk and happy.
I can feel the stoke just radiating off of you. What does it feel like to win for your home country of Indonesia and all of your friends and family back at home? Is there anything that you want to say to them?
Thank you for my sponsor, Flanagan, IMA, Jungle Store, FCS, and thank you for Arya, Cipuy, and thank you buat orang tua di rumah, and thank you.
Amazing. Well, it sounds like you're super grateful for this amazing experience. Are you going to be doing anything special tonight in celebration?
No, maybe sleep.
Awesome. Well, I hope you get some good rest tonight, Danny. And congratulations again. Back to you guys in the booth.
An incredible performance. He walked away with 2 excellent scores as his first 2 waves and a throwaway 1.3 as his third. So well-structured and well-rewarded tonight with a good sleep and hopefully some rest.
Absolutely. Please sleep for 20 hours or as long as you want. You earned your sleep, my friend. But before you go to bed to sleep, please stay here for the women's final. Your sister is surfing in white. Here you can see Izzy from Team Thailand with the first wave of the heat. You know what? Izzy is almost every time the first one to catch a wave in every heat, and she also does the same in this final of the women's surfing in the Asian Surfing Championships. Up riding in blue.
Mirai Ikeda now up and riding deep behind the section, but does really well to transition around and flow straight into that nice opening turn. 2 snaps together, small little claim as she's going to be feeling solid, putting the score on the board. Dea now with a powerful backhand attack, throws a ton of spray on the second. She's probably the most powerful of the surfers in the water from what we've seen of her style and her grace. And now scores to drop through for this last exchange.
Surfer in blue, Mirai on her first wave, trying to find the pocket and is able to do so. Goes up with her board, lands it also on her second maneuver. So first wave for her, a complete wave. And also waiting for the scores from there, from the sister of the champion of Asian Surfing Championship. So Indonesia once again in the final, also 2 Japanese surfers, as we have seen it before with the men's. And different to the last heat, where for the men's a Maldivian surfer was representing his country. This time it's Izzy for Team Thailand in green.
Sumomo now getting things started for Japan. Beautiful rail work on her opening turn. Setup turn for the second just to transition down the line. Nice reading of this wave to finish off in the end section. So scores to come through for our bottom 3 surfers. Izzy with just the 1-point ride to throw away. Stronger scores, no doubt, will be dropping for first of Sumomo, Mirai, and Dea on the board. We've got 30 minutes on the clock for this final, 5 minutes down, and still quite a while to go before we will crown our champions. Of course, all the requirements that we give within this heat will be for that gold medal position, not just for that second place, as this is the final. All 4 surfers will be walking home with at least 1 medal this week. We could see 3 of the surfers that are currently in looking for a medal in the juniors category as well tomorrow, as Isabella, Sumomo, and Mirai have been competing across both divisions through this week. Dea, being the oldest in the water, is 22 years old. Behind that, we have 17-year-old Sumomo, 15-year-old Mirai, and just 14 years old Izzy.
And that shows you the future of Asian surfing if in the finals heat you are the oldest with 22 years old. So, well, it's already a pleasure to watch Asian females competing, but you know what, it's just getting better. Nevertheless, it's finals already. Hey, Shannon, I'm excited. I'm even nervous. Look at them. Maldivians celebrating with Ibu.
Celebrating. Ibu's
Woohoo,
already
the
chowing into
goat.
his lunch and getting a bite to eat, still wearing his jersey. Put together an incredible performance today. I'm sure he was holding off on how much he was eating between those heats, and now he gets to just relax. He knows that he's helped the Maldivian community, surf community, walk away with a medal this week, which is such an amazing thing to see, being the effort that the Maldivian Surfing Association as well as the Thulusdhoo Surfing Association have put in the lead up to this event. After yourself, you've been competing, of course, for Team Afghanistan, but in the lead up to this, you're more filling your role with the Asian Surfing Federation. So collectively, I want to say thank you to everyone that's been involved behind the scenes, because without you and the local community here, this event wouldn't have been possible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, the locals in here, they, from day one, I was here with a couple of other members of the ASF, and from that day already, you could see how stoked they were. So it isn't just, you know, work they have to do. No, it's passion, it's heart that they put into this. We can see it every day. We saw it yesterday at the party, but right now, let's have a look at Surfer in Blue from Japan.
Really great opening turn for Mirai. Ikeda goes down on the second, though. Dea now up and riding just behind. Beautiful looking section. Great wave selection as it's got that wall, but it's not going to close out in front of her. Nice big wraparound. Looking to go vertical here and break through that lip line. Throws a rooster tail of spray behind her. Check as she sets up for this finishing maneuver, and she is looking so steady on her feet. She could be one of the surfers in Dea out of Indonesia that we see peaking now into finals day, who's been steady throughout her run, but now seems to really being able to find that rhythm within competition.
I agree. Constant progression for Surfer in White. Dea, the sister of whom you can see right now, the champion of the males in the Asian Surfing Championships, Danny. So we'll see if her sister actually achieves what the brother already did. But coming back to what we were just talking about, Shannon, we are planning this championship, the second Asian Surfing Championships, already since over 3 years. And actually just before COVID hit, we were so close to pull this one out. And then obviously everything closed. Nothing was possible with COVID. And then, well, for nearly 2 years, more than 2 years, we weren't really able to proceed. But then the MSA and the ASF sit together, discuss what possibilities are out there, and then we said, hey, come on, let's do it. Let's do it in July, the peak season of swell here in the Maldives. And once we did that, I will tell you what happened after this wave from Izzy.
Izzy getting a piece of the action. Check to start, sets herself off the bottom. Nice deep bottom turn into that wrap for some variety. Connects with the lip line as well, and she's going to be steady. She's been so steady throughout this event. Today, she also seems to be one of those surfers that's just starting to click and really find a comfortable space within the water. Now back to what you were sharing with us about the lead up to this event.
Yeah, once we decided that we want to have the Asian Championships in the Maldives, then the MSA looked to all the spots they have, looked to all the local surfing associations, and they decided Thulusdhoo is going to be the place. Coax, this beautiful right-hand beach. There you can actually see Che and the other crew from the MSA. Hussein is there, the vice president of the MSA is also there together with Team Lebanon. Hey, guys, you did an awesome job. We were just talking about it all the way. That lets us to today's finals, women finals. So once you guys decided to go for Thulusdhoo, for Coax, the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, they were a main factor for this event to be as successful as it is, and allowing us to watch pumping waves for the women's finals here in Asian Surfing Championships 2023.
Yeah, it's been incredible to be able to hear the stories behind the scenes of what's gone into making this event run. As we take a look at some replays here, scores to come in across the board. That was just that first in and out for Isabel. As we take a look now at last of Mirai, we're still waiting for these scores to drop through from the opening exchange.
And I find it interesting, if you look at Surfer in Blue surfing for Japan, Mirai, that it seems like in female surfing, the more conservative approach of surfing actually led them to be able to get to the finals. Also here, there, from Team Indonesia on her backside, trying to do the maximum with this mid-size wave, but let's see if Oh, actually, she's still waiting for 2 scores. So even though her being on the 4th position right now, that probably will change soon. Meanwhile, we can see the incomplete wave of Surfer in blue, followed by Dea's wave.
So that was the second wave of blue. Now taking a look at the second wave of white.
Exactly. Going for the conservative approach, as we just talked about. Not too vertical on the lip, but that allows you to be able to finish the wave as she just proved this.
Yeah, I think what you mean with that, or where you're kind of going with that conversation as we take another look at this one for Izzy.
Yeah, so going high on the line, doing the bottom turn, and once again, you can see not really trying to go completely vertical, because the danger in a wave like this, especially in the inside, is that you will just lose the wave because it's too fast. So better to have a complete maneuver that it might not be the most radical, instead of pulling out something crazy that you're not able to land.
And I think that's exactly what you're kind of explaining there, is the fact that in today's competition, and maybe in the heats leading up through day before yesterday, the last time we saw the women in, there were some of those moments. Now, the excellent scores were being rewarded for really critical surfing, really dynamic and risky, getting those super critical maneuvers done in the right moments of the wave. But some of those surfers haven't been able to find success with that. In today's surfing, it has kind of gone back to those basics, nice big rail work, really engaging with the face of that wave, and that wave selection that's been rewarded solely because the surfers that have maybe pushed things a little bit too hard, that have tried to go for that really risky nature within that speed, power, and flow in their surfing, they haven't been able to actually capitalize on it. They've been falling on their first or their second turn, which has hindered their scoring potential, where had they been able to ride out successfully, to be able to complete those waves with those 2 or 3 turn combinations, we would have been seeing those excellent scores drop through for today. But unfortunately, it's just been one of those things within the draw where we haven't seen those surfers really figure it out, where the surfers that have been sort of putting together those more basic scores in that 5 to 6 point range, they've been the ones that have been really solid and on their feet to be advancing through into the finals.
Yeah, best example for this point is probably surfer from China, 14-year-old C.G. Yang, who is probably the most powerful surfer in the women's division here, but she wasn't able to land her waves in her last 2 heats, so that caused her not being able to surf here in the finals. But wow, still 18 minutes to go for finding out who will receive the gold medal in the Asian Surfing Championships in women's division.
Now we do have some scores in. First of blue, Mirai Keita, a 6.33. First of Dea for Indonesia, a 5.67. Last wave of Isabel increases her heat total with a 4.3. And the first of Sumomo Sato, a 5.17, as Sumomo is now up and riding again. Nice big carve to start off. You can see how much water she's pushing off the outside rail, and her bottom turn shows that power and the wind up into those top turns. Great looking section here to finish with, and this is going to be the wave that really sets herself apart from the rest of the pack. Mirai Keita currently sitting in the lead. Like I said, opened with a 6.33, but backed it up with a 4.33 as we take another look at the second wave of Sumomo.
Great surfing for Sumomo. Anticipating the wave. One of the faster waves, but still she's able to put all her maneuvers into this, going for the nice curve, and on this one sticks the board out, and also nice finish there. We know Mirai and Sumomo, both Japanese surfers, they're really good into finishing their maneuvers. And you know what? I haven't seen a lot of 1 point or 2 point rides from any Japanese surfer. So they're patient surfers. They're sitting outside with their priority and decide for which wave to go. And up and riding on the replay, you can see surfer from Indonesia there on one of her better waves. Nice, powerful surfing there, but as we said, smart surfing with not putting too much power into each turn, not being able to really finish her wave there, but still that would be a good wave for her.
Now Dea's got a 5.67 for her opener and a 4.00, which has her sitting in third, as Sumomo Sato has just dropped in an excellent score. We could see it from that opening turn coming into being. An 8.17 for this last of Sumomo has her sitting in the lead.
There you can see, really take some time in the opening to find the right position to go for this beautiful technique. Nice spray on that top turn, carve it through the next section, and then sticks her board out, and nice and clean finish at the end. So well-deserved excellent score for surfer in red, Sumomo Sato from Team Japan.
Incredible performance so far. Now Dea, sitting in that bronze medal position, is looking to get herself higher on the board. Nice big re-entry on her backhand. She's looking to ditch the 4.00 as her backup score.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a proper final at the women's division. You can see Dia from Team Indonesia surfing her third wave in this final, trying to do what her brother just did the heat before, trying to get the gold medal for Team Indonesia in Asian Surfing Championships 2023 here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
Incredible. At the moment, it's the 17-year-old from Shizuoka who is heading out in the lead, but the 15-year-old Mirai Ikeda looking for an opportunity to take gold away from her teammate. Two-turn combination. Ooh. Smooth on rail, looking really good in the water today. Two Japanese surfers sitting in the lead.
Right. Look at the speed, not losing nothing, and then goes for the critical finish with the lip. So really nice maneuver. Let's see how the judges will score this two-maneuver wave with this beautiful finish from surfer in blue, Mirai Ikeda from Team Japan.
Now, Sumomo Sato took away a quarterfinal finish at the QS 5000 Crewy Pro. So she's had a great start to her season, and she's going to have a large future ahead of her when it comes to competitive surfing. If she's already making it into the quarterfinals of events of that size, would just be finishing up school shortly as a 17-year-old and looking for that opportunity to really start focusing on competition full time. Loves listening to music and spends a lot of time surfing and traveling around the world. Her favorite wave is Burleigh Heads in Australia on the Gold Coast. Loves finding those rights and getting some time in the water at one of the world's best locations when she's not surfing at home near Shizuoka. Same area of the world as where Mirai Ikeda comes from. Same beach actually as their home beach at Omezaki. But she loves surfing in Hawaii. For Mirai, being able to surf the reef breaks there in Hawaii, getting to surf waves like Haleiwa, getting to train out at Sunset and Pipeline as well as she's pushing her surfing better and better, has been something that she's been focusing on in the past. And it's surfing in those kind of locations that's really helping to improve where, you know, all of the technical dynamics of these women. As we see a big score on the board, a 7.33 for Mirai Ikeda has her now sitting in the lead.
Wow.
And puts a requirement in the 5-point range on Sumomo. So at this stage, Mirai definitely not safe with that leading position, but she's done well to get herself into that gold medal spot.
And talking about Hawaii, you can already see that it paid off for Team Japan to work together with Chris Moore for the sub-18 female surfers. He is the trainer of Team Japan sub-18 female surfers, and not only the trainer of Team Japan, but also used to be the trainer of Carissa Moore, of one of the best female surfers ever. So good call for Team Japan to allow their surfers to work with high-class coaches like him.
Down to 12 minutes on the clock, and it's finals day. This will be our final heat of today. We will be calling off competition, waiting for tomorrow to finish out our under-18 boys and under-18 girls divisions. We'll have the exact same draw likely for tomorrow. We've got the same number of heats left to run, 8 heats in total with 4 heats for each division. Starting out with our repercharge rounds into our main rounds, into the repercharge final, and then into the grand final. So that's going to be an exciting day of surfing tomorrow, followed by our closing ceremonies. But for today, some celebrations will be going down amongst the crew. Some of them will be competing again tomorrow, though, so they'll get to have a little sleep, get some rest, and be prepared for another big day of competition.
Less than 12 minutes left. Finals day for women in this Asian Surfing Championships. Surfer in green, Isabel, with first priority, currently 4th position. She needs a 9.36 for the gold medal. On 3rd position right now, with 3rd priority, surfer from Indonesia in white, Dea Natasha. She needs a 7.99 to pull out what her brother already did, and that is the gold medal in this Asian Surfing Championships. And the Japanese surfer in red, Sumomo Sato, needs a 5.43 to be able to advance to the 1st position, where currently her teammate Mirai Ikeda sits with a lead of, 0.32 points more than Sumomo in red.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Izzy is sitting with priority. Surfing for Thailand at 14 years old. She lives in Manly Beach in Sydney, Australia. And she loves surfing big waves. That's something she's been working towards. Surfers that she really looks up to from her home area include Annie Dos Santos and Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally, of course, one of the greatest female surfers of all time, coming out of that region of the world. And Ann Dos Santos is a younger surfer that's just starting to get her breakthrough when it comes to the qualifying series, but she's been charging big waves across the world. She's had some really huge standout moments in Tahiti over the season, as well as back at home in Australia. Currently, I believe, doing a boat trip through Indonesia and just getting herself surfing waves of consequence as much as possible. So for Izzy, she's growing up in a region of the world that has a strong contingency of surfers, specifically on the women's side, and a great community of the older surfers investing down into the younger generation.
Isn't there this crazy big wave slap around the corner of Manly? What was it called? Deadman's or something?
Yes. So that's where Annie Dos Santos has been kind of cutting her teeth when it comes to big wave surfing. Izzy's got her sights set on getting some great waves out there as well, which is exciting to see. And it's an encouraging community of surfers, both on the men's and women's side, to be, you know, a younger surfer kind of walking into that space and wanting to start paddling out and getting some of those bigger waves, riding bigger boards as well. As we've got a paddle here from Izzy, just unfortunate. She's caught behind the section. She's not going to be able to get into that one.
And that
She'll
cost her the
also,
priority.
that's right, she'll lose her priority on that one. That's going to hurt the situation, especially because she's chasing a 9.63, which she's got a good-looking wave up in front of her, but she's going to have to get a lot of work done to get into that near-perfect score. More than likely, she's going to need to chip away at it with a couple of scores to match into that near 14-point heat total that's sitting in the gold medal position.
I understand her decision to go for this wave since she lost priority, so she thought I might as well just give it a go. But this wave didn't really give her the opportunity to achieve the 9.36 to get the gold medal. But hey, you know what? Every position you can advance in the finals is already a good thing. So being able to get the third or the second position in the Asian Surfing Championships for the 14-year-old surfing for Thailand will already be a huge achievement. And it's interesting to hear that she loves to charge big waves, because coming from Thailand, I'm sure she's also quite good in surfing small waves. You know, in Thailand, you mainly have wind swell, and well, that allows you to really practice on smaller conditions. So it seems like she's got the full variety from those 1 foot waves that she's able to surf in Thailand to those big walls she is able to surf in New South Wales.
Sumomo now up and riding. Great opening carve as she sets up for the second. Really digs that full rail in, wipes the water off of her face. Now snap for the third, setting herself up through to the inside section. Goes for the claim, and she's chasing down only a 5.49 to put herself back into first and push Mirai Ikeda into second.
Yeah, that was clean surfing, as we know it from the Japanese. Deep bottom turn, goes up, doesn't lose any speed here, and then nice carve there, pushes the pad to be able to generate some spray and sticks her board out. It's interesting, it seems almost like, you know, they have the maneuvers in mind they want to do, because it's always that carve followed up by the sticking out of the board that we see from the Japanese surfers, and a nice and clean finish. So there's a good chance she will drop her 5.17 that she currently has as a backup score. That was her third wave, so let's see if she can drop her teammate in blue out of position number 1.
Yeah, almost like a choreographed routine, I think is what you're describing, where you see a similar opening turn from Sumomo and then a similar second turn, which would change based on the spontaneity of what that wave has in front. She's so good at reading these waves and really just matching what is in front of her, which is how she's already gone into that excellent score. But you can see those similar techniques coming through and that similar approach as we take another look here.
Nice first carve. Second one is the one that we talked about. That was probably the most beautiful wave. Oh, well, actually the second one was the more critical one. And then you can see her going down with the lip, being happy with this wave. And that actually gave her a 9.17, an excellent score from the judges.
That's right. Sumomo with a 9.17 now puts Izzy in a big situation to get herself into the lead. Actually a combination situation now for the entire field, as Sumomo has put herself with 2 excellent scores on the board, has every surfer chasing 2 fresh scores as we take another look at Izzy.
You can see Izzy's consistency in her game plan to go for many waves. Already her 5th wave that she pulled out in this final. And I think one reason why Sumomo does go for, you know, the same sort of maneuvers in this heat is the research done by Team Japan, by her coach. It's not like, you know, she always does the same moves. It's actually Team Japan watching the waves every day and deciding what is the best you can do in this heat. So this shows that it's not only the athletes but the whole crew of Japan that is in this high level, and that shows us and well, you see what happens if you have a team like this. First and second position currently held by the Japanese team.
As we take another look at the 9.17 from Sumomo Sato, incredible technique coming through, matching the power of the wave as well.
Super smooth. Smoothness means speed in the end of the day, and this is what you can see here. Nice landing there. She's happy. She knows, okay, that was a great wave, and now she has got a comfortable lead. All three surfers, blue, white and green, needing a combo in the remaining 5 minutes to drop Sumomo for the gold medal.
An incredible way for her to finish out her campaign here at the Asian Surfing Championships in the women's division specifically. A 5.17 is what she opened with, built to an 8.17, and now a 9.17 on the board. Dea chasing a combination of scores to get herself into the gold medal position. I've really enjoyed seeing Dea surfing throughout this event. As we take another look at this one, just a quick up and down.
Absolutely. You can see that she is trying to surf more radical, more critical to be able to get those excellent scores to, well, win the gold medal.
Her brother just took out the gold medal, Danny, just a few minutes ago. She loves surfing at halfway back at home in Bali, and previously has found herself in the final conversation for the QS 1000 in Kuta at her home. So she's had some great runs within the qualifying series. Always fun when you see a surfer that's able to find success at their home break as well, to be able to make it into the finals conversation. Whether or not it's a win, but just to be able to make it into, you know, those top 4 surfers is always really awesome. Similar to what we saw from our local Maldivian in the men's final.
Ibu, exactly. We talked about him being the most consistent surfer so many times, and you know what? He just won the bronze medal a second time after he won it 4 years ago in the Asian Surfing Championships 2019 in China. He did the same thing 4 years later. So exclamation mark on the consistency of Ibu surfing. And there, surfer in white coming from Kuta Beach, I wonder how much she was actually able to train out right-handers, because living in Kuta, you have Kuta Reef, Airport and Middles, all beautiful reef breaks around the corner for the surfer, but all left-handers. The only right-hander right around the corner being Airport Rights, but that's normally pretty packed with Japanese surfers.
Izzy now having a strong scratch to get into this wave. Check off the top for her opening turn. Beautiful bottom to top turn combination for her second. Tail slide as she rolls through into the inside section. Nice and critical for the finish as well. She's been putting together such a beautiful performance here at the Asian Surfing Championships.
Yeah, you can see that she decides against roundhouse cutbacks or horizontal top turns, instead going for the 10 to 11 o'clock, more verticalish turns, because she needs excellent scores to be able to get the gold medal. And right now she's in the 4th position, which is still a copper medal in this finals event, but you know what? She has the copper medal safe anyway, so why not trying to go for bronze, silver or eventually gold in this finals of the Asian Surfing Championships 2023 here in Thulusdhoo, Maldives.
That's right. Izzy will need a score in the 5-point range to get herself from 4th up into that 3rd place position, as Dea opened on a 5.67, improved with, or backed herself up with a 4.27. Mirai Ikeda in the mix with a 6.33 and a 7.33. She was momentarily in the lead, the 15-year-old from Shizuoka in Japan, until her teammate in Sumomo, the 17-year-old, took away an 8.17 and backed it up with a 9.17 to put herself into that leading position. And the clock is ticking. At this stage, it is going to be impossible for anyone else to walk away with the gold medal, because the rest of the field, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, are all in a combination situation, and there's not going to be enough time for 2 waves on the board.
Wow, I mean, this is even more than a gold medal if you are able to pull out a combination situation for all other surfers in the finals of a championship, of a continental championship. Sumomo, you can be proud of yourself, but still it's not over. It's still possible for Izzy and Dea to get the silver medal. Not anymore.
Well, scores are in for that last wave of Izzy. A great effort from her. Gains her a 5.20, which does factor into her top 2 waves, but has her just shy of the requirement to take away that bronze medal position from Dea Natasia. And it is official, ladies and gentlemen, Sumomo Sato for Team Japan has taken away the gold medal off of the strength of excellent surfing, a heat total of a 17.34 to walk away with the gold medal today.
Incredible. Congratulations, Sumomo Sato. Incredible surfing, not only in this final heat, but throughout the whole competition. And I remember that free surf that I had with her, where I was actually in the inside and ruining her wave. She was about to go to the barrel. I was unfortunately there right in front of her, and she came to me and said, "I'm sorry." I'm ruining her wave, and she said, "I'm sorry." So she is not only the champion of the Asian Surfing Championships 2023, but she's also a champion in being polite and friendly in free surfs.
What an incredible woman to be representing our sport. 17 years old with a huge history, or a huge future ahead of her, and a great history that's now building behind her. Walking away as the 2023 ASF Asian Surfing Championships gold medalist in our women's category specifically, off of such a strong performance. Like you said, such an incredible person behind the scenes, beautiful character as well, as we get to see her hop on the sled with Jed to bring her into the beach. And you can see the Japanese team there flying the flag and just feeling so stoked to take away another medal here. The Japanese team historically has done very well at the Asian Surfing Championships, and it's no surprise to be seeing them at the top still this year.
And it's not only gold medal, but also silver medal for Mirai Ikeda from Japan. So Team Japan can be absolutely proud. You know, before this event started, people were actually questioning if it was a good decision for Team Japan to only come here with sub-18 surfers, and they proved to everyone it was the correct decision, because it didn't only mean that this is, you know, sort of more experience for this surfer for the future. No, it actually caused them to win 2 medals in this division, and also for the men's they won a medal. So congratulations for Team Japan, congratulations to Sumomo Sato for this great event, for this Asian Surfing Championships that you're sort of dominating.
Yeah, really incredible to see that from Japan. I love the fact that they brought a young team in. We know that they've got such strong surfers that are competing across the championship tour. They've got Olympic medalists as well as Challenger Series surfers. But now to invest in the next generation and to show the investment that's already been happening back home, the investment that's been going into them with excellent coaching, with great technique from competitive surfing, and all around for these young surfers to now be rising to the occasion of taking out our open divisions here is just incredible. To see Ricky Sato and Iko Watanabe as well on the men's side making it into the final rounds there was really exciting. So this is going to be, you know, some names to really be paying close attention to in the next few years.
Nobody can deny Team Japan anymore when it comes to surfing. Surfing historically is dominated by Americans, Australians, in the last couple of years maybe Brazilians, but nowadays look at Team Japan. It's not only Kanoa who's surfing in the city in the top 10, no, it's actually Japanese being the first to host Olympic Games. 2020 in Tokyo, you were one of the commentators over there, and now seeing them getting medal after medal in the Asian Surfing Championships. So Japan is up there as one of the strongest nations when it comes to surfing.
And you can sense this moment now for Sumomo, just sitting there in the water, her team just behind her, there to celebrate, but taking it all in, you know, having that quiet moment to really just reflect on what's just happened, the work that she has put in behind the scenes, the names that she had to come up against in this week's competition. Not only are 4 women in Sumomo, Mirai, Dea, and Izzy who were in the finals, but so many others that were in the draw. This was a very tough event to walk away as the champion of. You can now sense that she's just there, soaking it all in for a moment before all the fun and the fanfare begins from Team Japan.
Yeah, right. Waiting for the right moment to come out and celebrate with Team Japan, because that was a team effort. I mean, obviously it's her doing the maneuvers and, you know, being out there, but in the end of the day, it was the whole Team Japan, from the coaches, from the supporting staff, that allowed the whole team to achieve what they just did. Being often the very first in the sport, analyzing it, and then, you know, working together with the teammates, and there you go. Sumomo, champion, gold medal, Asian Surfing Championships, high five each other, and also silver medal for Mirai Ikeda. Let's not forget Dea from Team Indonesia, also another medal for Indonesia, not only for Indonesia, but another medal for the family of Dea, because her brother just pulled out the gold medal in the heat before in the men's division. So a lot of happy people here. And even Izzy, come on, copper medal for a 14-year-old surfing for Thailand. That's awesome. Really, really good surfing from all the surfers here in both finals.
I couldn't agree more. Such an incredible result for every single surfer competing today, and we've got more action to come tomorrow. But let's take a look at the recap for the celebrations now leading into our gold medalists.
Working together with the teammates, and there you go. Sumomo, champion, gold medal, Asian Surfing Championships, high five each other, and also silver medal for Mirai Ikeda. Let's not forget Dea from Indonesia, also another medal for Indonesia, not only for Indonesia, but another medal for the family of Dea, because her
Well, it's been an exciting day of surfing here at the ASF Surfing Championships. It's been incredible to be able to see our gold medalists crowned and to know that we have Sumomo Sato ready to go down on the beach with Kayla Moore. Kayla, take it away.
Hi guys, I'm here with the winner of the Women's Championships for the ASF, Sumomo Sato. How are you feeling in this exact moment?
I'm so happy. I can't believe it. I can't catch good waves. So thank you for my Japan coach and everyone's.
It's amazing that you both from Team Japan won first and second. How are you feeling, Mirai, after that heat?
悔しいってなんていうの? I'm not happy, but I'm enjoy this heat.
Amazing. And to have you guys representing your home country of Japan here at the Asian Surfing Championships and taking home the win as women. What are you going to do to celebrate tonight?
I want to eat ice cream.
Well, you definitely deserve some ice cream. Coach, you heard that. Thank you, guys. And I'll send it back to you, Shannon and Afri in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla. Some ice cream, well-deserved for Team Japan tonight.
I love how humble everybody is. Danny wanted to sleep. She wanted to have ice cream. I mean, if that is all it takes after you get a gold medal, sure, I'll give you the ice cream. Don't worry, Sumomo.
Well, an incredibly strong performance, and huge congratulations to both Sumomo and for Mirai for walking away in that first and second place position. The strength of Japanese surfing on the women's side is right there, as well as the men's side. Great to see all of our competitors walking away with medals today for our 4 top surfers out of the men's and women's divisions.
What a day. What a day. I still have goosebumps, not only because our aircon is too cold, but because we saw incredible surfing, both male and female finals, and tomorrow we still have another finals to come, the sub-18 finals for men and women, and many of the surfers we have seen surfing in this finals will actually also surf tomorrow.
That's right. We're going to see a lot of these names play it all over again tomorrow, looking to maybe try and find themselves with multiple medals throughout this week. So it's been another great day here in the Maldives. We have loved our time in the islands, and we've got even more time. We'll be back in your ears bright and early tomorrow morning. Stay tuned for the call and take a look at the highlights from everything that we got to witness throughout today.